Morning, everyone. This meeting is now called to order at 9 a.m. We will begin with a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Elliott, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
Please rise.
Thank you. For the record, this is the board meeting of July 21st, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Patty?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen? Supervisor Nguyen, are you able to hear me? Okay. Supervisor Nguyen is participating telephonically, so we'll wait to see if he's able to connect.
Okay.
Supervisor Elliott?
Here.
Supervisor Miller?
Here.
And again, Supervisor Nguyen, are you able to hear me? Okay, Madam Chair, we'll find out why he's not able to speak.
Thank you. Just let us know when he's back on the line.
Will do.
Thank you. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the consent agenda. Public comments are limited to 250 words or less and may be submitted by sending an email to sjcpubliccomments@sjgov.org. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all the comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience or public. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. So I'm going to ask the clerk now to read any general public comments we have received via email. I know we received some that were rather lengthy, and those were provided to the board.
That's
correct. But those tended to be on specific items. So if we've received any general comments, if you could read them now, please.
Will do, Madam Chair. The first public comment is from Matthew Schaefer, California Nurses Association, and he writes, "Esteemed board members, I am the representative for the over 730 nurses of San Joaquin County. This week, the county revealed that total hospital bed capacity is at 77% of all inpatient beds available, that the county ICU beds are at 121% capacity. It was found that 26% of patients at San Joaquin General Hospital were confirmed positive for COVID-19. This number does not account for the PUI patients. Meanwhile, staffing shortages at SJGH leave nurses without spotters to ensure their limited PPE is properly in place before they enter a COVID patient room. Nurses are being threatened with mandatory overtime. Nurses aren't allowed to take their contractual rest breaks and often do not get their meal breaks. July 16th, SJGH applied to the California Department of Public Health for a waiver to state-mandated nurse-to-patient ratios. This will only cause more strain on a workforce that is already at a critical tipping point. At the end of May, this county allowed the essential employees 5% pay to end. Now this county is in a critical mass surge crisis and needs its frontline healthcare workers now more than ever. It is time for this board to truly recognize those frontline heroes that are healing our community members by reinstating that essential worker pay as a hazard pay for all county frontline health workers." Vanessa Mays, RN, Assistant Department Manager of San Joaquin General Hospital, writes, "Good afternoon. This email is to urge the BOS to not support SJGH's request to apply for a waiver from CDPH to waive nurse-patient ratios. Patient ratio laws ensure the safest care and best outcomes for our patients. The hospital administration has known of this pandemic for months, yet has made no effort until the past few weeks to ensure that there were enough nursing staff to handle the surge of patients we knew would come at any moment. We are already working short-staffed and patient care is suffering. I can assure you, being a nurse at SJGH for 16 years, I have seen the results of breaking nursing patient care ratios. I've seen undesirable patient outcomes as well as large volumes of nurses leaving the organization due to unsafe conditions. We cannot afford to lose more nurses. Also, the nurses at SJC have been working without a contract for a year and a half. The 5% essential worker pay has now expired, yet we are beginning to see the surge of COVID-19 patients. Please give us back the essential worker pay. Nurses are putting their lives on the line right now in this hospital. I invite you to come visit us and look at the volumes of COVID patients we are caring for. If anything, now is the time to be getting paid extra for being an essential worker. Mary K. Barnes, BSN, RN, SNV Emergency Department, writes, "Good afternoon. As an assistant department manager of the ED at SJGH, I am asking you to not move forward with the waiver application or enacting it. We in the ED have done our best to follow the ratio mandate, and even with that, we are exhausted. If I am forced as a charge nurse to assign my staff more than they can handle, patient care will suffer. The nursing staff cannot handle more patients at this point because everyone that comes to the ED is sick and needs a comprehensive workup. To add on to that is unthinkable. Another side to the subject is nursing turnover. We already have a problem with the load we carry. We add more patients to an already new and inexperienced nursing staff is opening the door to potentially causing a patient death. I am constantly going around to the staff as a resource, answering questions, showing them procedures that they have not done previously. They are stressed. They are also a wonderful group of young people that will someday become fantastic ED nurses. I am tired of driving them away. Please help me retain these eager new nurses. I understand the leadership at SJGH is trying their best, but please listen to those of us that are working the front lines and the reality of our day-to-day shifts." Ryan, an RN, writes, "To whom it may concern, my name is Ryan and I am an RN at San Joaquin General Hospital. The nursing staff has been notified that the hospital has applied for a waiver to violate the state mandate nurse-to-patient ratios. I urge you to not approve this waiver so that patient safety may be maintained. From my understanding, the whole point of coming to a hospital is to get diagnosed, treated, and get better so that one may go back home. With the approval of this waiver, the patients coming to the hospital are going to most likely not get that opportunity to get better and go home. They'll get worse due to already increased load that the nursing staff have and end up never leaving the hospital and taking beds away from other patients suffering from acute situations that are endangering their health. I understand that we are in a pandemic, but the nursing staff at SJGH are already severely stressed. Hospital management is already not putting us in situations to succeed before the pandemic, and by approving this waiver, it only puts nurses in situations where they have to compromise losing their license and future ability to help patients. I urge you again as a nurse in the front lines caring for patients, please do not approve this waiver." An anonymous email was received that writes, "I would like to take this time to bring to the attention of the board of the state-mandated nurse-patient ratios. Working out of the ratios in this time of crisis is not safe for our patients, not safe for the community, and not safe for nurses. The ratios were put in place to ensure the best patient outcomes, the safest care for patients. Please do not act on the waiver and to leave the ratios intact. Nurses' lives, patients' lives, the lives of their constituents depend on it. We are already working short-staffed. A relaxing of the ratios would just worsen this situation. I would also like to take the opportunity to voice support, as I have, for enacting a minimum of 5% hazard pay during this crisis." Sophia Chang writes, "To whom it may concern, I am currently a nurse working at San Joaquin General Hospital, and working out of the ratios in this time of crisis is not safe for our patients, not safe for our community, and not safe for our nurses. These ratios were put in place to ensure the best patient outcomes and the safest care for our patients. Please do not act on the waiver and leave the ratios intact. As of now, our nurses are already working in unsafe conditions day to day with, at times, unsafe ratios due to poor nurse supervisor choices and pushing admission when we do not have the adequate staffing to care for patients. A charge who has full assignments who can no longer be a resource, and even as far as receiving no breaks due to inadequate staffing. Please consider how many people this waiver will affect and how many lives are at risk if ratio is not maintained, as well as the importance of reinstating hazard pay as we are still working during a pandemic. Enacting a minimum of 5% hazard pay during this crisis should be reconsidered. Janice Ochoa writes, "To whom it may concern, I am writing to you on behalf of myself and my fellow co-working nurses from the San Joaquin General Hospital in French Camp, California. As a nurse during these trying times, we are already working so short-staffed, and now the hospital is trying to have us begin to work out of our ratios. Working out of our ratios in this time of crisis is not safe for our patients, not safe for the community, and not safe for nurses. The ratios were put in place to ensure the best patient outcomes, the safest care for patients. My fellow nurses and I would like you to please not act on the waiver and please leave the ratios intact. Nurses' lives, patients' lives, the lives of their constituents depend on it. I would furthermore like to ask that you might instead enact at minimum a 5% hazard pay during this crisis. Thank you." An anonymous writer writes, "I am given about 50 patients for case management on a given assigned day. This is not acceptable and puts patients and my license at risk. Working out of the ratios in this time of crisis is not safe for our patients, not safe for the community, and not safe for nurses. The ratios were put in place to ensure the best patient outcomes and the safest care. Please do not act on the CDPH waiver and please leave the ratios intact. Our lives depend on it. We should also keep the 5% hazard pay during this crisis. Additionally, I have been fit tested for several N95 masks and failed. I have my own personal PAPR but has not been provided a hood blower to use at our facility. I am scared to roam the hallways of COVID-19 areas due to this lack of PPEs. Finally, my manager has mandatory furloughed me on multiple pay periods despite the patient surge and disallowing vacation requests for other staff. Please uphold the safe nurse-patient ratios, support nurses by providing appropriate PPEs, and please sustain the current MOU by not furloughing or laying off nurses." An anonymous writer writes, "Hello, I am writing as an employee who works at Juvenile Hall, and I'm high risk if I contact COVID, and my parents are also high risk. My doctor wrote a note saying so as well, and my administrator said I need to still go to work. As we get youth and staff coming in with COVID, that pretty much put me as putting myself and my family at risk every time I come to work. Is there anything that can be done for people like me in these times, except saying I'll be fired if I don't come to work?" Emily Skogstrom, MSN, RN, Staff Nurse 3 at San Joaquin General Hospital writes, "Hello, I am a registered nurse at San Joaquin General Hospital in the ICU. Our patients are in critical condition and require very close monitoring in order to avoid complications that can lead to death. The current nurse-to-patient ratio is absolutely vital to ensuring the safety of our patients and give them the best possible outcomes. This holds true for every unit in the hospital's current patient ratios. Unfortunately, we are already short-staffed more often than not, further compromising the safety of patients and staff. These ratios were put in place to prevent dangerous situations. Please do not act on the waiver sent by San Joaquin General Hospital to change these mandated ratios. We, frontline workers, are putting ourselves at risk every time we go to work as it is, and relaxing our nurse-to-patient ratios will only lead to negative outcomes and unsafe conditions. For this reason, we also deserve to have our 5% hazard pay reinstated immediately. We are caring for the members of our community as they fight a devastating illness, and we need your support." John Solis, Executive Director, and Stephen J. Landsberger, CED, Economic Development Director, writes, "Honorable Chair Miller, board members, County Administrator Nino, staff, and those in attendance. The San Joaquin County Economic Development Association, a division of San Joaquin County's Employment and Economic Development Department, would like to express its strong support for item number 5 on today's general government consent calendar agenda, the approval of the ground lease between the county and Amazon.com Services, LLC. For the past decade, the EDA and EEDD have been actively engaged with Amazon. From the time of the opening of their first fulfillment center in the county to the project in front of you today, which further solidifies San Joaquin County as the most heavily fortified Amazon fulfillment location in Northern California. As a result, Amazon is now the county's largest private sector industrial employer, and its presence has induced other companies to set up logistics operations here. In 2016, Amazon recognized the strategic importance of Stockton Metropolitan Airport to support its Amazon air cargo operations and established a temporary structure at the airport to facilitate goods movements. This proposed project and constructive facility represents continued investment by Amazon in the county. In closing, the EDA and EEDD looks forward to assisting Amazon with its hiring process for the proposed expansion and wholeheartedly supports this great economic development success for San Joaquin County and Stockton Metropolitan Airport that we believe will catalyze future development of Air Park 599. Serena Gutierrez writes, I am a social worker with San Joaquin County and also have a very close family member who is homeless. This person has been a hardworking homeowner in the city. Undiagnosed mental health problems led to drug abuse, and a downward spiral lead to homelessness. When you are a single person that's not quite old enough for Social Security, there you are, in the gap. I believe if there were social workers who were dedicated to transporting or arranging medical mental health appointments for this population in small groups, they could have the push they need to either begin to heal and start working or apply once and for all for Social Security based on their disabilities. The key to getting off the street is a steady income and Social Security for the 50-plus that aren't able to work and are overwhelmed with the process for applying and following up with other agencies could get them the income needed to get on a waiting list for some income-based housing. I would be more than willing to brainstorm further if some type of committee was formed, as I have experience in both social work and community with the homeless community. Bill Patrone, Regional Director of SEIU 1021, on behalf of the represented members, writes, the workers of San Joaquin County have all been deemed essential by your Human Resources Director. Every day that they come into work to serve their communities, they are putting their health and the health of their families at risk. This is known due to the growing number of positive COVID tests within the workforce that we are seeing each and every day. We are submitting to you the attached petition by link, asking that during this time of emergency that the 5% supplemental essential pay be reinstated until this pandemic and subsequent emergency declaration expires. And Madam Chair, for the record, I'd like to note that that link to the petition will be included with the public comments on file with the clerk of the board. Chris writes, good evening. I am a detention officer whose wife recently tested positive for COVID. She has tested positive twice, and I have exhausted my 80 hours of COVID leave. I am unable to work from home since working at my capacity doesn't offer this luxury. I will start burning my own time. Please help workers who are struggling through these tough times. An anonymous writer writes, good morning. I would like to bring up again the Benton Hall has too many people in a small room and they keep adding temps. Can we have someone look into this? Can we work from home, the ones that can and choose to? My fear is if one of the billers gets COVID, the billing will shut down and there will be no money coming into the hospital. Also, we don't have the cleaning supplies that is needed to do it ourselves, let alone have cleaning staff to come in on a regular basis. Thank you. Jonathan Pruitt writes, my name is Jonathan Pruitt, and I represent the Environmental Justice Program at Catholic Charities Diocese of Stockton. We have been the Catholic voice for environmental justice since 2005. I want to provide key updates to Stockton that have probably been missed and that have occurred throughout the last year. First, in 2019, Stockton CBOs, City of Stockton, and San Joaquin County collaborated with the U.S. EPA and Cal EPA to develop the Cal EPA Stockton Environmental Justice Task Force that focused on environmental justice from illegal dumping, poor air quality, pesticide regulation, to name a few. More info could be discussed individually. Second, the Strategic Growth Council recently awarded Stockton a competitive transformative climate communities implementation grant of $10.8 million. This project area is in Supervisor Villapudois' district. Third, Catholic Charities was granted a supplemental environmental project from the California Air Resources Board, which proposed state-of-the-art indoor air filtration systems for George Washington Elementary and Boggs Tract. And fourth, Catholic Charities with many EJ organizations are working in collaboration with the Valley Air District and CARB during the AB 617 Community Air Protection Program. This is a comprehensive process that focuses on community engagement as well as developing clean air measures to our most disadvantaged communities affected by poor air quality. The project area is in Supervisor Villapudois' district. We would like to schedule individual meetings with the Board of Supervisors to update and collaborate on important projects, grants in your respective districts, especially Supervisor Villapudois. Josephina Tama writes, I would like to express my concern for our working conditions. First, our screening process has holes. There is so much inconsistency with who is allowed in. Visitors who should not be accompanying patients. Most of our appointments are new telephone appointments. If a patient begins to make a fuss, the patient is then referred to speak to the front desk, us. This makes for a very unsafe environment. Second, every single one of our employees are completely overworked. The fact that so many of our part-timers have been laid off does not help the situation. Just because most of our appointments are now telephone appointments does not mean less work. We are expected to have our appointments for the day checked in as soon as we arrive. This is impossible. This makes for an extremely stressful work environment. Third, our emergency COVID approval process also has holes. It is taking too long to get approved. I have been told that the paperwork goes downtown and there's one person who approves. The paperwork is then sent back to SJGH for Mr. Culberson to approve. The paperwork is then sent back downtown for further processing. Also, that our sick vacation time is used to pay us in the meantime while this process takes place. There are people like myself who don't have that sick vacation time. This made it so I was only compensated for 5 days on my last check. And what was I told? Nothing we can do about it. Catherine Little writes, I am a longtime county employee here on the mental health campus in Stockton. Last week, I saw a TV segment from ABC News, and they listed measures they were told are being taken to protect county workers. Temperature checks, workplaces being cleaned multiple times daily, PPE provided, and employees working from home. Some of those steps might be taken in some offices, but that is not true overall. There has been no additional cleaning of our offices at any time since the pandemic began, not once. We clean our own lobby and workspaces ourselves. Clients must be temperature checked before entering, but not staff. We provide our own masks, and thank goodness my boss does enforce the mask rule. Work from home was ended by the county in early July. We were mandated to return to the offices. The decision to work from home might have been appropriate several weeks ago, but case numbers are spiking now. It is just not smart to have all staff in the offices together. Our community depends on us to provide the services for daily living, and rotating staff out of the office helps ensure that some of us will not be exposed if one employee becomes infected. Our departments need to remain functional if staff gets sick. A remark was made in that TV segment that county workers are asking for hazard pay only because there is not a new contract. I am not happy about the lack of a contract, but I am more unhappy with the remark. I have a few more comments that have come in, Madam Chair. Let me open this up. This is an anonymous writer who writes, Hello, I'm a medical assistant at San Joaquin General Hospital in the outpatient clinics. I just got back from maternity leave and came back to craziness. I was sent to the front line, meaning screening the door with no scanner to scan temperature. I didn't want to use a mouth thermometer because I would be exposing me and anyone around me. The way they resolved this was sending an RN to do the temperature check. Why? Because they could not find the scanner. There's no security at the door with you, and people can get rude and mean to you. You're risking your life there. There is no protocol on what to wear when you're at the door. Luckily, I took initiative to protect myself any way possible. I have a 4-month-old and I feel very stressed. Stressed to the point that some days when I have to pump at work, I don't pump enough milk for my son. It was 100 degrees outside, and to stand there, it's hard, and we are not receiving a pay raise. You try working the door all geared up and keeping hydrated and calm. I understand the job we are in, but we need management to help more and be part of it instead of just sitting at their desk. Another thing is they need to have weekly meetings in clinic to know what's going on, especially if the staff are sick and if there's anyone positive. We need more back for our people to rotate because people will get burnt out. Thank you. I have several other comments, but they're related to a public hearing and a discussion item, which I can read later, Madam Chair. And
Okay.
I believe that Supervisor Nguyen may now be connected to the meeting.
Okay, Supervisor Nguyen, are you with us? Seem to be having problems with communication from his direction to us, so.
Yeah, he has sent me an email and said that he's connected, so I'm not sure if he's not hearing us or we're not hearing him, so we'll
Okay.
follow up on that.
Well, in a pinch for votes, he can communicate his vote to you, correct, via email?
He can, if that's okay with County Council.
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully, though, we'll be able to establish two-way communication so that he can actually participate.
I would think until we can confirm that he's on the line via hearing him, that we can just mark him as absent until we're able to establish that he's made contact with this meeting. And
Okay,
able to
great,
hear us.
thank you. Okay, then next up is approval of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes, June 3rd, June 9th, and June 16th. Are there any corrections or additions that any member of the board?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if you're able to see it, but that passes 4-0 with Supervisor Nguyen absent.
Okay, thank you. And no, I was not able to see that. Okay, on to appointments to boards and commissions. Supervisor Patty, do you have some recommendations for us today?
Several today. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have the following recommendations. Appointment of one position to the Assessment Appeals Board, number 1. First alternate, position number 1310.1A, Karen Freeman. Appointment of a single position to the Aviation Advisory Committee, 1 member, position number 1402.7, Wesley Ray. Appointment of 2 positions to the Behavioral Health Board, 1 family representative, position number 6703.2, Carolyn E. Cooper, incumbent, and 1 general interest representative, position number 6704.4, to Shante McCoy. I also have appointment of 2 positions to the Commission on Aging, 1 at-large representative of the disabled, position number 2307, Sheila Patterson, 1 5th supervisorial district representative, position number 2305, Mary Fran Block, incumbent. Appointment of 5 positions to the Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, 1 at-large representative, position number 2701.1, Mike A. Roman. 2 at-large representatives, position number 2701.3, Mark Bowling. Position number 2701.4, Linda Patrick. 2 at-large representatives, position number 2701.5, Natalie Pombo McCarty, and position number 2701.7, Felicia Caballero. That is all, and I make it in a motion to approve these recommendations.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. that is approved 4-0 with Supervisor Wynn still absent. Okay. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. I have asked that item number 5, lease between San Joaquin County and Amazon, that we get a brief presentation from our airport director. Are there any other items that the board would like to see pulled?
Number 3.
Anything else? Okay, then let's go to item number 3. Mr. Stark, both items are yours.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Morning.
board members, CAO Nino.
Good morning. I don't need a presentation on this one, but this one was approval to reject all the bids for the airport security system upgrades project. And I was just curious as to what the reason was that we wanted to reject all the bids.
Certainly. There was several reasons for that, Supervisor Elliott. The first one, and probably the biggest reason, was that the scope continued to change all the way up to the bidding process because the security system is aged at the airport, and we had to continue adding gates to that security system upgrade project, and cameras, because the cameras that we do have are old, and we're trying to get better resolution. The second item that we felt made it necessary to reject the bids were questions that continued to come in even after the bid closing process. We continued to get questions in as to the mandate for 12 months of the video storage. Is that active storage data? Is that, what is that? What does that mean? And so then again, that changes the scope. And then finally, rejecting the bids would allow us to compile all this data and go back and do an RFQ, RFP process to where we hope to get more companies that would actually put in a request for qualifications, and we have more vendors, hopefully some more local vendors that put in for this project. So that's the reason for the rejection of all those bids. Basically, the scope really changed significantly from when the project started.
All right, so then it was your feeling then that the bids that were received didn't accurately reflect what the scope actually was.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item number 5. I understand you have a brief presentation for us.
Oh, yes. This is a long time coming. However, before I get started, we do like to have bring good things out. And in the back of the room is a young gentleman. His name is Nico Sambato. He is a Purdue graduate, and he's only with us for a few weeks. He's an intern at the airport, and he's heading back to Purdue for graduate school. And that's Nico all the way in the back. We were able to get him the process completed thanks to the CIO's office and Director Hopkins and her staff getting Nico out there as an intern. And it's great to see local students and local young adults wanting to get involved in the airport process. So he's a great asset, and unfortunately we can only have him for a few weeks. So then he's off back to Purdue for graduate school. So before we begin, there is a lot of thanks that need to go around for this lease. First and foremost, I want to thank the board for their support, the CIO's office for their continued support throughout this process. This lease that is being presented today had to cross many hurdles, and We thank the FAA for their approval on the environmental analysis. That was a very lengthy process. That was one of the largest administrative hurdles we had to jump. I want to thank the cargo client. I can't announce them yet. But I want to thank the cargo client for their patience and their perseverance throughout this process. This process has been going on for more than a year. And they stuck with us throughout this, and I do believe we may have some of the cargo client folks listening in to this very brief presentation. I sent this to them so that there's no surprises. So with that, I just press, let me see. Let me make sure I press the right button. Okay, this is my attempt at humor. I normally like to have a lot of humor in my presentations. And the cargo client is, the reason that's up there is for the last 2.5 years since I've been here, it's always been cargo client, cargo client, cargo client. Well, everybody knows it's Amazon.com Services LLC. I am so happy to be able to say that now in a public forum, but I do want to thank them again for their perseverance and their patience throughout this entire process. So basically, what does this ground lease mean, not only for Amazon, but to San Joaquin County and our residents? I'm going to discuss very briefly these 4 items: the larger permanent facility, some potential for job growth, increased capability to move more product through Stockton Metropolitan Airport, and the future air cargo facility growth opportunities that we have at the airport. So basically, that area in blue that you see right in the center of your screen is what Amazon will be leasing from the airport. It's just over 9 acres. And their plan is to put on that area a 56,000 square foot plus or minus facility, which will basically take the place of the temporary facility, and more than doubles in size, and it will allow them to push some more product through there. One of the ancillary advantages of this particular facility that they're planning to do is to add a large parking lot. So basically all the employees that support Amazon will be able to park inside that fence and get everybody off the road. So everybody will be centrally located within that facility. So basically you got the larger footprint there, a larger facility, you get the potential to move more product in the future. So basically the opportunity for job growth. I know in the back of your mind you're saying how many jobs. So basically that number is very difficult to pinpoint. It'll fluctuate with the seasons. But I did have the opportunity to discuss with one of the managers with the company that supports Amazon, how many employees do we have out there now? What does potential growth mean to them? And so right now, as of today, we have approximately 240 employees supporting Amazon right there at the airport on the cargo side. And so estimates, now these are only estimates, there's not set in stone, is roughly for every airplane that's added is about 50 jobs, and those include support jobs and stuff like that. So again, those jobs will fluctuate as seasons go or as the economy goes. So please don't hold me to those hard numbers. And then again, we have this larger facility and the capability for Amazon and their support staff to push more product through Stockton Metropolitan Airport. And so with that, it moves into what next? What's next? So basically, you see the yellow box there is future expanded cargo aircraft parking facility. I'm currently working with the FAA trying to get grant funding, which will basically double the size of our current parking facility out there. We have capabilities for 4 767 aircraft. That will make it 8. So you can just do the math there on what it means for jobs if we were able to fill in all of those parking spots. And then the area available for future growth inside the airport fence, you see there is it's roughly 300 acres plus or minus. I'm really not sure the total of that area. And then you can add in Air Park 599. So we have the potential for huge growth out there at the airport. And with that, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, that is my quick, very down and dirty presentation.
Thank you. Exciting news. Any comments from the board? Questions?
I'd just like to say what a great job you guys did putting this together. It's going to create a lot of jobs, and it's my district, and I'm very proud of it, and great job, Russ.
Well, I appreciate that, Supervisor Villalpudua. And again, I wanted to stress that it's not just, it didn't start with me. It started with former Deputy Director Ron Elliott. He started this whole process, and the Amazon staff that stuck with us throughout this entire process. So it was a really a team effort.
Well, great job for both of you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to add my congratulations as well. I know this has been a long process to complete these negotiations, numerous briefings, et cetera, on all of these things. But it's great news, I think, for the airport in terms of further development of our airport as an engine of economic growth here in San Joaquin County. So now you mentioned that for each plane added, that'd be 50 more jobs. So we've got the potential to add 4 more planes. Any outlook on how soon that might happen?
Well, no. I would like to say we'd like to add 4 planes tomorrow, but I can't make that. I would love to say that, but for the outlook of more planes right now, it's 2 to 3 a day. We're moving into peak season. We hope that we'd add an additional, the 4th plane. We would love to see that, but that's all, it all depends on the season and folks buying product. So.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations on team effort. I know from the cargo clients now disclosed with this big surprise, Amazon, we're thrilled that they're wanting to expand here. It was a great team effort on you and Ron Elliott and the CAO's office. I know there were just so many moving parts and things and attempts to finally get there, but you guys did pull it together. It's great for the county, great for jobs, and great for the airport's expansion. So congratulations. Glad to see it. And I do want to follow up on Supervisor Elliott's. So we currently have 240 employees through Amazon. Is that correct?
No, it's the company that supports Amazon.
Okay. So that's 240?
Yes.
And that's with how many planes currently?
That's 2 to 3.
2 to 3. Mm-hmm. And so 2 to 3 has 240, but it's 50 employees per plane. So we have more than that.
Don't forget the administrative staff.
Okay.
That's you got the actual people on the ground moving the product, and then you have the administrative staff supporting that.
Understood.
That
and each plane after that would be 50 on top of that. So
correct.
We could potentially get a couple more planes a day, an extra 100 plus jobs.
I would love to say we could get 2 planes and 100 jobs, but again, I don't want to put those numbers down on paper. It all depends on the market.
Understood.
So, yeah.
And then just lastly, what would be the timeline of a build out?
So that's a great question, Supervisor Patty. We're looking at probably, I would estimate a year. We're hoping somewhat less than that, but you know how the weather is in this area, especially in the fall and winter with the rain and everything, so that could impact construction. So I would say within a year we'll have that facility up and running.
Great. And they're moving forward with design plans, permitting, everything?
Already, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, great.
Yes, sir.
Well, we at the county are looking forward to seeing those plans and approving as appropriate. So thank you again. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, add my congratulations. I know this was a team effort, but we're all very, very pleased to see it. We're also very happy that you can finally say Amazon instead of cargo carrier. So, thank you. We appreciate the presentation, and I know the public appreciates hearing about this as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Clerk, is Supervisor Wynn on, or are there any public comments that we can read into on this specific item?
ISD has asked us to double check to see if Supervisor Nguyen can now hear us. So Supervisor Nguyen, if you can hear us, can you please respond? Okay, and there are no public comments at this time.
Okay, can't hear him yet. So that is it for polls on consent. So I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve our consent calendar.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved 4-0. Thank you. Okay, moving on to discussion items. We have a robust agenda today. And first up, we're going to have a presentation from Mr. Adam Cheshire, our Program Administrator for Homeless Initiatives, on the San Joaquin Community Response to Homelessness 2020 San Joaquin County Strategic Plan, which is being presented to us today for adoption.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Miller, members of the board, County Administrator Nino. I have to say that it is exciting for me to be here today presenting this plan to you after 7 months of work. And I really just want to acknowledge there were dozens and dozens of key stakeholders, folks countywide, folks that you know and work with, that contributed to this plan. But I just want to acknowledge a few of the folks that were really central to the process. First and foremost, I want to mention Stockton Mayor Michael Tubbs, who is very much the catalyst for this plan development. Also want to mention Carrie Wright, the Economic Development Director, City of Stockton, who was kind of thrown into this process very early on in her tenure with the city and really hit the ground running and provided a huge amount of leadership and incredible contributions. I want to mention Executive Director of the Housing Authority, Peter Ragsdale, who also serves as the chair of the Strategic Planning Committee, where most of this work happened. And, of course, also want to mention John Mendelson, the chair of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care Board of Directors, who again provided huge numbers of contributions and leadership. And again, I would be remiss if I didn't at least honorably mention the dozens of other people that participated in this plan. And of course, Home Base was really a pleasure to work with, and we were very lucky to have them. So just to provide a brief overview of the plan, it was formally adopted by the Continuum of Care Board of Directors on June 11th. In fact, on July 14th, the Stockton City Council also adopted this plan unanimously. The plan begins by providing a comprehensive system-wide overview, including the numbers of homeless in our county, housing resources, system performance, and other items. The plan incorporates broad community feedback from more than 200 participants countywide, including service providers, law enforcement, local government, and importantly, the formerly and currently homeless. The plan seeks to align that feedback, those community priorities, with evidence-based practices to highlight 3 broad goals along with strategies to address each goal. And included in that are suggested benchmarks for measurable success. Also included in the plan are guidelines for implementation, and the plan also addresses non-congregate shelter in relation to COVID-19, as you can imagine, a relatively late addition to this plan. I want to also note that the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program was a major factor in the development of this regional plan. HAP says that we must regionally collaborate on the use of those funds, and that means that the City of Stockton, the Continuum of Care, and the county, as the 3 jurisdictions receiving a HAP grant, must work together on how those funds are used. And so the idea that we can develop a regional plan that would create a roadmap to get those 3 jurisdictions and really the entire county literally on the same page was a key aspect of the HAP program. And so the HAP program really was forefront in our minds as we were developing some of these strategies. Just to give a sort of a timeline, on May 21st, Stockton City Council voted unanimously to reallocate $50,000 of the funds previously allocated for the Program Administrator Homeless Initiatives position to provide a portion of the funding for the development of this plan. On July 3rd, the Continuum of Care Board of Directors recommended the selection of Home Base and approved the use of funds from the California Emergency Solutions and Housing Program funds that they had available to them to match the City of Stockton's allocation. The COC also agreed to work with Home Base to develop the plan, provide that leadership, and also requested some county assistance through the collaborative applicant. On September 17th, the Stockton City Council voted to approve Home Base as the consultant and authorize payment. Work began on October 1st, and certainly several interviews and other things happened between October 1st and December 4th, but notably on December 4th, Home Base brought together about 140 individuals to what they called a summit to survey, question about feedback we'd already received, and notably some opening comments were provided by County Administrator Nino along with Mayor Michael Tubbs and Chair Mendelson. For the first several months of this year, after we had a working draft, that draft was then examined, revised by the Strategic Planning Committee and others until we got to the draft that you have before you today. And that was approved finally by the Strategic Planning Committee, forwarded to the Board of Directors, and of course, the plan was adopted unanimously at the following meeting. So as I mentioned, the plan discusses three broad goals and strategies to accomplish each of those goals. And so the first goal is to establish a coordinated and engaged regional system of care. And of the three strategies that Home Base suggests that we engage in to accomplish this goal, establish a cross-jurisdictional effort to create shared processes to access funding streams, identify community priorities, and coordinate the countywide homeless system of care. Improve data collection, measurement, and analysis, and to educate and engage the community. And some measures of success to tell us that we may have accomplished some of these strategies. This goal would be that all housing and homelessness agencies and programs are trained and participate in the homeless management information system, that a formal coordinated entry system is in place, that the HMIS collects intake, assessment, and exit data, that all stakeholder groups, the county, cities, continuum of care, service providers, and community-based organizations have adopted the strategic plan, again, in an effort to focus regional collaboration. And that stakeholders are working together community-wide to implement a shared set of strategies to address homelessness in line with the strategic plan, and that a shared funding process or advisory board has been put in place with representatives from the county, cities, and others to collaborate around available resources. Goal number 2 asks that we increase access and reduce barriers to homeless crisis response services. Perhaps the most important strategy here under this goal is to expand low barrier shelter capacity, hours, and services, but also to invest in prevention and diversion programs and to improve and expand street outreach and engagement of the homeless. Some measurables for success: create 200 new housing-focused low-barrier shelter beds by 2025. To create an additional 200 total rental assistance and eviction prevention grants by 2025. That by that date, that year, we will have 50% less homeless in the county than we found in 2019, and so on. Goal 3 is to ensure access to affordable and sustainable permanent housing solutions. Strategies to accomplish this would include increasing affordable housing stock for vulnerable adults, youth, and families, to invest in landlord engagement programs, navigation, and incentives, and to expand case management, employment, and supportive services. Some particular measures of success: 100 new rapid rehousing opportunities are available, and 200 new permanent supportive housing units are built, rehabilitated, or in the pipeline for people experiencing homelessness. Veteran homelessness reaches functional zero by the 2025 point in time count. I want to note that this particular measure of success was in direct reference to the goal that has already been established by not just this board, but the Stockton City Council. That the county and its 4 largest cities initiate at least one new pilot project to test the efficacy of non-conventional housing options. That the county and its 4 largest cities create or adopt different policies, for example, waiving fees or increasing density. And that the HMIS collects the time between assessment for services and placement into a transitional or permanent housing program. I mentioned the implementation addendum, and this is one of the key deliverables that the local committee working with Homebase to develop this plan said, Homebase, we really need you to give us this. We want something that is more actionable than other comparable plans, and I do believe that they've accomplished this. The implementation addendum examines goals and strategies to highlight the suggested steps. It provides a roadmap for year 1 and also talks about years 2 through 5. Includes suggested responsible parties, including stakeholders and end users, and really highlights that the success of the plan is dependent upon the commitment and the collaboration of those responsible and the available resources that they have access to. And sort of a theme throughout the plan, of course, is prioritizing coordinating limited resources is essential. And again, the HAP program in particular was forefront in our minds with that particular statement. So in conclusion, the request before you today is to adopt this strategic plan and to provide direction to staff for plan implementation. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Questions from the board? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there's a lot in that strategic plan as we got a little bit of a synopsis of it. Where did they come up with the number 200, which is similar to what our CAO has submitted for today's next discussion, that we need to increase 200 beds for emergency shelter when we have, over 1,000 people living out in the streets, and to do this by 2025. That's just a outside window when we could do it much sooner. I mean, to say we want to do this by 2025 is a big span of time.
So all of the goals, all of the measures for success, really everything in the plan comes from the voices of, again, dozens of folks who are directly interacting with Homebase on developing the plan, but also the hundreds of people that were interviewed or otherwise contributed information. All of it comes from community feedback, and in particular, that goal was by consensus considered to be a reasonable goal, considering the sort of challenges involved. Some of the other goals around permanent supportive housing are a little bit more what we might call a stretch goal or a little bit more ambitious, simply because we had it in mind that there's already some projects that are in the pipeline. I'll be discussing those in the next presentation. Whereas we weren't really considering new shelter beds that are already in the pipeline now. So if to the extent that we can exceed any of these goals, and especially that one, we should absolutely as a community be trying to do that. And I would agree with you that it's a pretty conservative goal, and I think we can probably do better. And that is certainly the hope.
Great. So then if we looked right now at Stanislaus, which we talked about at our last board meeting, and as in closing of that presentation, as our chair, Ms. Miller, had said, bigger, the most. What can we do to maximize the impact? I mean, Stanislaus has the Salvation Army, which is roughly 200 people, and then their emergency shelter adjoining to the same property has another couple of hundred people. That's 400 people there, and their homeless population is roughly half of ours. Mm-hmm. So, looking at that, I would say our goal should be somewhere in that 600 person capacity, maybe 400 for emergency overnight shelter and 200 into a transitional program, navigation center and such. Would you agree on perhaps that number?
I would certainly agree that we should go as big as we possibly can. And of course, it's going to be constrained by available resources, by a lot of other factors. But yes, absolutely. We have 1,558 unsheltered homeless people per our own point in time count. It's unrealistic that we will create that many shelter beds, and really we shouldn't necessarily be focused on creating that many shelter beds when we can create exits from existing shelter and really utilize the system that we have a little better. But adding beds, low barrier beds, especially in the time of COVID, I think is going to be incredibly important.
Excellent. So I appreciate that. You had mentioned that you got feedback from a lot of people. I wasn't consulted. I wasn't interviewed. I've got multiple meetings in my community. I meet with, right on my waterways in my district, just when I say my, but, right here in the county, the waterways that are the delta that in my district, I've met with, more than dozens, probably 100 or 200 residents that are concerned by that blight and that impact on our waterways. I wasn't consulted. I wasn't invited to any meeting at all. So when this was put together, it wasn't done with complete collaboration. I don't know of anybody from the Save the Delta or the Delta Neighborhood Watch or anybody else that was, I'm sorry, not Save the Delta, but the Delta Neighborhood Watch that was invited to those meetings. So that was a little bit concerning. I kept waiting to be interviewed or talked to because myself and Supervisor Villapudua and many others are as involved in this because of the impact in our community as we all are. So it would have been nice to participate. That's why some of these numbers I'm questioning. But I think the goals are they're all true. We need to do what we're going to do. Whatever we're going to do, and do it, I think, in a more expedient manner, which will be discussed more at length today. But I am ambitious. I'd like to see more than just that 200. What I'm not seeing, though, is an actual use of funds proposal. Do we have that in a different presentation or form?
Certainly my presentation in the next section here will get into use of available funds around the idea of a low barrier shelter. But no, this plan specifically did not talk about specific funds because those would then be depleted, and then people looking at the plan in 6 months or a year from now, it would be antiquated. So it was really designed to be a little bit more general than that.
Okay, got it. So it just gives goals and objectives and took a snapshot of what we have and what we should be doing.
And talks about available resources, whatever that means in the moment.
Right. Okay. So moving forward then, I guess in the next presentation, we'll be getting a little bit more specific for the use of funds and then how that would incorporate the partnerships as highlighted in this strategic plan.
Indeed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. One of my questions was already answered here in that so this strategic plan really consists of goals. So all of these things that are listed under the goals and the measures to achieve them and all of that are not things that have been accomplished yet, but goals that we want to accomplish in order to enact some kind of a reasonable approach to the problem of homelessness.
That's correct, sir. So the goals are sort of broad, and then those are narrowed down through the strategies, and then of course you can look at the measures of success. Some measures of success we're relatively close to. For example, one around goal number 1 was to broadly engage everyone involved or all key stakeholders on the homeless management information system. And that system is pretty broadly engaged right now, and there's some room for improvement, and that's kind of what that measure of success acknowledges. There are other goals, for example, creating 200 shelter beds that will take a lot more doing. Or should I say strategies and measures of success?
Yes, okay. And I'd like to just highlight one of the measures here under Goal 3 that I think is very important. So Goal 3 then was to ensure that households experiencing homelessness have access to affordable housing solutions. And that's one of the big problems here in California is finding affordable housing. So I think the measure 3.4 is very important. It says that we want the county and the cities to create and adopt new policies that waive fees, increase density, change zoning to facilitate new and affordable housing. So I think things along those lines where we try to reduce the government regulations and the number of hurdles that have to be leaped in order to accomplish some of these housing efforts, these housing projects. If we can reduce those obstacles, I think that will be a considerable help here in terms of providing some of the affordable housing solutions. And I was pleased to see that we have some of that incorporated in some of the later items that are on the agenda today as well as just using some proposals here that don't necessarily build new housing, but provide for the use of housing that's already there, such as increased rental assistance and things like that. We just need to be looking at all of those means to provide for affordable housing.
Well, and Supervisor, I'll just add that to the extent that the Board of Supervisors can provide that direction to myself, County Administrator Nino, and our entire staff as we move forward in implementing this plan and other solutions to homelessness, that guidance and leadership will be essential. And quite frankly, it will be essential with all of the jurisdictions in San Joaquin County that are interested in making an impact on this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that presentation. I'm just wondering, do we? I think in the near future, I think we should be working more with like the Gospel Center and all these, places that really help the homeless. I mean, 200 people, they can do that easily. I mean, they're on their way to, improving that, and I'm hoping that we as a county can work more of like more Gospel Centers and more programs like that. I think they do a fascinating job, great job of taking care of people in the community. Hoping we can concentrate on that also.
Well, thank you. I mean, I think it's important to highlight that we have a lot of good organizations doing really great work in this community, and the planning that has occurred over just the last couple of years around, for example, what Gospel Center we know are getting ready to do, and also what they're planning in terms of the number of beds and the expansions to their facility. There are other plans in place. Yes, I think that, again, to the extent that this board can provide that guidance to say, let's support these existing operations, let's do this new thing over here, let's add permanent housing. All of that is going to be essential to really guiding this county forward and seeing what we can do to support the greater collaborative effort.
You're right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Supervisor Wynn able to be heard at this point, Clerk?
I don't believe so, Madam Chair. They've narrowed down what they think the problem is, either between WebEx or the AT&T audio, so they are still troubleshooting those issues.
Okay.
I have been able to communicate with him via email, but, I understand the concerns about him voting in that way.
Right.
I did let him know if he had any comments, he could email them to me. He has not yet at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Patty, you have a follow-up?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to follow up on something that Supervisor Elliott had just brought up, and Mr. Cheshire had mentioned you wanted board direction or discussion. So maybe it's appropriate next, if you said it's in the, as Supervisor Elliott said, it might be discussed later about fees and reductions. I know that meetings past, I had mentioned something in this capacity would be helpful, as it's noted. I mean, everybody would know if we can reduce those costs and the time and the regulations. Just as an example, I talked to Carolyn Ellis in a meeting one time, and I asked her if she was to build, let's say, a 50-apartment complex, what would the permit fee be, just roughly? And she shot out roughly about $2 million. I said, what if that was reduced by 60 or 80%, so people would line up to start building? So if we could start making it affordable, and if that's something we should talk now about with our CAO, maybe bring back to this board, or if that's in another part of today's presentation. But I think we obviously need to get there.
So, Madam Chair, board members, so if you look at page 4 of the report, Supervisor Elliott, Supervisor Patty, that stated goal, we actually stated in there that staff will evaluate the cost benefit of those proposed changes. I believe our community development department would be probably have the best insight, because I would hate for this board to delegate that authority to anybody to not hear what it does to our overall program here in San Joaquin County. But yes, we wrote it right in the staff report. If that's the board's direction based upon how our next project goes, to bring that evaluation as part of whatever RFP or whatever direction we get with the next item, I just would recommend to this board that allow our community development director to be the lead on that, so that there doesn't create any level of inconsistency, and we're addressing the particular areas that this board is directing us to, and to keep that policy here within this board of supervisors.
Sure. Agreed. Okay. Thank you. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's my understanding that with this sort of a goal in a strategic plan, which is very broad, each individual jurisdiction will need to look at this within the area that they have oversight on. I know the city of Stockton did make some zoning changes. I know you can build an accessory dwelling unit now by right. I mean, and that streamlines that. You don't have to go through that long zoning process. There are things like that do need to be looked at in each jurisdiction, though, because zoning laws exist because they are responsive to individual communities' priorities, and we need to recognize that on behalf of the residents in the unincorporated area. But I would also like to have, I mean, in terms of providing direction, I think we should have our community development department take a look at this and see where we can encourage adding some density, adding the ability for folks in the unincorporated area to provide some increased housing on their own. There's a lot of people that would build, you know, a cottage for family members, or, you know, an addition for either a small rental unit or for members of their family. We should look into those things. That's the kind of solution that provides multiple benefits to our residents. So I would like to see that. I would also like to thank everyone that participated in this. I understand, Supervisor Patty, your frustration in not being as engaged. I wasn't either. With this kind of an effort, it's impossible to catch everyone, and really what they were, I think, mostly interacting with were the service providers and staff members of the various jurisdictions that are actively administering various programs and that sort of thing. Although there was public input, there was a lot of public comment taken at a couple of public meetings. For me, reading this, this is the culmination of a lot of work on the part of a lot of people in this county that have really been in the trenches for decades, working on this, trying to find solutions. I especially appreciate that we placed an emphasis on actionable items, ways to measure how those actions are working. And if they aren't, then that gives us the ability to pivot and try something new. So I appreciate that. I do think in terms of collaboration, this county is miles ahead of where it was 5 years ago. There's just no question. And I think that is going to continue to reap benefits for all of us in San Joaquin County. I think this strategic plan captures very well the complexity of this issue, in that you cannot just focus on one solution. And it says very clearly that the ultimate solution is more affordable housing, more permanent supportive housing. That's the ultimate solution to homelessness. But that's not the only thing that's needed. We also need the ability to expand services like rental assistance, like substance abuse programs, like mental health, behavioral health services. But we also need immediate shelter relief for a lot of folks. And so we can't just do one thing. And I think that's always been the dilemma, trying to balance the need. I had a call with someone from the state who basically asked me, well, in terms of the state's funding, how could we tweak it to make it better for you? And I basically said, well, it's not tweaking the pots of money. We need more money in the pot. That's basically what it comes down to, is we're always having to prioritize and juggle. And this strategic plan is an attempt to help us prioritize those dollars and pool our resources in a collaborative way so that we bring more resources to bear on the priorities. So thank you, Mr. Cheshire. I know you've been very, very involved in this and represented the county along with a lot of our other departments. I mean, county departments have been in this mix from the very beginning, a wide, broad, coverage of what the county brings to bear on this issue. So I personally want to thank all of our staff members, our CAO, who's provided that kind of support to all of those departments. and to my fellow supervisors for making this a priority for us and for the people of San Joaquin. So are there any other questions, or Supervisor Patty?
A quick follow-up, Madam Chair. Thank you. On this, in the Stockton presentation, you did have a HAP joint eligibility priority uses and funding allocation, which was primarily focusing on that navigation center. Is that in a later part of today's presentation?
No, I don't get into the specific budget details of HAP, and I wasn't involved in the City of Stockton presentation.
I got it. So, because it was similar, we've got much of the same information, but you know, I like to see this plan. You know, what's the use of funds? What can we do? And what's actionable? So maybe this is something that we'll bring in another time.
Certainly, we can discuss that in the next presentation. Yeah, for
Great,
sure.
thank you.
Yeah.
I would also like to say that I agree with Supervisor Villapudua. I do want to make sure that we look at and we analyze carefully what existing providers we have throughout San Joaquin County and how we can expand what they're doing. If we already have organizations that have expertise and capacity, but they're simply lacking in funding, I'd like to see us look at that very carefully. So I agree with Supervisor Villapudua in that area. And I also would really like to stress that we move along in a collaborative fashion whenever it's possible to with the goal of maximizing the resources and being able to impact the results as much as possible.
And I just want to reemphasize a point that you already made, which is that this plan, while broad in many cases, is really at the base designed to provide guidance on how to spend those limited resources. Because at the end of the day, that's really what we're talking about, right? So again, just an excellent point. I just really wanted to reemphasize that.
Right. And I would also like to thank the folks that provided input to the board. We received a letter from the City of Stockton signed by the mayor and the city manager. United Way of San Joaquin provided input, and the Continuum of Care. We may have received some others as well. Clerk, did I catch them all?
I think so. I do have a comment from Supervisor Nguyen, and then also a public comment that has been submitted for this item.
Great. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll hear that before we move.
Okay. Supervisor Nguyen of District 4 writes, I appreciate Mr. Cheshire's presentation and his efforts in collaboration with others to present the board with a comprehensive strategic plan. Many of the questions asked are covered in the low barrier shelter program in item 2. I am most concerned with meeting the immediate need for shelter beds and at the same time move forward with other housing programs. And then we also received a public comment from Christina Fugazi, who is the councilwoman for the City of Stockton District 5, and she writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, the Stockton City Council and city staff look forward to working with you on implementing the 2020 strategic plan on homelessness. We approved at our July 14th, 2020 meeting. We must stay consistent with the plan that has obvious common goals, as well as maintain collaboration, transparency, and accountability on our efforts. The City of Stockton needs a role outside of merely allocating funds. Let us share in the heavy lifting it is going to take to make a noticeable impact in our community. We can't keep talking about doing projects like a navigation center. We must act on it. We have had 2 joint meetings between the county and city elected officials, and we should all be on the same page in reducing the amount of people living on our streets. Let's get to work. And that concludes the comments.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments, Mr. Cheshire?
No, thank you, ma'am.
County Administrator? Okay, then I am going to bring this back to the board. We are being asked today to adopt this 2020 San Joaquin County Strategic Plan. I believe we've provided direction in terms of our priorities, and I think we'll discuss that a little more in depth on the next item. But for right now, we're being asked to adopt this strategic plan.
I'll make a motion to adopt this strategic plan.
Have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Okay, And that motion is approved. The plan is adopted on a 4-0 vote, with Supervisor Wynn being still technically absent, but participating via email. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we are going to talk about staff recommendations and priorities for low barrier shelter. Mr. Cheshire, I think you're up again.
Thank you so much, and good morning again. So just as an overview, want to kind of briefly talk about several items. There are 749 shelter beds countywide. 58% of those are located in Stockton. Per our last point in time count, as I mentioned earlier, 1,558 unsheltered individuals counted. 59% of those were in Stockton, and 39% of those are chronically homeless. To the extent that a project of this type is contemplated, it should also include thoughts regarding COVID. Received some information I'll get into in the next slide regarding the state's likelihood that they'll be prioritizing non-congregate shelter for the funds they're making available. There are multiple local projects in development which should necessarily inform the direction in which we go to add new beds or new permanent supportive housing units or any other project. I talked just now about the strategic plan and its highlights for a low barrier shelter. It suggests, again, 200 new low barrier shelter beds by 2025, and necessarily low barrier shelter targets chronic homelessness. There are multiple possibilities for a location, but finding an ideal location will be challenging, and to the extent that a request for proposal can design some flexibility into that process, that will be important in finding maybe not the ideal location, but a good one. Talk about startup and ongoing costs, which could range between $2.5 and $5 million, depending on facilities and number served and a lot of other factors that make it difficult to model a true cost for a project this theoretical at this point. But using the Stanislaus County shelter as the model, which I know this board is very familiar with, that was sort of the basis for the figures you're about to see. Regarding COVID-19 and congregate shelter, the primary guidance that we have, and certainly that the state is directing folks like me to right now, comes from the Center for Disease Control's interim guidance for homeless service providers to plan and respond to coronavirus disease 2019. So that is really very much a guide on how to address COVID-19 in congregate settings. On a call a couple of weeks ago, I was told that the state will be, quote, paying close attention to jurisdictions' use of funds for new or expanded congregate shelter. So it did raise some concerns regarding the idea that the state may restrict or make ineligible grant funds used for congregate shelter development. I was told that state departments will be issuing information specific to the use of grant funds such as HAP and PLHA for congregate and non-congregate shelter at a future date. And as soon as I have that available, I will be making that available to County Administrator Nino as well as this board. Wanted to talk again briefly about the pipeline of projects either planned or underway in an effort to sort of inform this board about where we are kind of right now heading and how a project like this might sort of fit in. There are right now 60 total beds of transitional housing being planned. They're in a little bit of an expansion phase right now under San Joaquin County Behavioral Health Services. I cannot emphasize enough how Behavioral Health Services has really moved the needle on permanent supportive housing for their clients in this county. They are doing great work over there. Thank you to Tony Vartan and Francis Hutchins and the whole group. As Supervisor Villaputua had mentioned, Gospel Center is planning to add 118 beds by November of this year. That's underway. That is going to happen. They are also planning an additional 178 beds, and that was one of the attachments in the board report. They have certainly a high-level budget and some drawings and some pretty solid plans for 178 beds. There are 67 permanent housing units underway right now that are planned to be completed between summer of 2020, so very soon, and winter of next year. Additionally, I want to talk about Victory Gardens. They have applied for tax credits, and assuming an award of tax credits, they have already received an award of VHHP. They're bringing that to the county for the first time. Assuming that second source of funding, that will give them the green light to move forward with an additional 49 units of housing for homeless veterans. Town Center Studios is another proposal proposed by Central Valley Low Income Housing Corporation, and which was also included as an attachment to this board letter, that talks about a motel conversion, creating 39 units of permanent supportive housing for the chronically homeless. And more, we are going to see motel conversion as a strategy for permanent supportive housing. It's something that can be done at perhaps a lower cost and perhaps more quickly than certainly new construction. And then I want to mention, to kind of echo Supervisor Elliott's comments earlier regarding rental assistance and the kind of key position that holds in the total housing and services system, and certainly with exits to shelter. The Housing Authority, off and on since 2017, has had what they call a transitional preference program for housing choice vouchers, formerly Section 8. And so through that program, which takes referrals directly from shelters and seeks to place folks from those shelters directly into permanent housing using that rental assistance voucher, they've placed 102 families. And so they are also looking to expand that. And to the extent that they're able to find some dollars to expand that program, I think it will continue to be a key aspect of our ability to exit people out of shelter and create new capacity in our existing shelter. Thank you for adopting the plan. I know there were a lot of folks that were paying close attention to that. I'm sure there's a lot of folks that are very relieved that this board has done that. And so I wanted to talk about alignment of the strategic plan with a potential low barrier shelter. Of course, as I've mentioned over and over again, the plan suggests that a measure of success would be to add 200 new low barrier shelter beds by 2025. And if we can go beyond that, even better. The expansion of low barrier shelter capacity, not just through new beds, but also through existing beds, by making existing beds lower barrier, is another strategy that is certainly something worth considering, and something I think that this board and Stockton City Council and everybody else should be considering as a possibility. Low barrier necessarily means that the beds would ascribe to a housing first approach and have a housing focused program design, meaning that end goal of placing people in permanent housing should always be at the forefront in order to create capacity for new folks to move in. Talking about the chronically homeless, 39%, as I mentioned earlier, identified as chronically homeless in the point in time count. That's 608 individuals. HUD's priority is very much to target the most vulnerable, and typically that is the chronically homeless, people who have a multitude of issues that are contributing to their homelessness. A low barrier shelter will be designed to impact unsheltered homelessness by targeting chronic homelessness and the chronically homeless. And so that necessarily, and certainly with my recommendation, should be the target population for any scope of work that we might be talking about today. During the interview process, the community feedback process that Home Base engaged in, I had the opportunity also to participate in client interviews with folks that are currently homeless, living at shelters. And not surprisingly, the feedback that we got from those folks aligns with evidence-based practices around housing first and low barrier approaches. Now, these folks may not necessarily have ever heard of low barrier or housing first, but it's not surprising that the folks who are homeless are providing us with this kind of feedback. For example, eliminating drug testing, allowing pets, partners, and possessions, creating smaller or individual rooms within shelters to allow people to better manage their health and safety. I mean, that was a piece of feedback that we got back in December. So even more relevant now than it ever has been. As I mentioned, I personally believe that a location will be the most challenging aspect of really siting any shelter, any permanent housing, any homeless services. Siting the location is the biggest challenge. One of the attachments to the board letter, the Shelter That Succeeds report that came out of the Continuum of Care in October, talks at great length about how sort of strategies or things to keep in mind in terms of locating a shelter. And I highlight one of those here, which is that a new shelter should be located where unsheltered homelessness is common to reduce community resistance. Imagine placing a shelter in an affluent community. The resistance would be instantaneous. Where unsheltered homelessness is already common, evidence shows that placing a shelter there, i.e. providing those folks with somewhere else to go other than the street corner, is effective in reducing unsheltered homelessness in that location. No surprise there. So an RFP should be designed to allow for flexibility in the choice of site, to allow proposals to take advantage of whatever possible resources they might have available to them in order to successfully put forward a really viable proposal. And some possible suggested strategies could be the conversion of an office or a warehouse. It could be the provision of surplus public land or facilities. Executive Order N2320 talked about making Caltrans land available. There's also strategies regarding, and as we discussed earlier, expanding low barrier beds or supporting projects that seek to expand low barrier beds. For example, a Gospel Center Rescue Mission, as already mentioned, or Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, Lodi Salvation Army Hope Harbor. I always mention those three because those three are the largest emergency shelters in San Joaquin County. And then, of course, talking about modular facilities on an undeveloped or partially developed piece of land is certainly a quick and cost-effective way to create new capacity. Talking about startup and renovation, again, it's complicated without modeling a specific project. However, I do mention that costs will vary widely depending on a number of things, including the ability to secure land, an existing structure which may or may not have sufficient facilities, such as showers, for example, using manufactured or prefabricated facilities, such as a sprung structure. The sources of funding typically require prevailing wage, although to the extent that a project is able to model private funding, that problem would be solved. And then there are multiple other factors, obviously. So for sake of this argument, and because the board is I think, pretty familiar with this project, I modeled the Stanislaus County shelter's costs at around $3 million for design, construction, inspection, furnishings, appliances, and supplies to add 182 beds in 18,000 square feet of an existing warehouse on Salvation Army Modesto's campus. And in addition, that does not include the 5-year lease agreement at 75 cents a square foot. In terms of ongoing costs, because of the strategic plan measure of success, I'm using 200 beds as a starting point and using the Stanislaus County model for those costs. So we're looking at $46.78 a day, around $3.5 million per year to include costs for administration, facilities operations, pets, food service and staffing, which is always the biggest costs, and case management, storage, and security. Assuming that PLHA is the sole source of ongoing funding for any RFP that the county might issue, available resources as modeled on this Stanislaus shelter would allow us to serve 76 clients per year. Regarding the potential sources of funds, I'm providing totals here, but there are some budget specifics that were submitted to the state that I can certainly talk about if necessary. But we're looking at the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program as what is currently available for total one-time costs for capital expenses and that sort of thing. Permanent local housing allocation, PLHA, is certainly available ongoing. We expect that to be around that number per year for the next 5 years. I also mentioned, because this is a list of unobligated and available funds for homelessness, the CDBG, CV, and ESG CV sources. And those are CARES Act based sources of funding, and as has been noted before, are very unlikely to be able to be used for a project of this type just because of the nature of those funds, the requirements around specifically addressing impacts of COVID-19. So just to recap, before the board today is a recommendation to issue a request for proposal for a service provider capable of operating up to a 200-bed low-barrier shelter, and to focus that project on the chronically homeless population as defined by HUD. And, of course, we would appreciate any additional direction that the board may have. So with that, again, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott, you have some questions?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few initial questions here. Homelessness by focusing on the chronically homeless. So there are, I think you indicated there are about 39% or so that are chronically homeless right now. So what are we doing about the other 60%? I mean, there are more of them, and if they're not chronically homeless, wouldn't it be easier to resolve some of their issues that are making them homeless now than the chronically homeless?
It's a good point and a great question. And so the idea behind targeting the chronically homeless is that typically those folks are the ones that are what we call the hardest to serve and frankly are causing some of the biggest problems in our community. A program that is sufficiently low barrier to address the reasons why those folks aren't coming in off of the levies or from behind the businesses will necessarily reduce homelessness in a population that is really, really tough to serve and really, really causing some serious issues. And in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of a lot of experts, will have the greatest impact on our community and the sort of positive effects of reducing that population. That is not to say that we don't have hundreds and hundreds of other families and other folks who are maybe don't have these kinds of high-level need that are also in need of help. And there are different strategies and different levels of funding and intensity of resources that should be brought to bear for those folks. Typically, our existing shelters are targeting people who are not chronically homeless, who are the sort of, let's say, lower need client. And, with the 700 some odd beds that we have in our community, we've got a lot of space for those folks. Creating new places for folks that we really don't have a lot of space for is the strategy I'm highlighting for the board today.
All right, so that fits in then with the title, I guess, of this item here, which is priorities for a low barrier shelter, because that's what we're missing right now. Yeah. Okay, and then related to that, there was a slide that you had there that talked about some of the things that were suggested that would make some of the policies that should be used in a low barrier structure. And there were a couple of those things that wanted your input here on why would we do those things, like eliminate alcohol and drug testing, and eliminating curfews and limited mealtime hours. So are we serving meals all day long and letting people come and go time of the day or night? And it just seems that some of those things, and no drug testing, whatever, some of those things seem like that's just encouraging and supporting the lifestyle that they're currently living on the street, but allowing them to continue that lifestyle in a shelter instead of continuing it out on the street. So what are your reactions to that?
You're right that sort of the behavior-based approach and saying we're going to give you some space around these issues, but to a point, it is an important nuance of approaching client service in this way. All of these suggestions are designed to reduce barriers to people who would not otherwise enter a shelter. Right? Because the idea is that because those people are not willing to enter a shelter, it's hard to get started with someone who isn't willing to at least accept help. So when I'm a street outreach worker and I'm coming to you and saying, hey, I want you to come into this shelter we just started. What do you think? We're here to help you. Well, I'm not quite ready to get off drugs yet. Well, that's okay. We don't do testing. We don't let you do drugs inside. We don't let you drink alcohol inside. But we're not worried about what's in your system. We're worried about your behavior. Come on in. Okay, well, but I got my dog here. I really can't come in. That's okay. We have space for your pets, et cetera, et cetera. So reducing those barriers improves the outcome and improves the chances the street outreach worker is going to bring someone in. I had this experience when I was the CEO of the shelter. My staff approached me and said, Adam, we're having a lot of problems with this drug testing. Every time we test somebody, they get angry and they lose it. And I say, well, here's a simple solution. Let's just stop drug testing and make it based on their behavior. If someone is causing a problem, they will be exited. But we're not going to worry so much about whether they're high or not. Because if they're high and not causing any problems, then maybe there's no problems for us. It worked very well. We didn't have any appreciable increase in the number of issues that we had. And really just moving to that sort of behavior-based model seemed to kind of smooth everything out, not just for the clients, but also for the staff. So, evidence shows that if you're trying to target this high needs population with a multitude of issues contributing to their homelessness, reducing those barriers is going to help bring them inside and hopefully, eventually, get them to accept help, which is kind of the key goal.
How did that work in your past experience in terms of getting them to accept help?
Very well. I mean, it's an individual choice, and it can be incredibly frustrating to work with people who have it in them, and if they could only just get out of their own way and make the right choices, that they would be able to succeed, and that you have the resources to help them. It is incredibly frustrating when they kind of can't get over that hump. The goal is to try to be there with a hand out when they're ready to reach out too, and to bring them along. But again, without having the ability to bring them in the first place, you can never even get started in that work. And that's, that's the goal for the hundreds of homeless services providers that are working in San Joaquin County every day.
Okay, so on the drug testing then, alcohol and drug testing, even though you didn't do the testing, you still enforced behavior requirements there so that people couldn't be shooting up in the facility and getting high and all of those things.
You got searched when you walked in the door. You weren't allowed to bring that stuff inside. We weren't going to deny you service, but we were going to say, sorry, you can't bring it inside, so take it somewhere else, and then come on back. We'll make sure you don't have it on you. If I saw you doing drugs, or if anybody in the staff saw you doing drugs, you'd be exited from the campus immediately. That counted for alcohol, too, which is a legal drug, but we've got people living at the shelter that are trying to lift themselves up out of substance abuse. And so there was a very strict policy when I was there, and I know it's still the case. No alcohol consumption, no drug consumption on the campus.
So it can work then?
It worked very well when I was there, and I believe it continues to work well.
How about the elimination of curfews and no set mealtime hours?
Again, this was feedback from the folks living in the shelters. I think that, again, to the extent that we can reduce barriers or stop people from kind of using these things as excuses to go, you know what, I'm going to leave. I'm getting frustrated. Sometimes people have jobs, and a strict curfew can be very difficult. It can be, you have to work with people. I think there are constraints, though. A program has to be designed to work well for everyone and for the staff included. So while maybe curfews could be reduced or loosened, I would think it's probably unlikely that they would be completely eliminated. Although, I will say that when I was at the shelter, and I believe this is still the case, we were open 24/7. So somebody who came and wanted a shelter bed at 3 o'clock in the morning, they were not turned away. So I think functionally, a lot of our local shelters already operate in this way.
Right. Okay, well, those were some of my questions as to just how some of those things would work, and it sounds like you've had some experience with making them work.
Yeah.
So, all right, thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of things. Actually, through the chair, I'd like to call up, we've got Ms. Tori Verba, our district attorney, is in the back. I'd like her to come up and talk. I know she's been out on the front lines working with the homeless on a nightly basis, and see if I can maybe ask her a couple of questions to get some feedback from her. And just as Ms. Verba's coming down, Mr. Cheshire, as you identified, and Supervisor Elliott points out, that 39% chronically homeless, which seems to be the most problematic, perhaps the most high maintenance or high impact. I think that's our goal, 600. I think we should be focusing on a 600-person shelter, maybe 400 for rapid housing or rapid emergency shelter, and 200 into a transitional, like what we saw in what we see up in Stanislaus. They've got 200 and 200. So let's to get to that 600 number is I think a fantastic goal. But Ms. Verba, I just wanted to check in with you. I know you're out weekly and nightly in the community. We've, a little bit discussion item here. What are you seeing, and what's your feelings on what the board should consider and where we might be needing to go as a county in order to help you as our chief law enforcement agency here, in conjunction with the sheriff, of course?
Thank you, through the chair and the board. Yes, when you're really looking at the population that's living out on the streets, such as under the freeway or in the shelters, you're really looking at a sector of the population that haven't been able to sustain living in the shelters. They've, like Mr. Cheshire said, they're the ones that have been removed because of behavioral issues or testing positive, or those who refuse to come in because of pets. All of that falls under the umbrella of Boise and prohibits us from being able to do really anything else with them, even though they might be loitering, trespassing, defecating, or other certain certain lifestyle decisions. So it really ties our hands in how we can move forward with them. We continue to try to coach up and engage them and work with them to try to come in for services. If we can get them into a shelter, we can start making that recovery process. And I agree with Mr. Cheshire's recommendation that you really have to go to that no-low barrier for two reasons. One, to get that very high-risk population to come in, and two, to be in compliance with Boise. Because if they're in compliance with Boise, then we can take another pathway through the criminal justice system. So that gives us, really a dual benefit there of his recommendations. And I think that's appropriate. We have easily a need for 600. I agree with you, Supervisor, that there is definitely a need for that. We feed a couple hundred every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I'm only in Stockton. So we just haven't had enough volunteers because of COVID to get to Tracy, Manteca, Lodi, Ripon, and Escalon. So 600, I think, is right in that area where we really need to be able to process people through. And we know that we have a permanent housing problem, and that solution is years in the making. And so we have to do things during that time in order. So I know that goal 1 is permanent, and 2 is more wraparound services, and 3. But for us living in the community right now, 2 and 3 are huge, because that's what we see every day and what we live with. And none of us take pride in seeing people living in the street, but we also get frustrated with people. Difficult journey. And so I think that it's important that we really lift up these services and you start moving people in while we're waiting for the permanent housing solution to come.
Based on your estimation and your experience in being out there again, and also want to include Supervisor Villapudua and you and staff are out there engaged. This is in a great part, your district, that there's so much impact. We have estimates of tens of millions of dollars of costs and the impact in and around to the county and even to the cities. Would you suggest? Would you agree that perhaps that roughly 600 chronically homeless are the greatest impact? I know they would be perhaps for the fire department, which is upwards of 40% of their calls now are 40 to 60. Actually, one of the firefighters shared with me the other day. Would you say that's the greatest impact in the community and the greatest cost would be those chronically homeless?
I probably would let if the fire or sheriff are here. My understanding is it's generating between about 28 to 42% of the calls associated with it, but they would be the better source. I don't want to speak on their behalf. That does roll into my office, but it's a much smaller percentage. But even being out there, and a lot of people will have symptoms as simple as a cold, and they'll call 911 for an ambulance to be transported to the hospital, which is the most expensive way to get in the door, because they literally don't have any transportation to the facility. It's after hours, and maybe the clinic's closed, and so they're doing it. At one point, I know Jolene from the Stockton shelter said she was averaging about 3 calls a night by ambulance. At $2,500 a piece, that's $7,500 a night for transportation. And when we're looking at that data, because if it's a serious thing, obviously call. But if it's a thing where an individual is back in the shelter by the morning, that's not a 911 call. Most of us would get in the car and drive to the facility. So is it more economical for us to get that transportation available? That's a non-medical, that isn't so egregiously expensive. So those kinds of things, I think that when you look at it in its totality, the cost that it impacts law enforcement, prosecution, the courts, the public defender, the jail, and then as well as our partners in medical and mental health care, we're spending a lot of money. We're spending a lot of money, and we're not driving the results that we could be driving. We have some positive, and I want to make sure that we do highlight that today. There are a lot of great things that BHS and public health and all of them are doing. We forget to see how many people they are lifting up, because we only see the ones that are on the street. But they are doing some pretty amazing work. It's just a resource-driven issue. And while the plan and the COC plan and those are good, but anybody doing the numbers on how much that's going to cost to sustain every year and where that money's coming from? I would estimate, I did a rough draft over the last 24 or 48 hours, about $25 million a year to keep it up and keep it going. So, you have to think about where you're going to be able to do that, how you're going to be able to do it. So those would be my concerns with this. I mean, I would think that you need in your shelter navigation, and if you bring in a new large shelter, such as we've had conversations about the Sprung or buying an existing building, you know, you're looking at probably a $6 million investment, plus including the wraparound services. You need to bolster up whole person care to do the outreach work that we're just doing as volunteers. Health outreach, you need to have clinics, you need to have sexually transmitted disease and birth control out there. I've got probably 11 pregnant women out there. Pregnant women should not be living in the camp. No prenatal care, probably substance abuse going on. I have families out there that needs to be addressed. That'd probably be about a $4 million bill, I would think. Law enforcement needs to support up programs like LEAD. Mental health needs to be co-located in law enforcement, in my opinion, much like we do with our victim advocacy program. I think that's incredibly important, and we need to fund and increase these mobile units for response times. And then when we bring them into custody, there's programs there that we're going to be having to look at as well, because we were not going to have a lot of time, but the time that we do with them, we want to have an impact and get a good assessment and a good snapshot of them, and then funneling them into programs like Ready to Work or Salvation Army or those that do a lot of our reentry work, or Mary Magdalene. You have to have safe camping and parking, because let's face it, you're still going to have people. You're about to embark on what they project to be one of the worst recessions of all time. You think we have a problem now. Where are we going to be a year from now? So you're going to have some mechanism for safe camping and parking that's controlled and doesn't create blight within our community. That's going to require hygiene, trash maintenance, and I mean everyday trash maintenance, every day. You cannot do it once a month, bring a big bulldozer in. It has got to be every day. That also is going to require security and on-site management operations. And then you still have the global approach of who's going to run the fiscal, the planning, the media, the development, the administration, and then have like a data co-op so that you have a data dashboard so the community sees the work and sees the transition. So if you look at that, that's what I've learned over the last 6 months being out there every day. Looking at that and implementing that, you're looking at a big number off the top of my very rough numbers. I would say about 25 million.
To do all of it.
All of it.
Yeah.
Would be my guess. I'm not an accountant, so don't hold me to it. But
right. And that's probably spot on. I mean, if you look at some of the bigger programs, Haven for Hope in San Antonio, they're at a $40 million a year budget. So if we came in there and gave all those services, it's ongoing. I know that I had mentioned, and it's been mentioned perhaps through yourself as well, but at some point to maybe look at a tax initiative for the public to see if they support it and do something like that. I think we might be premature, but is there a way to get there through, have you looked at that at all?
I have, everybody hates taxes, especially since we all just had to pay them last week. So it's still very little PTSD right now with that. But yeah, a quarter cent tax can generate $25 million in a year for us. And it would give a sustainable flow of money each and every year. And I think that's what people have to understand. We have an influx of money right now from CARES, but that'll end at the end of the year most likely. And that'll allow us maybe to purchase a sprung structure, maybe to purchase a building and get us 200 beds. But how are we going to pay for it every year? How do we pay for those wraparound services? How do we have the I've done 6 budgets with Monica, so now I know. Ask all these questions. Show me the money.
Well schooled.
Yeah, well schooled. So how do you sustain it? And really, people don't understand. This requires a very high skill set of social workers, our law enforcement working. It's been unfair to law enforcement what they've been asked to do, and that is to be family counselors, child abuse counselors, mental health counselors, substance abuse counselors, all of these things. Their job is to focus on the bad actors and to get them out of society so that we can create a safe place for everybody to live. But instead, all of these societal issues have occurred, and we've pushed all the burden and responsibility onto them, and it hasn't been fair. And they've done a great job, and they've done a lot of heavy lifting without any recognition, and probably more and a lot more criticism than they deserved. But they've done it. But it's time for us to support them now and to create those mechanisms where we have teams that are solely designed to deal with the homeless, because as Mr. Cheshire said, it's a unique group. You're dealing with, and Supervisor Elliott said, you're dealing with mental health, substance abuse, early childhood trauma. Many of the women out there are victims and survivors of rape, child molest, a significant amount of very complex issues that I don't have the skill set as an attorney to address, but I can address certain parts of that for them. And so we really need a collaborative effort that when we're engaging with the homeless, whether it be out there on our homeless outreach teams, talking with them, connecting them to HSA and DMV and Social Security, WorkNet, all of those programs, they need to be co-located at that site. My recommendation was, and this is mine, I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody, would be to co-locate mental health workers in our police departments in every city and in the county and the sheriff's office. We do that with our victim advocates right now. They're at the sheriff's office and the PD till midnight. They build that relationship. We know what our role is, and they know what their role is. They go in and secure the scene and begin the investigation and the hard, heavy lifting that it requires. Or our advocates go in and do the healing part of it. And the same analogy could be used for our mental health, substance abuse, family crisis. You could have a person from the Women's Center and Child Abuse Prevention Council, and all working collaboratively, co-located at those facilities in order to take that pressure off law enforcement, but also make a more successful case, because law enforcement now can solely focus on what is their job, and that is to get the bad people off the street for us. And the other individuals that are going to be the providers that lift people up or help them heal would be there to do it as well. And whether they stay out and go into a shelter, or if we're able to get past Boise and bring them in, even when they come in, we would still be connecting them and creating that service provider, because we know they're not going to stay long. So when you look at that and you have that continuous flow, every step of the way we're working to get them off the street, to keep them off the street. And I think that's a really critical step.
And I think it's a great point. I mean, we want to build a bridge, not just bring them in and process them and have them in the system. Let's actually create a gateway. If we're going to do any program, let's be comprehensive with it.
Exactly. And you're arraigned within 48 hours, so 72 if it's a weekend. So you're not going to stay in long, you know, so unless you've done something more serious, and then you would. But I'm talking about trespassing, loitering, defecating, those kinds of things. You know, so when they come in, we need to still continue that pathway. Like, you're coming in, now you got to ask yourself where you want to go, where you want to go. We got programs here, but we don't have enough right now substance abuse programs. You know, we need to fund that more. And then I would expand the homeless court. That was one last thing I would mention. It's quarterly, I think, right now, and it's a collaborative court, because a lot of our people are in mental health court and substance abuse court, but we could figure out a better nexus with that and keeping that pulse on them. And then again, the last thing I would say is prevention, because even since COVID started, I've got a lot of people out there that are just coming in because they just got evicted, or the landlord figured out 3 families are living in one house, you know, things like of that nature. And there was a good report this morning out about the eviction rate and what they're projecting going forward. So that'll drive numbers up fast for us. So I think that those are key.
Could I volunteer you to participate if we, depending on how the board goes and what we decide, but if we maybe put together a little panel or committee to maybe, you know, bring all of these components together, would you be willing to participate and share some of that, your passion and insight and experiences?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think what is critical, like I said, I know it's easy to say no new taxes, no new fees, no new this, but there is no mechanism, especially in light of COVID and especially in light of the fact that our budgets have been hit so drastically across the nation, that the only way we're going to be able to have a sustainable program and to lift people up and to move them forward is to guarantee that there's a specific earmark money that goes in every year, percentage to law enforcement, a percentage to CBOs, a percentage to, BHS and public health and things like of that nature. I think until we can get that solid mechanism, we're just throwing a little money here and throwing a little and hoping it works. And in reality, like you said, when you're dealing with 600 people and in total maybe upwards to between 15, 56, I think is the point in count, maybe another 1,000 we missed out there, we're not going to chip away at it. And if we're projecting to add to it, we're going to get overwhelmed. And so I think that, you know, kind of like what you did with A and B in Stockton, you designated it for law enforcement, and then you had an oversight committee to ensure that it didn't just go into the general fund, that it was used properly. Something along those lines might be a good opportunity for us to begin that dialogue. And I think as a community, whether you're believing in that there should be more enforcement, this gives us more enforcement. If you believe in more, pathways for the CBOs to lift, this would give them that as well. So I think it kind of addresses everybody. across the board and gives us hope for a solution. Because without it, it's going to be tough. How are we going to come up as a county with 25 million, or the cities, in a time of such as COVID?
Correct. Question through the chair, question for County Council. What's the timeline to maybe put something like this on the November ballot?
Place a tax on the November ballot has to be in the ROV's hands by August 7th.
By August 7th.
88 days prior to the election.
So if we do something, we have to do it quickly.
We wouldn't have time to do it. You've got one meeting on August 4th, and any tax, this sounds like it would be a special tax. Tax has to be presented to the board either by ordinance or by resolution. And, the work that goes into pulling that tax document together and how it's framed in order for it to be successful is not likely something that can occur within.
I don't mind if you guys work overtime to do it.
I don't either.
Is it remotely possible?
I don't know that it's possible to put the document together, but the field work that has to go into pulling the people together who are actually going to be on the streets and get something like that passed, that's what takes the time. And that's something that I don't know that that's able to be pulled together in a 2 week.
Do you think we need to get signatures or to petition it?
No. The board can place it on. It doesn't have. It's not an initiative.
Mm-hmm.
But you're still going to have to have people out in the community who are, carrying that ball forward.
Mm-hmm.
In order for it to be successful at the ballot.
Understood. Ms. Ferber, do you have any thought on that? Do you think that's possible? If you've had discussions with some people to move this forward, do you think we can get some public support to move this, get it on the and a successful effort?
I think that we would all wish there was more time to look at it, but I think the concern you have is, if I'm correct, and please, if I'm not, correct me, County Council Miles, we would have to wait till 2 years to put it back forward.
Taxes do have to go to the public for a vote when a member of the board is standing for election.
So that's the only concern, is that 2 years from now we could be in a lot trickier place. We could have more people and more strains on the systems and not able to lift them up in order to lift people up. And some of that money, looking at if you could generate a 1/4 cent tax, could go to permanent housing as well. I think that's an important component of it. A percentage of it that would be helpful to them, because every year they're fighting for HAP money and HEAP money and things like that, trying to get it. So it would be nice at least every year if we knew we had a set amount of money going to permanent housing, and the rest would be a supplement. So yes, timing is not perfect, and like you said, I'm not a tax fan. I don't like taxes. I was hoping maybe 1 year they would just give us all a year off, but that's not going to happen. But I think a 1/4 cent tax, to ask everybody in this community to give up a 1/4 cent tax, I think could have a pathway forward, because if it meant getting people off the street, getting children and women off the street, getting people connected to substance abuse and mental health, to lifting up our law enforcement partners to do the intervention and prevention work that they could do now to get around Boise, to fund permanent housing, and then for the community to know that money exists and it will be used, and to do a data dashboard so that we're releasing results daily, 1/4 reviews from maybe Data Co-op and CAM, and creating that trust and transparency in the community. I think people might be. I know there are groups that are absolutely opposed to any government spending, and I understand and I respect their voice and I hear them. But I think at this point, between the collapse of our economy with COVID, the burden and the stress and the unreasonable amount of money that's taking out of our communities, we're looking 2 years out for an election, and then maybe a couple years after that, another year after that, to have it. What do we do in between? Where are we going to get that money? So I think if we want action and we want to move this homeless issue around, I know a lot of people are frustrated that we just have meetings and committees and plans, and the plan is great, but you don't have any money for the plan, then, you know, it's just going to park someplace in a parking lot. So I'm always game. So
are you volunteering to
No.
maybe get behind an effort to?
I have enough volunteer jobs that you've assigned me. But I'm more than willing to help and work on it. And I, like I said, I respect and I hear the voices of people that oppose any tax. I understand that. I'm usually right there with them. But this is a unique circumstance. And if we really want to solve it, if we really want to commit to it, you've got to put the money behind it.
I think if we took a survey poll, as we've seen repetitively, the number one issue that concerns everybody is homeless. It's the number one issue that's talked about and impacting our community. So this board can discuss if we want to move forward in that direction. But thank you. Through the chair, if I could maybe ask the sheriff to come on up and share some of his insight onto what we're discussing today. You know, I'm bringing up the number of 600-person emergency shelter. I want to see if you have any support or any thought on that. And as you're coming on down, if first you can share how are you feeling? Everything well?
Good.
Good.
Good. Till I got into this conversation. Stepped over that third rail right there as I came up. No, I mean, I think everybody's dead on this. I think our board understands this issue. I think our DA obviously is well versed on it and hit all the high parts. Adam's doing a great job. His thing, it's just very complex issue. You know, we need the long-term housing like we're working on, which is great for our community. We need the short-term solution because the ones we engage on a daily basis, homeless folks, are the ones that aren't out there looking to get help. They think they're fine where they're at and don't want to get into the system, so we need the carrot. We have a lot of that here. We're very fortunate in our county to people offering services and for those who want change. But those who don't want change are the ones that are impacting our citizens and our businesses and bringing that quality of life down and hurting us here. So anything we can do to help us get past the Boise decision, where we can do some enforcement, force them to get into the system. And I've seen this over 30 years in my career, that sometimes you have to use that hard love, that tough love, and force somebody to get the help that they need. And once we get them into our jail facility, we start that process. And then having a specific court, I think, would be great also, like we do for drug court and things like that, to just get them clear-minded enough to say, oh, yeah, I don't want to live this way. And start that process and then eventually get them onto their permanent housing. But again, we all know it all comes down to money. We're going to be severely impacted, as the DA said. So we're willing to do our part in this and do anything we can to help. It is a very complex problem.
If we could somehow find the funding, would you say that 600 number is a pretty good, the optimal number versus the 200 goal?
As far as beds?
Emergency bed shelter?
You know, I would just be guessing at that, but I mean, any number of beds that we could get like that would be fantastic. That allows me now to go out and offer that option if someone is breaking the law where they're staying. I know our guys are out just this morning at the end of 8 Mile Road. We have just a disaster going on out there at the levee. All these motorhomes, and so anything we can do that allows us to get those folks into the system that don't want to volunteer to do so. I can't force somebody to go get help.
Sure.
They're violating the law.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the insight and including you in this conversation. Mr. Cheshire, a question for you. It seems like it's an unknown variable, but the COVID factor, it's coming in, it's there. We know there's going to be some oversight and some requirements. Is there any thought on what we should be preparing for if you were to read the tea leaves or have a crystal ball?
In terms of guidance from the state?
Guidance from the state, requirements, mandates, what are you thinking or estimating is coming our way?
So I would again point you to, and it was included as an attachment in the board letter, the interim guidance from the CDC. I think that provides the roadmap for what the state will be basing their own guidelines, restrictions, et cetera, on. Of course, very hard to predict how that's going to go, but I think it's extremely likely that they are going to be telling us to deprioritize congregate shelter, not to eliminate shelter altogether, because I know that they understand that's an essential component of our system, but to deprioritize congregate shelter and prioritize non-congregate shelter, something like a Project Room Key, or just simply lower census levels at, let's say Stockton Shelter for the Homeless has 200 beds. We force them to, say go down to 100 will be the guidance. They can't force anybody to do anything, but I think that the stick will be and perhaps the carrot too will be the funding that's made available. And I mean, it's a recurring theme, as we can see. We are constrained primarily by the available resources. And so when you talk about 200 beds versus 600 beds, I mean, that's a major factor in why goals are set. Some of these goals were set where they were, is the understanding that available resources are limited, and as the DA very eloquently stated, that is only going to get worse as time goes on, and the impacts of COVID, the full impacts of COVID, become more and more evident.
Sure, understood. Okay, I think that kind of the talking points and the questions I have, I've just, as we have a little bit more of a discussion, including if we want to discuss talking with County Council about doing a tax to create a funding stream. But from my take on this, I'm in favor of looking at something for 600. I think that we've rushed into this. Just 2 weeks ago, we talked about doing this and came back and everybody worked hard to put together a presentation, but we really didn't get a chance to adequately sit down with City of Stockton, who wrote a letter saying that they'd like to do something, but they're kind of, looking forward to seeing what we're doing. So I would suggest that, we do move forward progressively. We make a commitment of a goal of maybe up to 600. We talk about this funding fee again as a board, but I think we should put together a partnership, a panel of support from somebody, maybe representative from the city manager, and maybe a city council member. Maybe Ms. Verber wants to participate. I've talked to people like Bill Trezza, Phyllis Scruppi. They want to be part of it. Supervisor Villapudua wants to be part of it, would like to be part of it, I know. I would as well. I'm sure Chair Miller would, and Supervisor Elliott. We'd all want to be part of this solution, but I would suggest that we kind of move forward and create some sort of ad hoc committee or whatever we want to call it. But let's create a true partnership. And if it's also creating a funding stream, attempting to do it, a tax, we can do it better in a concerted effort than if we just go forward with approval of finding an RFP for an operator for 200 bed facilities. So I think we need more inclusion and a bit more of a structure of what we're going to do. And again, I'm not sure where the rest of the board is on this, but that's my feelings at this time.
Anyone else? Clerk of the board? I believe we have some comments.
I believe Supervisor Nguyen may now be connected to the meeting. If we want to confirm he's available. Supervisor Nguyen, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We've achieved liftoff. We can hear you, Supervisor Nguyen. Would you like to provide some comments on this?
Yes, I'll make some brief comments. Again, I appreciate all the work that's been done by Adam and the collaboration with a variety of individuals. I think the topic that we're discussing, it seems like we've kind of gotten off track, is on a low barrier shelter. And from what I read from Adam's staff report or Monica's staff report, it would seem to me that our options are limited. And certainly the question that comes up as far as developing additional beds is the ongoing operating costs and where is that going to come from? Because in the staff report, it does talk about the available funds that would be currently used may limit the size of this particular facility to 76 beds. But I also am encouraged by the other, like the Gospel Mission and other agencies that are in the planning stages for additional space and obviously more beds. So it would seem to me that the question would be is we would maximize the limited amount of money that's available, and probably through the expansion process, or certainly in conjunction with maybe a renovation process, or maximize the amount of funds we have available to provide as many beds as possible. And so that would be my suggestion based upon the staff report. As far as the other issues, again, it is a matter of money. But the thing that I hear almost repeatedly is the problem is going to get worse. And the question has to be is, the state and to some extent the federal government has spent billions of dollars, and it seems like we're not making progress. So I have no problem with helping those who are in desperate need, and I think we need to talk again about the behavioral health and certainly substance abuse, but these are all things that we can share another day. So anyway, that's my comments. So again, appreciate Adam and your presentation, certainly Monica and her staff and their work on this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any other comments?
Madam Chair, we do have a public comment regarding grant funding for Project Room Key. I'm not sure if you'd like that read at this time. And then we also have received several other comments from hospital staff regarding the issues going on at the hospital. So it's your discretion if you'd like me to read those as well.
Let's go ahead and hear the comment on Project Room Key because it may bear on this particular topic. The other comments maybe we'll take at the end of the meeting. We'll just take some additional general public comment.
Will do. This comment reads, regarding the current Project Room Key occupants, how will the board address the grant allocation to the housing deficit for those who are precariously housed in Motel 6 on Highway 4 in Stockton? With HUD voucher cuts that affect both allotments for family voucher and housing vouchers, 2 to 3 year waiting list for senior housing complexes, and the rising rents that put stable housing out of reach for most of these occupants. Unfortunately, if this housing issue is not specifically addressed, then most of the room key occupants with fixed or no income will be destined to return to the streets. This is a great amount of appreciation expressed by these most vulnerable elders for this opportunity to shelter in place. The personal rest, safety, and the sheltering has calmed some insecurities and is restoring and mitigating health disparities. This project is truly making a difference in their lives. Sincerely, WPC.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we weren't having any public attend for. Weren't taking public comment here. The chambers have been closed. I saw Mr. Richards, but thank you. If you want to provide us with some written input on this, that would be great, Mr. Richardson. Thank you. Okay, so I have a question. We've heard about the desire to continue collaborating, develop additional partnership with other folks that have some of this funding. I'm looking at these unobligated funds, and as near as I can tell, $6 million is not able to be used on this project, this type of low barrier project.
Correct.
Correct? So that leaves us with just over $4 million that's available of one-time money, although the PLHA basically renews. We're anticipating its renewal for 5 years. But that gives us just over $4 million for initial costs, including operating costs. So we've heard about the desire to continue collaborating, building partnerships. We received a letter from both the Continuum of Care and the City of Stockton, who are the other recipients of the HAP funding, correct?
That is correct.
Both of them have indicated that they are committed to continuing on with the joint NOFA together to see what projects are out there. It's my understanding that the City Council also voted, though, to make a low barrier shelter the top priority for their portion of the funds, correct?
That is correct. And all three jurisdictions, in fact, made low barrier shelter the top priority. They all allocated about 40% of the total HAP budget individually for their own budgets for emergency shelter / navigation centers, which is one of the eligible activities. That's based on community feedback.
So that's all of us.
Correct.
We've all put that priority on it. So I guess my question is, we voted as a board to adopt the continuum of care as our primary planning mechanism. If we go through this joint NOFA, is the county under any obligation? I mean, doesn't any grants or expenditures still come back to the board?
That's correct, ma'am. There's no obligation. The joint process is designed to facilitate the collaborative conversation and is required by HAP. But ultimately, funding decisions will rest with this body.
So my concern with moving forward on an RFP on our own is we undermine ourselves on this requirement for collaboration. So I guess what I'm trying to get a handle on, I mean, I agree with all of us. We said on the last one, we wanted to definitely make immediate low barrier shelter a priority. But we also want to look at streamlining our processes and our zoning, perhaps. We want to provide a balance for the whole continuum of services and housing. So we want to expand wraparound services, and we definitely want to foster collaboration. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, would we not be in a better position to move forward with this joint NOFA and see what projects are out there and continue building on this partnership that the city has expressed an interest in through that joint NOFA?
So I want to make sure, Mr. Cheshire, and I could have an incorrect understanding of the board's ultimate authority. If we're putting out 3 pots of money that are all HAP, and say, for instance, the COC, through the evaluation, the appropriate evaluation process, somebody gets the whole kit and caboodle, and it's beyond a low barrier shelter. Maybe it's some permanent housing. I do not believe, even though the board, it would come back to the board for their proportional share, I would think that that would have a level of inconsistency in the evaluation of the process. And this, my concern is that putting all 3 pots of money, I don't believe gives the board the authority to pull it back in the event somebody has been awarded that entire dollar amount.
So the 3 pots of money will be taken in consideration separately. The joint NOFA process is intended only to simplify the process for the applicants so that they are applying at once, one time, for all 3 pots. Then follow-up to that would be that the folks involved from the 3 jurisdictions would come back around a hypothetical table and discuss what projects were submitted, what each jurisdiction might want to fund jointly or not, and then go back to their respective bodies to have those conversations, to make recommendations to their, let's say, the Board of Supervisors. So hypothetically, it could be that the city of Stockton says, hey, you know, this shelter project, we know the county has an interest in this, and we're pretty interested in it too. What do you think about a joint process? That's when you and I and others from the county start talking and going, is there a possibility here? Maybe there's not. Is this in alignment with the board's priorities? Then we do or do not bring that back to the board. But ultimately, the individual amounts of money are going to be allocated by the jurisdictions that control them, not by the jurisdictions that do not control them. Does that make sense?
Partially, but what I want to make sure, Madam Chair, is what you just said, I don't believe what Adam just stated is consistent. So, and let me share with you where I believe the holes are. Let's use the example. this board takes action and wants a low barrier shelter that's 600 beds. We go through this joint NOFA process and say, for instance, there's one model for 200, one model for 400. If one of those funding mechanisms falls out, the county may not necessarily meet the need of a 600 bed low barrier shelter because this board would know we cannot afford that. Do you see what I'm saying? We would need others' dollars. And so I think there's some risk in doing a joint NOFA with all three agencies, just because I believe, given it's a priority for all three, but in the event there's different options that are presented, the board would have to take whatever essentially was submitted at that point. So 30 days, 45 days later, is that typically how long it takes?
Sure.
Yeah, 30 to 45 days later, say for instance, it ends up being a 200 bed low barrier shelter and some affordable housing. That would be different than what we're hearing from this board today. And it may not necessarily fund a navigation center. So I think there's some risk, and that's what I'm trying to share with the board. I believe it only leaves a portion available that the board is ultimately taking action on.
My concern with the guidance we've been given in terms of the HAP funding, that a requirement is collaboration, I'm concerned that we're risking that funding by withdrawing from the collaborative process that's underway. So I want to make sure that we don't, at a certain point, if we're going to collaborate, and I know that typically the county has been, historically, the county has been supportive of processes and spending that the county is in control of. And anytime you collaborate with other jurisdictions, there is always that feeling of risk of loss of some control. There does have to be some trust with your partners to move forward. And sometimes that means you don't 100% get what you want. Nobody gets 100% of what they want, but you come to a consensus on what's the most good that can be done with the dollars. So what I'm concerned with is through the NOFA and through the continuum of care and our participation and all the city's participation and our community-based organizations' participation, we are looking at the prioritization process in its totality of the whole system, including our existing shelters, who may have a great proposal to come forward with multiple expansions. I'm concerned that by the county, as one of the largest organizations, withdrawing from that collaborative process, we're sending a message that it's more important for us to be in complete control of the whole process and the outcome, and that our existing partners right now are going to move on with this joint NOFA, and we're going to become the outlier. And we're going to have these dollars, these $4 million, and we're only going to be able to move forward on a project the size and scale that we can fund on our own, because we will have eliminated our potential partners. That's my concern. I don't know that that will happen, but that's my concern. And when I have letters from both the COC and the city saying we're committed to this process and this is part of the strategic plan to foster collaboration and move forward as a region, then that makes me nervous.
But is this board also prepared in the event you end up with a proposal that does not meet just a low barrier shelter? I just want to make sure this board is available of the risk involved.
So, Ms. Nino, if I may, If a proposal does not come forward that meets with the county standards or with the board's priorities, we can, as a county, put those funds back out to the public and maybe tailor a NOFA along the lines of what we were discussing today. There would be as many bites at that apple as we needed in order to make sure that we were meeting the board's priorities outside of that joint NOFA process. This is really just the initial, but we will absolutely be constrained by the projects that are put forward. And to the extent that there are no shelter projects that are put forward, and let's say hypothetically they are only permanent supportive housing projects, we may need to take a very hard look at whether we want to move forward or whether we want to move forward with a different process. But we do have 5 years to spend these funds, and so I think it certainly gives us at least a little bit of time to figure out what we want to do and try to gain that perspective from the public.
But isn't as part of the NOFA process, you have to put out the gamut of things? You can't be specific. You're just looking for a low barrier shelter?
That's correct. So this
So
joint NOFA
that's
would
what
not
I
be
want to make
seeking-
sure the board's
Yeah.
aware of. A low barrier shelter is one of many options for these HAP funds. And so as long as I can emphasize that, so this board is well informed of staying as part of the COC and the city of Stockton, NOFA, it runs the gamut relative to what HAP is available to fund.
And I understand that, but it also more than doubles the pot of money.
Correct.
Because the city of Stockton is the largest recipient, correct?
Correct.
And then the continuum of care has their own portion of funding. So while I agree the NOFA has to go out for the whole range of projects that are possible with these dollars, the city's also set the same, and the continuum, the same priority for a low barrier shelter. Almost everybody has recognized this is the highest need, and it more than doubles the pot of available money. So I don't know. From my standpoint, I would rather see us, how much time are we talking about, Mr. Cheshire, in terms of the joint NOFA?
The joint NOFA should be released pending this discussion next week. And I'm sorry I don't have the date in my head, but it's middle September would be the, I believe it's middle September would be the deadline for applications.
Okay.
And it's designed to be relatively simple, so we're hopeful that folks would be able to respond very quickly.
Right. So, I mean, I think we'll have an answer pretty quickly. We could be ready to go. If it doesn't meet our needs, then we could be ready to say, no, this isn't our priority. I have a feeling the city of Stockton may feel the same way. I mean, we heard from one of the council members today talking about a priority of low barrier shelter and navigation services. That's what I heard watching the council meeting. Very clear. So, Supervisor Elliott?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to follow up then with the county administrator. So the recommendation we had here in the board letter was to issue a request for proposal for a service provider capable of operating up to a 200-bed low barrier shelter. Is that still what you're recommending, or during the course of the conversation here, are you recommending something else?
So I am still recommending that because that was based upon the last direction we received. We only lessened the dollar amount because we did not have all the details to reach out to all the cities to put a partnership together that could easily include the COC and the various cities. But I was very focused on trying to meet the needs in the direction we received the board. But I also wanted to keep in mind the direction we've received from the state in regards to congregate shelters and the viability of those funds for the future from the state of California. And I've got to share with you, keeping it smaller with the intent, acknowledging the fact that we know that COVID, unfortunately, is here to stay quite a bit longer than initially anticipated. Going in up to gives, whether it's Gospel Center or another, existing shelter, to be able to respond to the RFP even if it's less than 200 and we're able to get the 200 through a combination of things, or we increased it because from the time that we put the RFP together, we're able to meet with the city of Stockton or any one of the 4 largest cities in San Joaquin County, we could do an up to, whether it was 300 or 400, but keeping in mind that this exposure and risk to the funding. So I would leave the recommendations as they currently stand, but I completely understand where Chair Miller is in regards to staying engaged with the NOFA, but I just also want this board to know that that's probably a good, mid-September, you said? Mid-September, so nothing's going to happen right away as far as doing anything else in this regard.
Okay, so when you're talking about a notice of funding availability, then that would be a notice of funding availability from all 3 of the stakeholders that we're talking about here. But we're still asking for a request for proposals to use the combined funds, I guess, of those 3 entities? Or?
No, what board would direct us and not do action 1 and stay with the city of Stockton and the COC as part of the joint NOFA and see how successful we are there, because Chair Miller is exactly right. It does double our money, which is always a good thing.
Right. So if we were to do this RFP now, in accordance with the staff recommendation, it sounded as though we were talking about a shelter that we would only be able to provide for 76 people.
Just based upon the current county dollars, but that doesn't mean between now and the time that we issued the RFP, whether it was a committee from the board or just between the county administrator's office and the various 4 cities, as I forwarded today's board letter to all the 4 largest cities, Stockton, Manteca, Tracy, and Lodi, all 4 of those city managers responded. We would have some follow-up conversations to see if they wanted to partner in some relative RFP process.
Okay, so even though the county would only be able to afford ongoing
76.
operations for 76, we think we could get some participation from the cities and a continuum of care to be able to realistically put out a request for proposals for a 200, for up to 200 people in some type of a low barrier shelter.
That would be our goal. And as an alternative is if the board does take action and says, county stay with the city and the COC and do the NOFA, it doesn't mean that we couldn't do that after mid-September if our NOFA was unsuccessful. So those are, I'm kind of sharing with you, but I would not change our recommendations at this point.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Question for you.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So when it comes to the use of the NOFA funds, who's in that decision-making process?
So for the individual allocations, the governing bodies are in the decision-making. So the county has control of its nearly $3 million, the COC same, and the city nearly $6 million.
Okay, so we don't know who from the city, just the city collaboratively. We don't know who from the county. The county.
Oh no, it would be staff. I mean, ultimately, County Administrator Nino would present a recommendation to this board. So it would be the board would be in control.
Right. So if we fall back on, I had mentioned putting together a little ad hoc committee and see what kind of collaboration we could pull together before we said this is the use of the funds, the NOFA funds. Why don't we actually identify options to present to the cities or the counties in collaboration versus designating? My concern is that we're saying, yes, we're going to designate this money, and then we no longer have any collaborative effort. It's already being designated for use. So I'd be more in favor of the idea I had is create an ad hoc committee with the cities that want to partner and see what kind of programs we identify that we want to do and what we want to coalesce funding for, and then we come to the boards and the councils and propose the use of funds in that capacity. Is there any risk doing it that way? Is there a timeline where all of a sudden that money's expired and we've lost it? And I'm not talking months from now, within weeks. we could come together with a panel of people from the private sector, people from the public sector, council, members and representatives.
So the funds will be available to us, and I would just highlight that I think potentially the continuum of care itself could be a very appropriate vehicle for what you're proposing.
They could, but I know continuum of care works under HUD, and they do a lot for permanent housing, which is a main goal of theirs, and understandably, it's their wheelhouse, exactly what they're there for.
To foster and facilitate community engagement on the issue of homelessness. I mean, that is their overarching goal. So, yeah, I think it would fit nicely with what you're proposing.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure, though, that the Continuum of Care Board and their members are broadly represented from people from Stockton City Council or from Manteca or from Lodi or places that I've spoke with city managers that want to be included in the decision-making process and collaboratively. So Continuum of Care is very focused. I mean, I know at one point Carol Ornalis, who does affordable housing, was on the Continuum of Care Board, but she's no longer for her reasons.
I didn't know that. That's certainly prior to my time. The Continuum of Care Board it has representatives from the city of Stockton. Carrie Wright is a member. Officer Mike Kelly represents Manteca. There are 2 county staff on the board. I personally believe it's designed to be very representative of the entire community. Lodi, their service providers. Edward Figueroa, as an example, sits on the board. I could go on.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of feedback on that board as not being very inclusive and very targeted and doing things their way. A lot of people falling off of that board because they didn't like the way that board operated. So there's even a conflict of interest perhaps for some of the members and where they ultimately like to use the funds for. So there's those conflicts that I've heard from outside. I've never been part of that board. I don't know. I don't have a judgment on it. It's just what I'm told from people that have been part of it or have participated in some capacity.
So to the extent that the 3 jurisdictions come to an agreement on an ad hoc committee or some kind of proposal of this type, I mean, I think that could take many forms. And certainly we'd be, as the county or the city or the COC, none of the jurisdictions would be under any obligation at that point. I'm sorry,
I missed the first part of what you said.
I'm sorry, just that...
Ad hoc committee?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could take many forms.
If we did ad hoc
Just as
committee.
one suggestion, I mentioned the COC as a vehicle, but I think it could take many forms. And we wouldn't necessarily be under any obligation to move forward in a way that we weren't comfortable.
Understood. Okay. So you wouldn't be adverse to an ad hoc committee?
No. I mean, I think it's a fine idea.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not sure where the rest of the board is. And then also falling back on the discussion of, this issue is about funding. Do we want to talk about proposing a ballot initiative for funding so that we could bring it to the public and actually get substantial and meaningful funding to have adequate resources for permanent housing, which we know is very important, and for the navigation center and for the emergency shelter? How does this board feel about that issue alone?
So first, I'd like to say there's precedence with the continuum of care for ad hoc committee. The winter shelter committee was an ad hoc committee that ultimately engaged with the COC and reported directly to the various governing bodies with recommendations. Some of the folks, members of that committee, are exactly some of the folks that formed that ad hoc committee because they weren't as comfortable working directly with the board of the COC. That's one of the beauties of having an ad hoc committee. Seems to me that would be perfectly appropriate to solicit some additional stakeholder input on this NOFA process. And they could report directly to the governing bodies. And I would hope that there would be representatives from all of those governing bodies on that ad hoc committee. In terms of the tax, I'm going to look to county council, but in my experience with sales tax, and I have been front and center on several, including Measure A and B that was cited here today. They are I've also been involved both times with the Measure K, our transportation half-cent sales tax. They are not a casual or a hastily constructed endeavor. Most of the time, if you're going to have a successful sales tax measure, there are multiple rounds of polling that need to occur to test the messaging, to find out exactly what will people support, and what will they not only not support, what will flip them from being a yes vote to a no vote. There's a real science to it, and ballot initiatives need to be very carefully written. You've even seen court challenges on ballot titles. That's how important that messaging is. Every single word that goes on that ballot is really important. And I know, to those of us who have worked in this field, we tend to think that there's always massive support, for these tax measures. But there's a couple of issues. First of all, Stockton is already almost at their maximum amount, and it may take someone to carry legislation in the state for us to even advance a ballot measure. Secondly, because Stockton is so close, I'm not 100% certain Stockton will want to go there and be at the legal, at or above the legal limit. So there's a lot of conversation that would need to happen with all of our partners within San Joaquin County for a countywide sales tax. Measure K was, I know 2 years seems like a really long ways away. Measure K was at least a 2-year endeavor. Stanislaus County, it took them 4 times.
I think it may have been 4 for transportation.
To pass a transportation sales tax measure. And that's for transportation roads that every single person, wants to have control over that. So I would be really cautious about rushing that. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but I think there would be a lot of coalition building that we would have to do across this county to get, and a special tax it's really hard. I mean, 2/3 is a heavy lift. So, but in terms of the legal requirements, I'm going to turn to County Council because I think he's been doing some more checking down there while we've been talking.
Thank you. So, yes, I have been doing some additional research. So, again, as I stated a few moments ago, for the board to place a special tax on the agenda, you can do that. It requires a majority of the board to pass it to play, or not on the agenda, but on the ballot. It takes a majority of the board to pass it, to place it on there. But it then also requires a supermajority to actually pass, so 66% to pass. When the board or a legislative body places it on the agenda or on the ballot, it has to be on the ballot on which members are up for election. And that's been interpreted to be both either the primary or the general election. However, for an initiative, so a tax initiative that's brought by the people, that can go on a special election. It doesn't have to go on either the primary or the general. They would just bring the initiative and then be able to call that election. Now, if they get 10% of the required signatures of 10% of the voters from the last general election, they can place it on the regular primary or general ballot. If they get 15%, then they can qualify for that special election, which can be called anytime between 88 and 103 days after certification of their initiative. So they collect all the signatures, you check all the signatures or sufficient of them to certify that, and then the election is called to occur between 88 and 103 days out. So that could occur next year. It could occur, an election that could be in the spring, whatever, and allows that time for that coalition building that Supervisor Miller spoke of, and also for the collection of the signatures. The benefit of having the initiative process is there was a decision that just came out of San Francisco a few weeks ago that said specifically that on a tax measure that's brought by the initiative process only requires 50% plus one. So it doesn't require the supermajority in order to pass. So it's a much lower threshold, much easier.
Madam Chair, if you will, and you make all very good points. The homeless issue, I think, would rank, as I said earlier, of course, COVID is a major concern. I don't know about how you can go get signatures right now without mass gatherings. That would be rather difficult. And you do need to get the support behind it, and it shouldn't be done in haste. But what do we have to lose? We're looking for funding for homeless, and this is the number one issue that would be polled, other than COVID, for concerns. But homelessness is the number one issue impacting neighborhoods and communities. I would venture to say that we'd probably, I'd say we'd get 80% support in favor of if we get this on the ballot. But let's try it. I would be willing to say, let's try it as a county. You said, as Ms. Nino pointed out, it took 3 times in Stanislaus. Well, let's start somewhere. Let's try it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then, and the people in the public want to try it another way, maybe we got 61%, and the public can do it through an initiative and get 51%, and it passes through their own efforts. But let's try. Why not? We need the funding. We know we got the homeless issue. I mean, the blight is here. The human travesty is here. Let's bring it to the people and see if they're in favor of it. It's the number one polled issue as to the impacts in a community, again, aside from what the COVID issue is. So for my take on it is, if it's possible, let's try.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Concerning the tax portion here, I am generally opposed to raising taxes anyway. However, in this case, I think the timing is absolutely awful for trying to propose an additional tax. We've got businesses that are going under, struggling to stay in business, unemployment very high, uncertainty abounds as to how soon and to what degree the economy will bounce back. And then to put a measure to add to people's taxes on the ballot in November, I just don't see a path forward to success for that. So I would be opposed to putting a tax measure on the ballot.
So let's come back around to what we're here to talk about, and that was the RFP. From my standpoint, I would prefer to remain in collaboration with our partners, the City of Stockton and the Continuum of Care through the NOFA process to see if we can foster the collaboration. I think it would be a great idea to advance the idea of an ad hoc committee through the continuum of stakeholders to provide some specific prioritization input to the board. But I would not want to move forward on our own until after we had worked through that process. I think it's important that we stand in solidarity with our partners, and not to mention the fact that it would more than double the available resources for a project. So that's my 2 cents on that. Supervisor Villapudua?
You know what, just basically going on what Supervisor Patty said, I kind of like the idea of the tax got to start somewhere. I mean, like you said, basically homelessness is a huge issue and everybody talks about it. Outside of COVID, it's the number one issue that we could actually have some hands on and raise some money to support it. I mean, I know it'd be hard. I know the time is not right, but we can make an effort. I think it would pay off in the long run.
How about on the RFP process?
I agree with what you're saying on the RFP.
Okay. Supervisor Patty?
So just to be clear, you were open to the ad hoc idea running?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we move forward with the joint NOFA, but I agree. I think an ad hoc committee to provide more input to the COC board, I think that's a great thing. I think anytime you can get more stakeholders and listen to them, I think it's a good thing.
And then at that point, we would bring it back to, and then we'd actually look at allocation funding, more or less, whatever, and tailor it. So instead of 200, we might end up 250, it might be 650. Who knows?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of that. So I think that would be beneficial to form those partnerships and give us a little more time. I know you guys put together a lot of work than what we did just a couple weeks ago to get here. So not negating or dismissing the efforts that it's taken. It was a lot of work and collaboration here. So fantastic and great fuel for the debate and for the momentum and actions that we need to take. So thank you all for doing that. And I look forward to the next steps forward that we could bring back to the board for consideration. Should we bring up to the vote on idea or how we would operate if we were to go forward with the tax or not consideration? And I agree with Supervisor Elliott. It's a terrible timing, but it's a consumption tax. And probably doesn't cost people at the end of the year less than $100 collectively with the small percentage of what you're buying. So I agree with you completely, though. The time is not optimal. But when is it ever best? When do we ever have extra money, the extra 8 or 10 or $20 million to take care of the homeless? We didn't have it last year, not the year before, even when it was great, robust years. We're not going to have an extra $20 million next year or 5 years from now. So if we can come up with some sort of funding stream, bring it to, and let the voters decide. I mean, I am not a tax person. But here's a consumption tax that we could look at for the voters to consider. It's up to them to decide. I do not agree. I agree with you. I do not think it's optimal, but let's try. Let's start somewhere. Give the voters a chance to decide how important is it for us to clean up our waterways, our neighborhoods, our roads, and the human travesty that's right before us. And either the voters are in support of doing something and funding it, or they're not. I mean, obviously we accept that decision, and we would know within 3 months from now. But I think let's give it a shot.
Supervisor Elliott.
Well, I've already made my comments on the taxes.
Oh, come on, I was convincing.
But I do agree here with the proposal here to establish an ad hoc committee to get a broader participation here in formulating what project we actually want to try to go for. So I certainly do support that effort.
No on the tax still?
I'm still a no on taxes.
All right.
I am also no on just moving forward automatically for a November ballot. I am not at all opposed, though, to having our legal staff come back to us with a more thorough analysis of the pros and cons of. I mean, he makes an excellent point. If I know the initiative process is cumbersome, there are ways to do it, believe it or not, with social distancing. But to be able to have a 50% threshold versus an almost 67% threshold is huge on this kind of a thing. So I would, I am very much open to having, starting that research. I think it's going to require conversation with the City of Stockton, with the other city attorneys across the county where they're at on this. And so I think that could be a report from County Council at a future date.
Madam Chair, I know that if Supervisor Wynn is still with us, he's often very fond of taxes and initiatives to fund government programs. Perhaps he could weigh in?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, I'm not really fond of taxes. I would offer this, having worked on at least preliminary groundwork with several boards and commissions in regards to considering a water ballot measure because of the needs of this county. I would agree with Supervisor or Chair Miller. It is not something you throw together because it takes a lot of collaboration, identifying how you would propose this to gather the largest percentage of voters to agree. And so I think, frankly, it would be a waste of staff time. staff time to try to put something together quickly. And secondly, we talk about, number one priority. I don't know what survey you're looking at, but as far as priorities, homelessness is not at the top, at least in the surveys I've looked at. The other part of it is that I would agree with the ad hoc. I agree with Chair Miller in regards to continuing to work with our partners and maximize the amount of funding available to provide the best possible scenario in regards to the number of beds. But again, I think there's enough plans out there that need to be looked at, and how we work with that, either as a county alone eventually or with other partners. I think that would probably be the way to go. So that's my 2 cents, and I'll leave it at that for the board to make a motion as to pursuing it. Thank you.
So back to the board. I would be looking for a motion then. What I took away from this was that the county would continue with the joint NOFA process, would work with the city and the COC and its members to craft an ad hoc committee to provide additional input to the COC and to the boards, councils that have jurisdiction over the funding in terms of priorities, as opposed to going on our own and issuing an RFP, correct? Okay, so that's what I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Supervisor Miller, we're going to do a roll call vote if you don't mind.
Yes,
So
that
we
would
can
be great.
capture
Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn. Okay. Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
And Chair Miller?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That was a good discussion. And thank you for the presentation. I know you guys put a lot of work in on this.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one more follow-up issue on this, the homeless. I want to talk to Mr. Wayne Richardson was here. We're talking about the COVID. They've been asking for funding, and they've been talked to from the CAO's office about a funding stream while they are taking care of COVID patients or homeless people. Do we have an update that we can share before we change topics and move on? Do we have an update on the funding and any allocation to help Gospel Rescue Center continue serving the COVID positive clients that they are working with?
So Supervisor Patty, I'm going to ask Director Woods, are you on the line today? Okay, I'm going to go ahead. So
let's come back to that.
Okay.
Why don't you think we'll try to get Director Woods online?
Excellent.
I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break here before we move on to the next. Perhaps in the next 10 minutes we can get Director Woods on the line.
So let me I could probably just share it like in less than 5 minutes. So Director Woods and I had a follow-up discussion just on Monday. And so they have been working with Mr. Richardson, and they committed to him. I was just looking to see if he's still in the room. They committed to him that they're currently taking it through county council. Just because an agency, whether it's Gospel Mission or somebody else, this board expects us as staff to do our due diligence. They had not finished their due diligence. So my understanding, more than likely, it's going to come before this board on August 4th, I believe. Okay. So they had been working on it. And so as part of the due diligence, like I said, just because somebody hands us a contract doesn't mean that we're not going to take it through county council, county administrator, and do our due diligence. And it will be, based upon my conversations with Mr. Woods, it would be retroactive.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Okay, thank you then. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Then we're going to come back and we're going to do our Community Development Department, our discussion items. All righty? Thank you, everybody. We're going to take a 30-minute break for lunch, and then we're going to come back. We're going to just move forward through the other items and get to our closed session. So we are on to Community Development Department, and we're going to have Mr. Kwong do a presentation for us.
Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the Board of Supervisors. David Kwong, your Community Development Director. So we are here as a discussion item on this. It's that Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program, the PLHA, which you've spoke about for a couple hours earlier as one of the potential funding streams for emergency shelters just previously. And we are here for as a discussion item because the state really requires us to have a discussion on both this item and the plan that is to be submitted in order to have it with the application process in order to receive the funding by July 27th. So this is some background on the PLHA. Obviously, a lot of discussion in terms of the types of eligible uses for this type of funding in regard to the board's eligible uses for it. So obviously there's a lot of discussion in terms of homelessness assistance, but it's also available for other types of funding uses as well in terms of pre-development and development of affordable units such as ADUs, using it as capital reserves or even as down payment assistance as well. This is the first year of funding. The request before you to state HCD will be for $1.3 million and an estimated total at this point over the next 5 years for $7.86 million and change. The application is due to HCD basically before the 27th of this month, and we're expecting that the funds will be awarded to the county around October of this year. So based upon a lot of the coordination with the CAO's office, and the board direction from July 7th, and even, of course, today's conversation on emergency housing, we looked for a scope of work that was consistent, that we can put into the application process, consistent with both the continuum of care strategic plan, and, of course, the board direction from both July 7th and today's discussion as well. Should the board consider something different than a phased approach to emergency housing, and basically low barrier emergency centers or navigation centers, we would bring this back to the board probably around August 18th. At this point, I think given the conversation that staff's received from the direction from the prior actions, we believe the plan as submitted or as proposed before the board here will be something that we can move forward to HCD in regard to either emergency center, emergency shelter, or a low-barrier navigation center. So we're asking that you authorize me to file the application with the state, also do and consider this plan in submission with the application itself, or direct us to revise the plan based upon some other direction or input that you might have during this discussion. And obviously also authorize me to sign the agreement once the funds are appropriated to us, and then approve the appropriations as part of the overall 1 year and 5 year amount for the next 5 years. So that's the basic proposal before the board here, and that concludes my comments. If you have any questions for me, I'm available to answer it.
Questions from the board? Patty?
Madam Chair, yeah, this money that we're talking about, is that in addition to anything that's been identified so far?
This was one of the slides that Mr. Cheshire showed on as part of the $10.2 million. It was a $1.3 million section of that.
It was, okay. I wanted to make sure because I know I heard the PHLA, but wanted to see where it fit in. Thank you.
Yep.
Through the chair, and Supervisor Patty, it's the only resource that was on that table that is ongoing, as
Right.
Mr. Kwan said.
Yeah, and ongoing and can be used for navigation center or low barrier shelter. So I think you heard loud and clear from all of us. We're definitely in support of prioritizing these funds for that. And I think it's great to know that whatever project we land on. Hopefully, it'll be a collaborative project, but that we have this ongoing funding to bear for annual operating costs. I think that's a really great thing. So, is Supervisor Wynn still on? Does he have any comments?
No comments.
Great. Then I will entertain a motion to approve, to authorize submitting the grant application and authorize the establishment of an interest-bearing trust fund for the funds.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second, and we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Villapudua,
Yes.
Supervisor Patty,
Yes.
Supervisor Wynn,
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to the 2019 San Joaquin County Housing Element Annual Progress Report.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm going to defer to Deputy Director Ray Hu here.
Thank you, Chair Miller and Supervisors. This is a review of the San Joaquin County General Plan Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2019. The 2015-2023 Housing Element was adopted by the Board of Supervisors on December 15, 2015, and was certified by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, known as HCD, on October 13, 2016. The housing element is one of 7 mandated elements of the general plan and contains information related to the county's existing housing needs, an analysis of the county's population and employment trends, and household characteristics, an inventory of land suitable for residential development, and goals, policies, and programs intended to meet the identified housing needs and state mandated requirements. The county is required to prepare an annual progress report for submittal to HCD and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, also known as OPR. The purpose of the annual report is to provide information on the progress of the housing element's implementation status toward meeting the county's share of the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, also called RHNA. The county is required to accommodate its share of the RHNA as established by HCD. The San Joaquin Council of Governments allocates the county's future housing needs to the county and each city based on projected population and household growth. HCD requires that the annual progress report contain the following information: a listing of that year's housing development applications and the housing units that were issued building permits or were completed. The first 2 lists determine the table that shows the progress in meeting the RHNA. Also, if there are any, it includes a list of sites the county identified or rezoned to accommodate any shortfall in housing need, and details the status of the implementation of the housing element programs. The APR is due annually on April 1st. Staff prepared and submitted the report for 2019 to HCD and OPR on March 30th this year. So this table takes the information that's in the report and puts together the progress toward the county reaching the RHNA numbers. The bottom row shows the total housing units from the years 2015 through 2019. Looking at the years 2015 and through 2017, the numbers are fairly low and reflect the slow recovery coming out of the Great Recession. The years 2018 and 2019 are higher numbers and reflect the improving economy. The unincorporated San Joaquin County is primarily a rural and agricultural county. In order to preserve and maintain agricultural lands and open space, the policies of the general plan direct most urban development to the cities, city fringe areas, or urban communities that have full public services. Because of this, there is very limited development in the unincorporated county outside of Mountain House. So even though it may be difficult for the county to reach the RHNA numbers, the Community Development Department is still making a concerted effort in achieving those numbers. The following are programs proposed for implementation to help streamline the application process and accelerate housing production. There's the SB2 planning grant, which CDD applied for and was approved for. This grant is for jurisdictions to implement projects that quicken housing approvals and expedite housing development. Programs that fall under this grant are the lobby and counter area improvements to streamline physical and permit processing, e-plan check software to expedite the plan check process, and the development title update, which will include new policies that will help to increase housing production. Another grant that was applied for is the Local Early Action Planning Grant. This will provide one-time funding to jurisdictions to implement process improvements to accelerate housing development. Programs being proposed under this grant are the Fire Flow Study, which will evaluate the county's special districts which lack adequate fire flow to support new home construction, the CSA 12 water line extension in Thornton, which would consist of planning and design of an extension of the district's water main, the Farm Workers Housing Implementation Strategy and Design Manual, which would be developed to help streamline the approval process for agricultural employee housing developments, and the Multifamily Housing and Mixed-Use Design Manual, which would be created to address affordable housing initiatives and support efforts to have higher density, mixed use, and infill development at appropriate locations. Other projects being proposed are the Camino software, which would allow consumers to virtually obtain answers to their development and permitting questions about project feasibility, timeline, fees, and the process for successful project completion, and the Mountain House Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which will help to implement a housing project in Mountain House to provide affordable housing to low-income households. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors accept the San Joaquin County Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2019 and retroactively approve submittal of the APR that has a statutory submittal of April 1st and was submitted to the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research on March 30th. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Elliott?
No questions. Move to approve the staff recommendations.
Second the motion.
We have a motion and a second.
Quick follow-up discussion after we're going to take a vote, but we talked about making some amendments, possibly having the CDD department come back with some suggestions on how to lower the costs. Do we want to do that now or have the discussion now or later?
I would suggest chair and board members to have that discussion later, especially since this board took action to be part of that NOFA. Depending on how that project comes forward, at least then that would give us an example, and we could make sure that our CDD director would be prepared to address potentially some opportunities in that regard.
So they'll come back then?
Correct.
We're not discussing now what to come back with. You just want to wait?
So what we could do is our community development director could bring back some ideas based upon this morning's discussion, and I think it would probably be timing-wise very critical, especially if, say, for instance, the NOFA presents itself with that low barrier shelter and navigation center. And in order to potentially close that financial gap, there could be an opportunity to lessen the fees, whatever jurisdiction that it is.
And through the chair, Supervisor Patty, we are already looking at streamlining things. You mentioned, or somebody mentioned ADUs, so we're looking at that. We're looking at lowering the level of entitlement review that is necessary. So adding something like fees in terms of discussion to it is something we would just look at it comprehensively. So that's definitely, we can look at it later on as well.
a fee reduction? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
that would be in conjunction with a lot of different departments, including the CAO's office, Public Works office, and a number of different departments where we need to make sure we bring you first an analysis that shows you where the fee comes from, and then whether the board wants to have a fee reduction. And that's the analysis we would be looking at.
Great, I appreciate that. I'm glad actually we talked this out a little bit. And maybe like a 2-year moratorium. We just maybe reduce fees, things to consider. So it's not a permanent, but just to get affordable housing going is an idea that's been mentioned. Thank you.
I think we will benefit from the fact that Mr. Kwong was the community development director at the city of Stockton during the years when the city of Stockton adopted quite a few of these proposals. So I think we're going to reap the benefits of his experience on this subject. So we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Nguyen, do you have any comments on this?
No comments. As far as regional health needs assessment, I've always been troubled by it on COG because of the numbers that are required both by cities and county, which by the Department of Finance always seem to be exaggerated. But appreciate the report, so I have no questions or comments.
Mr. Kwong, I have just one quick question. Does it include modular housing projects, mobile homes? Does that meet the requirement? Is it anything for housing?
It would be considered a unit. We would look at what income category it would fall into in terms of meaning. Is it very low, low, or moderate?
Right. Okay. Thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second to accept the report on our housing element annual progress and approve the retroactive submittal. Please cast your votes.
We'll do a roll call vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
And Chair Miller?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you very much. So that is approved 5-0. We are going to take a 30-minute break for lunch, and then we are going to come back, and we have only 2 public hearings. Public hearing number 2 has been continued at the request of the applicant. So we will be taking public hearings number 1 and 3, and then we're going to move to our COVID update. So thank you, everybody. We'll see you back in 30 minutes.
I just got another call, ... on the petition, period. Can you please send the certification right now? Apparently, it is mission critical.
With us telephonically?
I would like to confirm if he's with us. Supervisor Wynn, are you able to hear us, and are you on the phone? I know that ISD had to mute the callers a little bit ago, so he's going to double check.
We were getting
sure.
our
Yeah.
background music.
Yeah.
So.
Supervisor Wynn, are you on the phone? Supervisor Wynn?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So first up, we have a public hearing to approve an ordinance adding San Joaquin County Code of Ordinance Chapter 4 to Division 4 of Title 3, imposing a county special tax on commercial cannabis businesses in the unincorporated county. The ordinance was introduced and waived on July 7th. County Council?
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. This is the public hearing to approve the ordinance imposing the special tax on commercial cannabis in the unincorporated county. In June of 2020, the Children's Alliance asked the Board of Supervisors to place a special tax on commercial cannabis in the unincorporated county to provide long-term funding source for programs that benefit children and youth on the November 3rd general ballot. On July 7th, the board introduced and waived reading of an ordinance imposing such a tax. If the tax passes in November, then 50% of the tax proceeds will be placed in the Children's Trust Fund to be administered by an oversight committee tasked with spending the funds to support early childhood education and other benefits for youth, including home visitation, literacy, gang reduction, after-school programs, and drug prevention, with an emphasis on children and populations with the most disparities. The remaining 50% will go to support public health, homeless mitigation, and enforcement of cannabis laws. Tax will initially be set at a rate of 3.5% of gross receipts, including a $2 per square foot payment for cultivation. This rate can be adjusted by this board up to 8%. The question has been asked about how much revenue the tax would raise and whether it would cover all of the cannabis-related expenses of the county. In 2017, we used survey data from the state and estimated that a mature market in the county would consist of 13 cultivation businesses and 7 non-cultivation businesses. Based on data then available, we estimated that the mature market would produce approximately $4.9 million per year in taxes. In 2019, and at that same time in 2017, through discussions with a variety of county departments, we came up with figures for cannabis-related county expenses that included both regulated and unregulated markets of between $4.1 and $4.6 million. In 2019, the University of California published a study of actual cannabis cultivation practices in California. The study revealed that on average, indoor cultivation resulted in 0.16 pounds per square foot, and that the average price per pound was $853. At 3.5% of gross receipts, this would generate a tax of $29.85 per pound. The most recent license proposal that the county received proposed a cultivation space of approximately 47,000 square feet. Using the results published by the University of California, on average, that project would generate 7,500 pounds of product and result in an annual tax proceeds of $224,000. The actual amount that the tax will generate is speculative at best, because to date there have been no applicants that have received final approval, and the one used in the model above has been withdrawn because of the cost of development, difficulties in the environmental review process, and neighborhood opposition. Because the tax is speculative, we had asked in the proposed resolution that the auditor do a financial analysis. However, over the weekend, we had some conversations with the auditor, and because of the speculative nature of the tax and the uncertainty of the numbers of businesses that will ultimately be licensed, we are recommending that you remove the requirement from that resolution for the auditor to provide that fiscal analysis. Additionally, the San Joaquin County Office of Education has asked for a modification to the proposed ordinance. They have asked that Section 3-4429A1 be changed from, quote, to be administered by the Children's Services Coordinating Committee, end quote, to, quote, to be administered by an oversight committee such as the Children's Services Coordinating Committee. This change provides greater flexibility to the Board of Supervisors should the Children's Services Coordinating Committee for some reason be unable to provide the oversight for the funds. In regards to the expenses that were estimated in 2017, the indirect costs for the illegal cannabis on the county departments were estimated to be between, as I said, 4.1 to 4.6 million. These costs included abatement, enforcement, prosecution, mental health services, and educational impacts. These costs were estimates because cannabis-specific data was not kept at the time of the estimates, and because specific impacts are difficult to disentangle from other sources. These costs did not include the legalized commercial cannabis business program administration costs, because those are expected to be covered by fees. Additionally, These costs did not include the estimate of the county's projected cost of setting up, collecting, or overseeing compliance with the proposed tax. Because there is no current industry, these estimated costs would also be speculative. That concludes my presentation. If there are no questions, I request that you open the public hearing and receive public comment on this matter. After you close the public hearing, I request that you approve the ordinance as modified, that you adopt the resolution, the modified one that I provided to each of you yesterday with the revised ballot language calling for the adoption of an ordinance imposing a special tax on commercial cannabis businesses in the unincorporated county and consolidating that election with the statewide general election to be held November 3rd, 2020, and also that you consider the appointment of 2 members of the Board of Supervisors to an ad hoc committee on commercial cannabis and authorize them to sign the arguments in favor of the tax measure and any associated rebuttal argument on behalf of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? On the revised resolution that I am seeing here, I don't see the language in regards to the oversight committee. Was that not?
That's in the ordinance.
Okay.
That changes
I
in
just
the
wanted to
ordinance.
make sure.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Any questions, Supervisor Wynn?
Well, now that you asked, I really don't have any questions. I appreciate the staff report. I would make 3 points. One is this tax is one of the arguments that the cannabis industry complains about the most, is that they're overtaxed, which then requires, or at least incentivizes other businesses to do their business illegally as opposed to paying the taxes. So that's one point. The second one is next to COVID emails, the projects that have been proposed, certainly in my district, they are probably the second highest number of emails I get in opposition with no support. And then the third one is, which County Councilor Miles has done a good job on, is it's speculative, is about the monies that will generated, and the other part of it, at the same time, we don't know what the costs are going to be looking at this widespread county business. So again, as always, I will oppose no benefit to the county or its residents, with the exception of a few that may participate in this type of business or this type of recreation. So having said that, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If there are no other questions of staff, I'm going to open the public hearing. And we're going to take comments from the public. I'm going to ask the clerk of the board to read any public comments that we have received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have 2 public comments. The first is from Amy Portello Nelson, a Stockton resident, who writes, I am writing to voice my support for the public hearing item number 1 to add a special tax on commercial cannabis businesses to the November ballot. As a mother and community advocate, I have seen firsthand the urgent need for funding for children's services in San Joaquin County. That need is even more critical as our families struggle with the mental and physical toll that COVID-19 closures and racial justice conversations have brought. In just the last month, I had my 8-year-old son ask me if his cousin was going to die from being beaten up by a police or by coronavirus because she is Black. These are the things our kids are thinking about right now. With so many things feeling unsafe, a dedicated funding stream will be crucial to at least maintain existing services for youth and families so that they can have the support and resources needed to build a resilience during this time. 2 years ago, I supported this measure because I was part of the Children and Youth Task Force and fully understood the need for the additional funding to at least begin to build new services for families in need. Today, I support this amended measure because it's about more than new money. Our justice system has prosecuted a large number of marijuana crimes and sent too many people to prison for a drug that is now legal, creating a community where many families have struggled to make ends meet in a single-parent household and left children with the mental scars of losing a parent into the system. The next comment is by Kim Wormsley, Senior Project Coordinator for reInvent South Stockton Coalition, who writes, "My name is Kimberly Wormsley, LCSW and resident of South Stockton. I am writing you in order to support the efforts to move forward with the cannabis tax. This tax will be beneficial to our community. However, I really feel that in the wake of equity, representation from demographic areas should and must be included. Similar to other commissions and advisory committees, there must be a representation from every supervisorial district. As a county, we must ensure that there is equity for every district. Every district has its unique need for services and support, and this requires representation from the areas that are directly impacted." And that concludes the public comments that we've received.
Thank you. If there's no other public comments, I'm going to close this public hearing. And I'm going to ask board members if you have any final comments. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to ask, and I guess this is to the County Council and County Administrator, so what benefits does this proposal provide in comparison to the procedures that we already have in place for providing for development agreements?
Through the Chair, Supervisor Elliott. Development agreements are, as a creature of statute, are really designed for large development projects such as Mountain House, with which you are familiar. They are intended for long-term projects, and their purpose, the purpose that they serve, is to lock in place certain rules and regulations for that extended duration for the development of that neighborhood or that community. In fact, the only place outside of cannabis that development agreements have been used in the county has been with the development of Mountain House. The use of development agreements within the cannabis community is not an ideal process for collecting revenue. The best method and the method that is designed for collecting revenue, generating revenue for a government agency is through the special or general tax.
Okay. Now, I understood you to say earlier that, well, at the last meeting when we talked about this, it was brought out that this hadn't been run through the various staffing directors for any additional comments or input into the creation of this particular initiative here, because it wasn't a county initiative. It was something that an outside agency, a non-county organization, brought to the county, asking the board to put it on the ballot. So the only thing we have is what was done about 3 years ago, I guess. And at that time, I believe I heard you just say that the estimate, which was speculative, of the amount of money that would be brought in was $4.9 million per year, and the amount of county expenses, which were also speculative, were $4.1 to $4.6 million per year. So $4.6 million in expenses is pretty close to $4.9 million in revenues, and yet we've got this ballot measure which says we're going to take 50% of the proceeds and give it to a non-county organization. Now, true, we can tack on fees and all of those other things to try to up the amount of income we receive. But I'd just like to remind what our number one board strategic priority is, and that is to ensure fiscal responsibility. So included in that is maintaining a structurally balanced budget, responsibly consider resources to address the county's pension obligations and labor-related costs, establish measurable outcomes for new or expanding programs, optimize county departmental staffing levels to ensure an appropriate balance between service capacity and cost. All of those things go into being responsible with our fiscal situation here. So to me, it still makes no sense to have a ballot measure that establishes a tax and then prescribes that half of the tax money goes to a non-county organization, and the other half then is to be split up between public health, homeless mitigation, and enforcing the cannabis codes and statutes. So the only way I could support this would be if we were to remove those percentage guarantees in the accountability measures. That's the same paragraph that was an additional proposal had been put into to establish some type of oversight, such as Children's Services Coordinating Commission. I recommend that we remove those specific percentages. We can still say that the proceeds of the tax would be dedicated and used only for all of those purposes that are listed in those two paragraphs, but that the distribution of funds should be determined by the Board of Supervisors during the annual budget process. We don't know what our fiscal situation is going to be in the future, and we don't know what the cannabis commercial business is going to cost the county in terms of administering the programs and enforcing the requirements. So therefore, it just seems to make common sense. Let's give ourselves the flexibility. We can designate the purposes for which we want that money to go, but let's don't paint ourselves into a corner from the get-go to where we may not have the adequate funds to adequately administer and enforce the programs. I'd recommend that we make that additional change there under the accountability measures paragraph 3-4429.
Thank you, Supervisor Elliott. Any other comments? I would not support making that change. In my mind, the policy decision that we're here to make is not about will there be enough money to reimburse the county for all of our expenses. And as we've heard many times from Supervisor Wynn, there's almost never enough revenue generated. The policy decision that we're here to decide is, do we have one bucket of money and continue funneling the bulk of the revenue into the end stream impacts on communities from this industry, or do we set aside and create a second bucket that is going to be dedicated to prevention, and finally make the pivot to instead of trying to rescue our kids and our communities and our neighborhoods after they have fallen into disrepair, to try and invest in our children first and younger, so that hopefully at some point down the road we won't have this level of impacts on our communities. So in my mind, that's the decision, and I appreciate your position that you're in the single bucket camp, and I get that. A lot of other people are as well. I happen to believe that it is a wise investment for our county to make our children a priority and say that no matter how much revenue is or isn't created during the year from this new revenue stream, we are going to dedicate half of it to investing in prevention and investing in our kids. So from my standpoint, that is where I'm at. Are there any other comments?
I'd like to make a motion, if that's possible.
Go ahead.
I would like to make just one follow-on comment to that.
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
While it is certainly a noble statement to say that we're going to designate half of the money for our children, it's not like they don't get money already. We had a presentation a few board meetings ago where Director Woods laid out how much money is already being spent on children's programs, and it was millions. I don't remember how many millions it was, but considerable numbers of millions of dollars that is being spent. Now, when you're saying there's never enough money, there's never enough money to do all the things we want to do for the children either. There's always more good causes that need funding than there is enough money to go around. That's why I'm saying let's stick with our board strategic priorities, the number one of which is fiscal responsibility. Let's designate these taxes for the purposes that we want them to be used, but let's decide during the budget process, which is the responsible way to do it, as to how the allocation should go. That's my point.
Thank you, Supervisor Elliott. Supervisor Villapudua?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance adding San Joaquin County Code of Ordinance, Chapter 4, Division 4 of Title 3, imposing a special county tax on commercial cannabis business in the incorporated county.
I'll second that. That's with the modifications and revisions as per noted by County Council, and also the inclusion of appointment of 2 board members as proposed. So we've got revisions, consolidation, and modifications.
That's correct.
As by County Council. So that motion second.
Okay.
One question, does that include my suggestion as well, to remove the specific?
No, it does not.
All right.
So this is going to include the modifications that we received in advance of this meeting from County Council?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please, I would say cast your vote, but I think we're going to have a roll call again.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty? Yes. Supervisor Wynn?
No.
Supervisor Elliott?
No.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes. Okay, thank you. We are going to move on to our next public hearing, which is number 3. As I mentioned earlier, number 2 was continued at the request of the applicant. So this is a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending Section 8-1004, Section 9-210.10, Section 9-215.14, Section 9-220.13, and Section 9-881.4B1, and adopt a resolution to waive fees for time extensions for tentative map applications pursuant to Section 9-881.4B1, Title 8, and Title 9 of the Ordinance Code of the County of San Joaquin. Colin, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the board. Before we start this item, do we need to take formal action on the prior continuance of the variance, or is it automatic, as you stated?
It's automatic.
Okay, thank you. So this is a investment in our future here, the ordinance proposal before you. We've seen a number of counties take this approach in recent times, not only due to some of the economic factors that seem to be showing some of the permit activity slowing, but it really is kind of preserving the economic investments in terms of the development entitlement applications that have gone through the process. But what we're seeing right now is a number of investors kind of just sitting on the sidelines for a while and waiting for COVID to pass, if you will, if it passes at some point in the future. But to the extent that it's been already 4+ months, and it could be a number of more months, this will help preserve some of the entitlements that will expire between now and next year, or July of next year. And we believe that I'm going to defer to Principal Planner Funderburg here in a second. But we believe this is something that the board may be interested in terms of preserving, looking at those entitlements that development community has already actually gone through, not to mention there's actually homeowners and just other types of businesses that are relying on those entitlements as well. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you, David, for those kind words. Just want the presentation. To you directly. Yes. Thursday evening. We're good. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. This application is to extend the expiration date of planning, subdivision, building, and development project entitlements and permits that are set to expire between July 21st, 2020 and July 21st, 2021 through the date of July 22nd, 2022. The goal of this development title text amendment is to allow individuals and businesses more time to complete these projects because of the impacts of COVID-19 globally and economically in San Joaquin County. If approved by your board, this development title text amendment will help to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 on economic development projects and assist in the completion of these projects because planning, subdivision, building permits, major and minor subdivisions are key economic drivers and not only help local project proponents, but also the county's economy. Analysis. On January 30th, 2020, the World Health Organization declared the outbreak of COVID-19, and on March 11th, 2020, referenced the event as a pandemic. On March 4th, 2020, the governor proclaimed a state of emergency in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. On March 12th, 2020, the San Joaquin County Health Officer Maggie Park declared a local health emergency pursuant to California Health and Safety Code Section 101080 due to COVID-19 pandemics. As discussed in your board letter, the key entitlements to this text amendment include automatic time extensions for planning entitlements, building permits, tentative maps, and the waiver of fees for time extensions for major and minor subdivision applications. Planning entitlements. Project applicants with approved use permits, site approval applications, deviations, lot line adjustments, and improvement plans. Thank you. Catch myself up here. Okay. Have 18 months from the date of approval to meet the conditions of approval and obtain an issued building permit. This amendment will automatically extend all the types of applications, as discussed, that are set to expire between July 21st, 2020 and July 21st, 2021, through and including a fixed date of July 22nd, 2022. This extension will not alter any existing approved conditions of approval. Building permits. Building permits issued to applicants become invalid unless the work on the site authorized by the permit is started within 12 months after it is issued, or if the work authorized by the permit is suspended or abandoned for a period of 180 days after the work is commenced. This amendment will automatically extend issued building permits set to expire between July 21st, 2020 and July 21st, 2021, through and including a fixed date of July 22, 2022. Tentative maps. Approved tentative maps for major subdivisions and minor subdivisions are valid for 3 years from the date of approval. Upon application to the county for a time extension, the map is automatically extended 60 days and can be extended by the Planning Commission at their discretion for periods not to exceed a total of 6 years. This text amendment will automatically grant 60 days and a full 6 years upon application by any map holder whose map would have expired between July 21st, 2020 and July 21st, 2021. General plan consistency. The proposed text amendment is consistent with General Plan Economic Development Goals and Policy ED 1.2, Sustainable Business and Jobs. The county shall prioritize economic development strategies, programs, and projects that attract and retain long-term economically sustainable businesses and create sustainable sources of jobs and provide a living wage to residents and families in the county. The proposed text amendment is intended to protect economic development and planning projects in San Joaquin County against the potential risk of losing project approvals because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Development-related activity is a significant tax revenue generator and provides a much-needed source of revenue and jobs for the citizens of San Joaquin County. Based on the current economic conditions, it is in the best interest of the residents of San Joaquin County and the local economy to authorize a Board of Supervisors to grant the proposed time extensions. The much-needed housing, retail, commercial, and industrial development will continue to be a critical part of the source of a revenue and growing economy in San Joaquin County. CEQA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 15061B3, this project, as described, is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and a notice of exemption will be filed if the project is approved. A project is not subject to CEQA if it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the project may have a significant impact on the environment. This is a text amendment to mitigate economic and project development impacts to planning approvals and building permits as a result of the declared COVID-19 emergency and resulting economic downturn. This text amendment will not alter any approved conditions of approval. Time extension fee waiver. If this text amendment is extended, the expiration dates for major and minor subdivision tentative maps is approved. The department also seeks approval from your Board of Supervisors to waive the fees for all time extension applications for major and minor subdivision tentative maps. A total of 6 applications will qualify for the time extension and waiver of fees if the text amendment and resolution are adopted by your board. A total of $3,378 will be waived in fees as a result of the approval of the attached resolution and text amendment. This loss will be absorbed by the Community Development Department. However, it is assumed this will be offset by the long-term economic benefit of the completion of these projects that would otherwise not be constructed due to the economic challenges created by COVID-19. Reason for recommendation. The Planning Commission heard this item at their meeting on June 18, 2020. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 on consent to refer this item to your Board of Supervisors for approval based on the ability to make the required bases for development title text amendment. Recommendation. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt a board order, ordinances, and corresponding resolution to approve development title text amendment number PA 2000085 based on the ability to make the required bases for development title text amendment findings, attachment A, which is included in your board packet. Adopt the attached board order to extend the expiration date of planning, subdivision, building, and development project entitlements and permits, and adopt the attached resolution included in your board packet to waive the time extension application fees for approved tentative maps in major subdivisions and minor subdivisions whose maps would have expired between July 21st, 2020 and July 21st, 2021. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question. You noted that this was applicable for only 6, this would apply to only 6 applicants, and you've got the dates of July 2020 to 2022. If we went back a couple months, there's this no need to be retroactive beyond July?
If we go back a few months, you said?
Yes. Is there anybody that would have expired that in the last, let's say on May 31st, there was somebody that's permit was expiring and they needed an extension, and we're not overlooking anybody?
No, I did the math and I went back and looked at the applications from the pandemic from March through now, and it wasn't anyone that would have.
Great, I appreciate that. So question for you then, systemically, and this is a big 2-year window, and I think it's very appropriate. Is there anything we could do as a board to empower the CDD to give a 60-day extension if somebody were to need it? I've been on the on the permitting process side when you need a 2-week extension and they want you to go back to the Planning Commission, do a refiling, and go through a whole major thing for just 2 weeks of what it would take to the deadline of installing a sign when the permit was going to be expiring. So is there anything we could do that would be systemically, beneficial for those that are applicants that have permits and they have that they need a little bit of an extension. It could be 60 days or 90 days, whatever you might recommend or notice would be helpful.
There could be. The issue is we're working with the rules as they are and have been since probably 1992. The ordinance proposal before you actually is more than 6 applicants. It is 6 applicants for subdivision maps, or minor or major, but it's also ranging from homeowners to small businesses to large businesses with regard to type of permits that they have. So if it's a building permit or it's a conditional use permit, they're affected in terms of benefiting from this proposal to the extent that they get that kind of extension. The rules as they are today are such that we don't have any provisions in the current rules that allow for these 2-week or 60-day extension. That doesn't mean that's not along the lines of what we were having a conversation on earlier in terms of looking at our development title and seeing if can we do something that automatically grants them something at the discretion of the director. And we just don't have those type of rules in effect as flexible as we would want to. But that doesn't mean we are not trying to work on something actually at this point to make it easier. And along the lines of actually, we're trying to make it such that some of these aren't even necessary, where if we make things more land uses that are more permitted by right, meaning then they don't need a discretionary entitlement. They don't need a site approval. They may not even need a conditional use permit. So that actually I think is even a better approach. But to the extent that we can write some rules into our process that we're trying to work on right now, actually, or we're working on right now for temporary type of extension, that's what we're trying to do. But given the set of rules that we have, that again I think really dates back to 1992, we're looking at those rules, and this is a interim proposal to try and fix some of those that have been for a longer term.
Understood, and I appreciate that. So you are going to work on something that's just 2-year extensions, fantastic. But as we're talking about, sometimes discretionary 2 weeks or a little bit. So you're working on something that will come back to the board?
So we could work on something that provides for more flexibility at a lower level that gives something, should the board desire to do so, give me or the director the ability to be able to do some kind of short-term extension while this is occurring. Sure. So for maps, for example, there is some provision for it. There's an automatic extension that's granted for 60 days, but there has to be some kind of application file. So we do need to continue to work on these kind of procedures. I mean, one of the things that the board authorized us to do with the SP2 funding is do an entire comprehensive development title update, and that's what we're trying to do. So we're working through a whole bunch of stakeholders right now. John's met with numerous, probably a dozen stakeholders already in multiple meetings. 40, he said, to try and get their input into, well, what's wrong? Because we know these are 1992 rules. So how can we make it work better? And so what we're trying to do is we are constrained a little bit, or we're constrained, I should say, by the rules we have. So as we try to make these changes, and I totally hear you, what kind of not temporary, but what kind of changes that allow for temporary extensions as opposed to the longer term extensions, and that's something we need to take into account. But so we rather bring it all back in one big chunk, in large chunks for you to see. It may not, maybe it's a bad phrase, try not to eat the whole elephant at the same, one bite. But it's going to be big chunks. And so if there are things like that, which really make sense to allow for some discretion, we want to do it.
There'll be some upcoming briefing meetings for your Board of Supervisors in the next, I don't want to steal anybody's thunder here, but in the next month or so, okay, we'll be bringing something back so you guys can take a look at before we even move forward with any, further resolutions, or ordinances or adoption. And David hit the mark correctly. We are in a process of reviewing these.
I'm really glad to hear that, and I appreciate it. Anything to facilitate, as we've talked about, and every time a no comes up, I mean, the time, the energy, the resources, the 5 steps backwards, and I know you're nodding in agreement, so thank you. I appreciate it. That was just something on my mind that really, I hear all the time, and just give me a little something that goes a long way. So thank you very much. I look forward to what you're going to bring back in the future, and this is appropriate. 2-year extension gives you lots of time, but that's fantastic. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Comment. Here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, guys from the Community Development Department for bringing these common sense adjustments here to some of the processes here that can help our businesses and our individuals who are trying to get things done. But things always happen. New obstacles come up. So thank you for coming up with some common sense resolutions to some of these problems here that otherwise would prevent or make it extremely more difficult for some of these projects to go forward. And I agree with Supervisor Patty that it's great that you're looking at the process as a whole in terms of ways we can be more business friendly, grant more flexibility in terms of just doing those things that can enable people to get their projects done. So thank you for that effort.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing and ask the clerk to read any public comments we've received.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There have been no public comments received for this item.
Okay, then I am going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for a motion, second, and a vote.
Move to approve the staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty? Yes. Supervisor Wynn?
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes.
And Supervisor Miller?
Yes. Thank you. That is approved 5-0. Thank you. We're going to look forward to seeing some more streamlining and some customer-friendly proposals from you.
Thank you, Board.
Okay, we are done with the business portion of our meeting. We're going to move to our COVID-19 updates. The only thing we have, we do not have any action items, but we do have a discussion, which is our regular update. So I'm going to invite Dr. Park down to brief the board.
Thank you, Chair Miller, supervisors, and Ms. Nino. I do have a PowerPoint as usual because I find it easier to show you data if it's up on the board for you to see. Let's see here. As usual, I like to show this slide, which visually is easy for me to understand because it tells you from day one how many cases we have in San Joaquin County. Our current count is at 8,799 COVID cases, and we have 95 deaths. A little bit hard to see, but you can see at the bottom again in the yellow highlighted numbers how many new cases were added each day. We've had some rough days in the 250s and 300s, and had one day back on July 15th where we had as many as about 380 cases added to our case count. But if you look at the last couple of days, we are in the hundreds. And since yesterday to today, we added 146 new cases. This is a slide that was prepared by our epidemiology team at Public Health Services. And I'm going to be showing you a slide later on from the state, which has a little bit of a different number, but I wanted to still share this with you so you could see the uptick in percent positivity by week. Our numbers might differ from the state because we don't necessarily get reports on all negative testing. So our numbers are higher than what the state has. The state has mandated that all labs are required to turn in results, positive and negative, so they have us at around 13%. But in either case, wanted to show this to you so you could see how it has risen. And we have data up to the week of July 10th, not all the way up to now, but I'm hoping that that plateau that you kind of see sticks through the next week. As I've said in the past weeks that I've been here, I keep looking for something to start plateauing, and so I'm starting to see maybe some hints of that. But certainly this is well above the positivity rate that we are going for. This again is our 14-day rolling total, which we had attested to way back in May as being less than 190 cases in a 14-day period. Of course, we're still well above that, and just wanted to show you timeline-wise how we have been consistently increasing. We did have cases coming in from Father's Day related to travel. We've had some outbreaks, which I'll be talking about with you later. We've had some closures, as you all know, in the last couple of weeks. However, our numbers continue to rise. The 4th of July, we are still gathering information, and we're still getting cases related to 4th of July gatherings trickling in to our contact tracers. And we expect that through perhaps even mid-August, we will still be learning of some trickling in from July 4th gatherings, because people tend to get COVID. They take 14 days to incubate, another few days to get tested, and then another few days for us to get the results. So we don't think we're done seeing an uptake from that particular holiday. This is the rate by week of COVID cases per 100,000, and of course, the goal when we attested was to be at 25 per 100,000 cases. We did pass the 100 a while back, and the state has us in the 200s as well. Our numbers might not perfectly match up, but definitely shows where we've been. And in the last couple of weeks, again, hoping to see some plateau here. We've had a dip in the number of cases for a week, and then we started to have another upswing, so time will tell if that upswing keeps going up. I'm really hoping that we're at a point where it starts to really stabilize. If you look at our dashboard, you will see that we've had a total of 88 outbreaks to date. I included on the right side a snip of Facebook posting that we put that explains to the public what an outbreak is. This was literally on our social media post on July 18th, so literally just 3 days ago. And in that short time, we've moved from 70 outbreaks to 88 outbreaks, which is the number that's on our dashboard today. But it explains to you what an outbreak is. For example, in a skilled nursing facility, one person having COVID constitutes an outbreak. In a congregate setting, such as a jail or assisted living facility, 2 people within 2 weeks constitutes an outbreak. And in a community setting, which would include schools, restaurants, churches, camps, wedding and funeral events, 3 or more people coming down with COVID within a 2-week period constitutes an outbreak. So then if you then look at the circular picture there, you can see that the majority of our cases are community outbreaks, 57%, congregate 23%, skilled nursing facilities about 20%. We're tracking those, and I will say that out of all of those most recent outbreaks, it's pretty much all over the place, and COVID is widely distributed in the community. We've had it in a distribution warehouse, skilled nursing facilities, adult residential facilities, hospital environment, 4 different medical offices, private businesses. We have an apartment complex that has an outbreak, pet foods producer, fertilizer supply company, manufacturing company, and daycare. This is what the state has on their snapshot tool. And I like to share this because these are the metrics that we have been using, that we follow, and the reasons for which we're on the state's monitoring list. Again, case rate per 100,000. I had shown you the slide where we had us in the 200s, about 240, 230. The state has us at about 276 cases per 100,000. If you looked at the green numbers, though, you will see that according to the state, that represents a decrease of about 26. So I will tell you that I check this site every day, and we've been as high as in the high 300s. So happy to see that we have had some decreases according to the state's measurement. And then, as I said before, our testing positivity, as calculated by the state over 7-day intervals, is at 13.1%, and this represents an increase of 1.32% from the prior 7-day period. So we had been at about 12% positivity by the state's numbers. This is the other metric on change in hospitalization rates, and here we're in the less concerning parts, and so the color changes, and according to the state, we're in areas that don't put us on that watch list. But I will tell you that although we don't have a large change in the percentage of people in our hospitals, we just simply have a large number of people in our hospitals. We are listed as having a more concerning number of a bed availability for medical and surgical beds, and moderately concerning for ICU beds. I have discussed this with the state, and it has been clarified with me through Mr. Birch, that this number that the state portrays is not reality. When we tell you that our ICUs don't have any beds and that we're full, that's the reality, that's the truth. The reason why the state's numbers show that we are not out of beds is because they include NICU beds. Neonatal ICU beds are included in this measure, which really throws us off. But although their snapshot tool shows this, the state is aware that we are having issues with ICU bed availability, and we have been contacted by the state on several occasions in the last week because they're aware of this problem. Our ventilators are, we're in good shape with ventilators. So that number is something the state is working to correct on that snapshot tool because they realize it's not a true reflection of our real ICU bed capacity. I wanted to show you here the comparison of where we were the last time I was here at the board meeting 2 weeks ago and where we are now. And 2 weeks ago I said we were in 5th place out of the state when it comes to cases per 100,000, and now we're in 6th place. We moved from cases per 100,000 of about 290 on that particular day. As I said, it's gone above 300, but on that day we were at 290, and now the state has us as 277, as I had shown you. So this moves around and gets shifted over time as counties move around, but I will say that we are still clearly in the top 10 and still something that we have been told the governor is concerned about. This is also from our EMS agency. They create these graphs, which I find very useful because you can see, as I show you every week, how this blue line continues to increase. The blue line representing the number of hospitalized COVID patients, which as of yesterday was at an all-time high with 236 people in our 7 hospitals across the county, 80 of them being in ICUs, and the red line showing that 51 of those were on ventilators. So our licensed ICU bed capacity is currently at 132%. I don't have this afternoon's numbers yet, but that's at an all-time high as well. I do want to end by sharing some things from the state that looked a little bit heartening to me. As I watch this daily, I wanted to show you that it seems that we're improving on some measures. When you look at this tool where these different data model lists combine and we get this average estimate with the dark blue line, And this is what I showed you last week, was that our R naught or R effective was at about 1.32. And in the dark red, that was reflective of the fact that our transmission was increasing rapidly. So that was as of my presentation July 7th. And this is what they're now saying as of yesterday. We are at 1.12, still not at the 1.0 mark or below, which we would like to be at, but instead of saying rapidly increasing, it just says we're increasing. So a little bit of glimmer of hope there, and I don't know if this is reflective of the fact that, as I showed you, we're starting to plateau, and maybe our numbers, as it reflects in this calculation, are showing some of the change. Again, this is what I showed you 2 weeks ago, was that the state projected that by August 5, we would have 335 people in hospital. And what they're saying now, that by August 19th, we would have 254. If you can see, that ensemble line has flattened as compared to the way it looked 2 weeks ago. So a bit encouraging. I don't want to read too much into all of these graphs, because as I said before, and as Mr. Birch can share with you, we're very concerned about the number of people in our hospitals, the fact that our ICUs are full, the fact that so many people are on ventilators. We're clearly not out of the woods, but I still wanted to share with you that there's maybe some glimmer of hope here. And here again, with our death forecast, very depressing 2 weeks ago, we were forecasted to have 263 deaths by August 5th. And now we are projected to be at 174 by August 19th. This all to show that perhaps behavior is changing. I really want to believe this. I'm hoping that everything that we've been doing to message the public has made some changes, and is actually, if you can visually see that the numbers as far as our forecast are significantly different. So I just want to encourage the public to keep doing what they're doing. I know that so many people are doing the right thing and are really, really following public health's guidance. And I'm hoping that this is even lower the next time that I come to share these numbers with you. That was, I believe, the end. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Park? Okay.
Supervisor Wynn. Okay.
Oh, hang on one sec. Go ahead, Supervisor Wynn.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One in regards to what's your feeling about the latest decision by FDA on pooling as far as testing? And then the other one is a comment made by Dr. Robert Redfield at the CDC in regards to if everyone wore masks, we would have this under control in 4 to 8 weeks. Just a question as to your thoughts.
I did hear the governor talk about pooled testing yesterday, so it's a thought. It's not something that we have moved into locally yet, but I'm assuming that since he mentioned it, there's going to be some talk about it on a state call. I think that the public, for public health's point of view, it is nice to know how much COVID is out there. There are also stool tests that you could do on on water and sewage wastewater. So it's another way of just putting a lot of people's samples together and getting an idea of how bad the problem is. Here in San Joaquin, we kind of already know it's bad. So I'm not sure how much more pooling of the test will help us to understand that. The reality is that individuals want to know if they're positive. So even if we were to pool tests together, if we were to find a positive, we'd try to find out who in that group was positive, and we'd have to go backwards and still do some testing. And by that time, it would be really a lost cause for isolation and quarantine. So it's an interesting question. From a global perspective, would be helpful, but I think locally we're still going to need to do individualized testing. As far as Mr. Redfield's comments, I'm hearing a lot of comments and a lot of science behind that, that if everyone were to mask, we would get over this crisis and we'd be able to reopen our businesses sooner than later. And I do believe that there is some truth to that, but the numbers vary depending on the studies that you read. They could be as great as a 65% benefit or 35% benefit, so it really varies. But I think that there's some truth to the fact that more masking will obviously lead to decreased transmission.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions in review. What is our ad campaign? I know that thanks to the CARES funding, we're able to do some public outreach. I'm not seeing anything on cable TV. I'm not seeing any commercials. What are we doing, and how can we enhance the messaging to get out the word of wearing the mask? And I think it's really widely adopted, and people are willingly participating. But what more can we be doing? And do you need authorization in any capacity to access more CARES funding so we can direct the CAO's office to facilitate that type of messaging?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Patty. I would love to get more funding for more messaging because the funding that we were provided paid for ad campaigns and messaging that are only good for a few more weeks. So I'm sorry that you haven't seen us. We've really focused a lot on the Spanish population, so we've been on Spanish TV and in Spanish radio. We've also been on English radio stations, but not so much the TV. And we do have our billboards and other signage going around. The more we can push, the better, and the longer we can do it, the better. I know that the state is also really ramping up a massive campaign on their behalf. So hoping that that helps, and we have had talks with the state where I have asked them to really focus on messaging in Spanish and messaging in the areas that are hardest hit where we need the messaging to go.
So is that something, through the chair, Ms. Nino, is that something that we as a board you would like to discuss with us for use of the CARES Fund? I mean, let's say we allocated up to $100,000 over the next 30 days to get messaging and buy TV and social media and just really get that message out so we can bring down that curve and flatten it again and do whatever's necessary to get that message out. I think that would be a great use of the funds. What process do you need to do something like that? And I don't even know what the number is. If it's 100,000, 50,000, 20,000, whatever we could do to make a difference.
Madam Chair, board members, we did already do that. So we have already authorized that. In fact, I just pulled up an email. Our current messaging and contracting that's already taken place, that was led through the CAO's office, goes through August 20th.
What was the budget for that?
It was probably close to 100,000.
It was already?
Yes,
okay.
Already.
How much of that's left? If it's going until when?
August 20th is
August
the
20th.
latest, yes.
So
TV, digital, some is going on Catholic radio stations, both English and Spanish.
I'd like to maybe see a report. And is this something that, given what you're saying, and that's a substantial amount?
It is significant.
Yeah, Dr. Park, but we've got tens of millions of dollars of CARES funding, and let's use it for the people to get messaging. Would you like to double that budget? What would you say is needed at this time in anticipation of what the state may be doing? But what can we do to help?
I appreciate that, Supervisor Patty. And perhaps at the next meeting I can bring samples of what's been done and what's out there because I've seen it. So maybe I can show you some pictures and bring you the actual Spanish radio ad that we have audio for. I understand that this took a lot of effort from the CAO's office, and I have a very small PIO communications group at Public Health. They've really stepped up to the plate. We've asked people who are health educators in obesity, nutrition prevention, and tobacco and opioid abuse to now come on board and become our ad campaign managers. And so, it takes a lot of creativity. So I would have to take that back to our director and discuss with Ms. Nino, what more can we do? What energy do we have to do? And what resources do we have?
And might I suggest there are public relations firms that do exactly this. They specialize in it. They can create content. They can really, create a global approach within the county that may have a positive effect if we think we need to do more.
Yeah, we have done a lot, and Jolena was very much a part and critical to that team, and we are using an outside consultant because, as this board knows, my office, along with public health, we are very saturated dealing with CARES-related, COVID-related activities. And so that's why we took the lead from a CAO's office. But I know we have very competent PIO out as part of OES. I know public health has more than one of them. So that's why the CAO's office took the lead on the first round of this.
Understood. And I'm just giving you an example, but I watch, we have campaign elections going through, and you see people buy ads because they're reaching their local. I watch 2 hours in the morning from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. I'm going to watch my morning news and catch. I don't see not one advertisement in any capacity of a local message. So that's just a small sample, but I would venture to say we should be reaching out to all the audiences, whether it's Hispanic or TV or radio, English, whatever it is. I'm thinking we need more. If I'm not seeing it in 2 hours of a block of time on a network, is it on other networks, or is it just not in the cable? When you buy cable, it goes across many channels.
Well, we decided, Jillian Avoris, Deputy County Minister, we decided not to do a lot of English TV because TV is so much more expensive. We did do a lot of radio billboards, but I did want to make sure you knew that a lot of the billboards are just going up this week because we couldn't get them up any earlier. And so those Spanish and English billboards are going up this week. And some of the Spanish TV is not starting until this week. And that's because we had to do a lot of the production for the Spanish, took some time, and so that isn't starting to this week on Univision. And so that wasn't starting until this week. But the other, I know that we've all heard, a lot of us have heard the radio ads on local radio stations, have heard the PSAs. And so, but as far as TV, if you're watching TV, we didn't do a lot of English TV because it's a lot more expensive. But if you want to invest that sort of money and do Sacramento, if you're watching Sacramento stations or Stockton stations, if you want to invest that type of money, that's a lot more expensive. For example, the Spanish station media buy was about $25,000, to give you an idea of how much it costs to do a large media buy.
Understood. What would be the percentage of positivity rates for Hispanic population versus English speaking? So if we're focusing on the Spanish speaking channels, where's the percentage that we're finding is the positive rates?
I mean, as far as COVID positive?
Correct.
Yes, there's a large, and Dr. Park can speak to this, but that's why we're trying to target them, because that's the confirmed cases. There's a high percentage of Hispanics.
So, if you look at our dashboard, it will show you that 41% of our county is Hispanic or Latinx, and that about maybe 31% or so are the account for our new COVID cases. However, as I have explained in the past, a lot of times these people are entered in CalReady and the state system as unknown ethnicity or race. And so I'm still working very closely with Chuck Davis from Bayesiant, and he has run some numbers for me and did a study for USA Today. And based on the fact that many of these Spanish surnames are likely to be the Hispanic community, he took 50 of the most common Spanish surnames, assigned them to the Latinx community or ethnicity, and then the 32 percentile for Hispanics and Latino really went up to 56%, because we have that Hispanics and Latinos make up 32%, but when you tag the surnames, that adds an additional 24.1% to get you to 56.1%. And then we also feel that some people have been misidentified, and that adds an additional 3.8%. So rounds out to 60% total. So this is what I have been saying, is that our Hispanic population accounts for 60% of our new cases over the last maybe 3 to 4 weeks. This has been the reality.
And then, since we've identified that population as high risk, what other demographic would we identify and want to target in addition to?
So up and coming after the Hispanic population is our African American population.
All right. Well, if you're going to bring back in the next couple of weeks, I know this board would want to be proactive with whatever we can do to enhance and potentially help with the messaging. And if it's increasing budget, I think that's what our CARES funding is for these urgent issues that the COVID relates.
Can certainly provide you a report of what we've spent to date and everything that we've done to date with I think it was 92,000 that we've spent so far.
And that carries you through the end of August, you said?
Mid-August.
Yeah, it was August 20th.
August 20th? Okay. So that'll give us time to maybe ramp up more for the next meeting. Again, I'm not speaking for the rest of the board, but I'm certain that we want to be proactive with what's needed to get more message out and try to keep curbing this. Next question I have for you. What's the rate of somebody coming into the hospital? Are we differentiating when somebody comes to the hospital? Let's say somebody has a bicycle accident and they come to the hospital because they've got a broken leg, God forbid, and they test positive for COVID, but they're in the hospital now. They're in the hospital for the broken leg, but they're now COVID positive. Do we have any differential measures of why somebody's coming to the hospital, or just that they're coming in the hospital with COVID and that's that?
We don't have any exact numbers on that, Supervisor Patty. I know that that's a theoretical, and that does happen sometimes. But we believe that the case rate is very low, that the incidence of that is not statistically significant.
Got it. Understood. These are questions that come to me to ask. One of the things that came out yesterday was the hair salons and the guidance of what's permissible. And basically what I'm seeing is, and it's kind of a mixed message because it says you should, doesn't say you can or can't, but it says you should follow these certain protocols. And what we're looking at, I've heard from a lot of owners of these salons, they're like, well, we can't do colors, we can't do chemicals, we can't do things, and some people do that with their hair. And so that's really tying their hands, and they're unable to sustain business by just doing haircuts outdoors. So what's your understanding, and what conversation can we have to be a little more inclusive, that let's say there's an empty salon, everybody's outside, but maybe a stylist with a person can go inside, they can do a rinse and apply their chemical or do whatever, and then conduct most of the styling and work outside, but they do have access to the sink and the plumbing.
So I did hear the governor, and that's as far as what I've heard from the state, is listening in on the governor's press conference myself, just like any other member of the public, and have not heard any guidance specifying otherwise, other than what the governor said yesterday. So what's in the guidance is what we have. And I know that he said something about perms and chemicals and how it was a complicated compromise that he made with the cosmetology board. And that's as far as what I've heard from the state.
So I would encourage you then, if you're able to have, I know you're on conversations with Sacramento on a regular basis, I believe it would be worthwhile to bring up to them that, this could be done. I mean, if I can go into a Jamba Juice with a mask and be indoors for a short period of time, I would think that a stylist can take somebody and do a chemical rinse or whatever needs to be done indoors and then go back outside, able to use that indoor plumbing. And this is vital for businesses to stay open. There's people that have their lives invested in their storefronts, and they're not able to utilize in any capacity. It's a tremendous hardship that I got many phone calls on yesterday. So I would appreciate any follow-up and maybe some clarity. We might be able to get an amendment to what the governor's permitting so far. That would be suggested. What have we found in the contact tracing? What's been revealed?
So, and thank you for bringing that up, because I did forget to tell Supervisor Wynn, because he had a question 2 weeks ago about whether we do ask about protests, and I keep forgetting to tell him. But Supervisor Wynn, our contact tracers do ask specifically about attendance at protests, which is something I was not aware of. So what our contact tracers are tracing back to are specific outbreaks in and around businesses, for the most part. They have whiteboards at their facility, and they're literally writing down lists of where they're finding outbreaks, and outbreaks as I defined them in that slide that I showed you. And the list is growing, and I think we need to buy more whiteboards at this point because it's just all written out in marker, in erasable marker, and it goes on and on. For the most part, it's still community-acquired transmission. More than 50% of our cases are not trackable back to a specific exposure. But on the list, we have some very specific restaurants there. We have a bar on the list. We have medical clinics on the list. We have a skilled nursing facility on the list. We have an apartment complex. The list goes on and on. There's private offices, private businesses, distribution, packing warehouses, different agencies. So that is why I showed you that we have 88 outbreaks in total, with a massive increase just in the last few days.
So it's pretty varied.
It's very varied. Yeah. It's very diverse, and which is why I tell people the risk is everywhere. Just imagine that COVID is wherever you are, and it can be there, and take the appropriate precautions as if it's everywhere, because it literally is.
How many people do we have any idea how many people are going onto the dashboard and looking at information on a daily basis?
We do, actually, and we keep track of how many people are looking at Facebook and how many people are looking at each one of our YouTube videos. And I don't have any of those numbers with me, but they're in the tens of thousands. Our PIOs do a phenomenal job, and they report that out to us on a regular basis. But we get a lot of hits.
Are we sharing some of that contact tracing information on, it may not be the name of a place, but the types of areas where exposures are happening, so people have an awareness that, I understand, that's why it's closed down, or that's why we have to be careful, so it becomes more personally identifiable?
Yeah, we did that last week, a few days ago, on our Facebook and our other social media posts. We specified that we are having a lot of community transmission and transmission from gatherings, and we did actually list that there was transmission from a camping trip, a funeral, I don't remember the rest. I think it was a birthday party or bridal shower, but we try to show the public that this is happening from events that you are likely to be invited to and should decline.
Very important information. Lastly, I've been sent from multiple people, and it's even on social media, they're asking for a dashboard, something like what's in Lubbock County. And they've got things like, total tested, then they've got a percentage of how many were positive, how many were negative, the positive rate. We've got things like total deaths, death rate. In this instance, 1.6. Average age of death was 77. So they've found this to be pretty informative. Hospital beds, 1,300 something. Numbers in use, ICU beds, numbers in use, and then deaths by age from 90, 80 to basically 70 to 80 and onward. So you see 5, 24, 14, 10, 3, in the 50 to 59 range is 3, the lowest. A lot of people keep sending this to me and said, why don't we have a dashboard like this? I can email it to you, but people are asking for this. I wonder if we have it, but the public is asking that we have a dashboard like this included. If that's possible, I will forward it to you so you can consider what this looks like.
Yeah, no, I would be happy to see that. I think that we do have some of those numbers, and some of them we just don't. We were displaying hospitalizations, and now since EMS is really tracking that number more accurately, we are asking people to look at their website for that graph on hospitalizations. So we've changed that part of the dashboard over to something different. But happy to look at it and see how it matches up with the ArcGIS dashboard that we've purchased. There are some numbers like death rate that we're just probably not going to put up because it's very hard to get an accurate number. What is the death rate? Is it the number of deaths divided by what denominator? The number of cases you've had, or the number of total people you've had in the last several months, but not including the last 2 or 3 weeks, because people could still be dying in hospitals. It's very hard to know what the denominator should be there, and so that's quite a controversial calculation. Recovery rates we are still doing, but I must say, because overall, as people get more and more behind, universally labs, contact tracers, data entry, everything makes it so that our recovery numbers are becoming less and less useful, because we imagine that more people have recovered than what we can actually report on. So some of it is actually, useful and some of it would be kind of deceptive. So we try to really share what we think is accurate information.
We have roughly 100-something deaths, just under. Is that correct?
We're at 95.
95. Okay. Obviously, our hearts go out to all those that have any suffering and losses. This one was a total of 56, and it just gave a little breakdown. So I would almost think we want to incorporate, for some reason. I mean, we live in an information society now. People love to have stats and information at their fingertips and just level of comfort, a level of knowledge, but people want to be engaged in that information process. So again, I'll forward this to you in an email. You can take a look at what that dashboard is, but it was pretty helpful, and a lot of people have sent it to me that asking for something like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Dr. Park.
Hello.
Back on the contact tracing subject here. So, the testing and the contact tracing that we've done, and more emphasis has been put on contact tracing lately. So has that improved our situation any? Have we gained any useful information out of that?
And everyone is so eager to hear about contact tracing and the information that I told you about the medical offices and the restaurants and the bars. That's the kind of information we get out of that. Still back to the same message is that it can be anywhere, and we have it in multiple varied places. And for the most part, it's community acquired. So I don't know if it's going to lead to much differing sort of information over the coming weeks. It's still something that we do to make sure that people isolate and quarantine. That's really the main reason to trace back people, is to stop the spread and to get people who might have COVID to stay at home.
So you mentioned that we've traced back to a number of various situations or I guess events or locations, whatever. But have we seen high numbers of cases traced back to certain types of places like restaurants or hair salons or gyms?
Well, I have perused the entire list of outbreaks, and I have not located a gym or a church on the list, but restaurants, bars, yes. So, and it just differs by county. There are some counties that definitely have a church or two on their list, and maybe our churches have been more deliberate with the way that they carry out the guidance, and maybe they've been more careful when it comes to making that decision whether to reopen or not. So it varies, but, outside of our county, certainly there have been incidences tracing back to pretty much everything.
Right. However, if we haven't traced anything back to things like gyms, then why don't we let them open?
Well, that was something that the governor did based on the totality of all of the risk and the cases that are happening across the state. That's a very good question, but as I've said before, even if we don't trace back something to a particular setting, every reopening, every time we've reopened something, the cases have had an uptick, and we are able to visualize that graphically. So I don't know if I can pinpoint it back to one particular setting, but there are people just out and about more. And the sheer utter movement of people and the mental message they get that it's time to go back to life as it was before is what is detrimental. And I think that's what the governor is going after as he tries to shut down portions of businesses.
Right. But if we're going to go to all the effort to do the contact tracing, we should use the information that we find, and if we find that we haven't traced anything back to certain types of businesses, then I think we should have them open.
Yeah, I understand. And, so maybe in our county I haven't traced it back to any particular church, but in other counties they have. And so I'm just imagining that the governor is doing a collective overview of the state and how we are. And I think that he has scientists that are trying to make these decisions based on indoor, outdoor ventilation, no ventilation, what puts you at risk, what gets people to congregate, where are people more likely to take off their masks. And they have various reasons for the sectors they've chosen.
Yeah. Okay, now you mentioned that people are questioned on these contact tracing encounters. They are questioned as to whether they attended a protest. So what did we find out? Are we tracing anything back to that kind of gathering?
Tracing back to many gatherings, but not protests in particular. Unless people are not being truthful when we call them, we have not traced back any particular outbreaks to a protest. We've maybe had one person who participated in a protest who ended up in the hospital, but we were not able to trace that back to that then causing an outbreak amongst other protesters.
Right. Okay. Now on the recovery rates, you were talking about the difficulty of having an accurate number there for the recovery rates, but just from a very simplistic point of view, if we had, what did you say, 8,700 something positive cases, and we've had 95 deaths, then from a simplistic point of view, that would mean that, 8,600 must have recovered if they didn't die. So that's a recovery rate of about 99%.
Right, so recovery is someone that you've called and you've asked how are your symptoms, and they say their symptoms are gone, and that's what we can't get around to right now. It's very difficult for us to be able to call all of them back and find out and make sure that they're reporting that they've recovered. Therefore, the blanket isolation and quarantine orders that we've issued. So a lot of counties have chimed in about this to the state, and on health officer calls, we all admit that we started posting recovery rates because the public was demanding it. And there was so much demand for that number to be posted that a lot of us started to do our best to post the most accurate recovery numbers that we could. And now a lot of counties are saying, look, we just can't do it anymore, and kind of trying to get the entire state to agree, let's collectively abandon this. So if you look around at other states, other counties' dashboards and websites, you will see that many of them have stopped posting recovery numbers where they used to.
Then why don't we focus a little more then on the fatality rate? So that's only 1%. And in fact, it may be less than that because we don't really know how many people are actually positive because they may not be symptomatic, et cetera. So they may not have bothered to get tested. So why not let that be a better indicator of how we're doing? And it seems that the death rate has really decreased lately.
Well, unfortunately, we were just at about 83 deaths just a few days ago, and now we're suddenly at 95. So we had a huge rise in deaths over the weekend, unfortunately. And as I said before, the fatality rate or death rate is highly controversial as to how you calculate that and how you get that to be accurate now while the pandemic is ongoing. I believe that once the pandemic has passed for the most part, statisticians across the world will be able to go backwards and say this was the true death rate from this coronavirus. At this point, it's just all over the place because
Right.
there's still people who have not been accounted for, who are asymptomatic and never got tested, and then there are people who are still in hospitals, very sick, who haven't died yet. Or do they get to be in the denominator of people who have not died, even if they're currently dying? So a very difficult thing to calculate. I think that would be something that we'd have to do once most of this pandemic has passed.
Well, maybe so. Even so, with the numbers that we have, and as you mentioned, the controversy over how those numbers are counted, where some folks say that the numbers are being attributed to, or the deaths are being attributed to COVID, if a person died while having it, whether that was the cause of death or not. So even the number of deaths that are attributed to COVID is probably overstated at present. But even so, if you look at that versus the number of positive cases, it's still only about 1%.
So we look at every single. I understand where you're going, and and it's really difficult, Supervisor Elliott. We do think that the 95 deaths are 95 people who had COVID, and I have great trust in our local doctors to fill out their death certificates as accurately as they can. And we do look at each and every death certificate, and they will mostly say acute respiratory failure and COVID, and so that completely goes hand in hand because we know that that's what COVID causes. It causes pneumonia and respiratory failure. We have yet to see something like car crash and COVID. That just hasn't happened here. And I understand what you're saying, that that's a possibility, but I would assume that it's very, very rare. And it's more likely that somebody who has not been diagnosed with COVID and has never been tested with COVID has a mild illness, doesn't go anywhere and dies at home and doesn't get counted as COVID. So in the end, is it a wash? I mean, those people who die and don't ever get attributed as COVID deaths, do they even out the very rare circumstance where maybe somebody who died of some other reason but was COVID positive at the same time accounted for as a COVID death? And so I think it would be very, very minuscule the amount of change it would make in the actual death rate in the end.
Okay. Well, that's kind of getting beside the point of what I was originally trying to get at.
Okay.
Was that if we look at the rate of fatalities, it seems that COVID virus is becoming less deadly as time goes on, relatively speaking. So maybe we should pay more attention to that rather than just the increase in numbers of positive tests, and focus what we focus the appropriateness of the measures that we take to get things under control more on the death rate rather than just the rate of positivity, because with this increased emphasis on contact tracing, et cetera, we just find that whenever we trace it back, we find more and more COVID out there. And as you said, it's community spread, it's everywhere. So if we accept that, then maybe just looking at whether it's as deadly as it used to be, and are we making progress on that, and therefore is it really worthwhile to ratchet back on all of these restrictions, or just focus more on getting out the message that you should just take the common sense precautions to keep yourself from getting sick. Maybe those are the types of things that would give us the best bang for our buck and create the least disruption to the economy.
Thank you, and understood. And I will take that back to our epidemiology team and see if they feel that there's any strength to trying to make that calculation. But certainly death rates is something we can look at, and it would be encouraging if that were falling. But there's so many other things that I have to look at. Testing positivity, as you said, is only one thing. The overall case rate is another. The metrics that the state has given that put us on the watch list, those are the 5 things that I really need to pay attention to as well. But first and foremost, above and beyond any of that is what's going on in our hospitals. That's what I really look at more than anything. And so although I showed you some encouraging graphs today with our R naught dipping down a little bit and maybe our projected deaths and hospitalizations going down, what I'm really looking at is the day-to-day census in our hospitals and what's going on in our ICUs.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Park, thank you for that presentation. I just have a question regarding testing. How do we improve the turnaround time? I know that I was tested on the 9th of July, and I'm still waiting for my results. That's 12 days. So it seems like they were testing all these people, and it's probably going to be 2 weeks before results come out. It seems like if someone were to be sick, they could be out spreading the virus. So is it a funding issue? What is the issue that takes so long?
It is multifactorial, and the state's aware that this is a universal problem throughout the state. It's not just our county. Turnaround time is something that is a problem, and they're trying to focus on, but it's many factors. So it's the fact that more people have COVID now since we started reopening the state, and with more people getting sick, there's a higher demand for testing. And with the higher demand for testing, there's more people filling up all the appointment slots in all our ERs and using up the swabs and using up the viral transport media. So throughout this pandemic, since the beginning, since January, February, there's always been something that we're lacking. Whether it's the reagent in the lab and then it becomes the swabs and then it becomes the viral media that the swab goes into in the vial, there's always something. And so part of it is the manufacturing side, and nationally, what are we doing at that level to try to push industry? So it starts there with just capacity for testing. And then there's the demand. And then because there's a demand, now you've got an appointment. You can't go in and get your testing done today unless you're very ill and you end up in the ER. And then there's a backlog in the lab because the labs can only run so many tests on one machine at a time, and it takes hours to run that first batch and then another several hours to run another batch. So then that happens, and then when the lab gets their result, now there's this other part where there's this whole data entry portion, and there's the portion where we have to put it into a state system software, and then the disease investigator is supposed to call you. If you go to a free testing site, their doctors are supposed to call you. They have virtual doctors that they've hired who are supposed to call you, but I'm hearing that that's not really happening either from the free testing sites as much as maybe was happening before. So lots of issues everywhere, and we need to try to decompress, which is why Secretary of Health and Human Services, Dr. Mark Galley, did come out with a new priority list for testing statewide, and now there are 4 tiers. And we are supposed to prioritize the sickest people to get the testing done and to get it as quickly as possible compared to somebody who might be asymptomatic and well and who just wants to know. There is a tiered approach now that everyone is supposed to be following.
I get it. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Dr. Park, I just want to confirm in terms of how the COVID deaths are reported and how that death rate is calculated. You said it's based on the death certificate.
Yes.
And everyone who dies has a doctor that signs a death certificate.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the reason for death is listed, primary, and if there's a secondary, sometimes they will put secondary. And as long as COVID is on one of those lines, that gets counted.
So even if the doctor feels it was secondary, that will be counted as a COVID death.
Yes, as it relates to the primary. The secondary usually relates to the primary.
Okay.
So usually the primary will say respiratory failure, pneumonia, ARDS, all usually pulmonary things, sometimes cardiac things, and then it'll say person had COVID. And so that counts.
Okay, because there was a news story, and one of our own spokespeople said that a death certificate lists COVID disease or SARS-CoV-2 as a cause of death, or a person had a significant condition contributing to his or her death and a confirmed lab positive. I think for the general public, that's really confusing. That's real kind of inside baseball stuff. I think if we want to be consistent with the public, the message we need to tell the public is it's based on a doctor's death certificate. Everybody gets one. And if the doctor feels that COVID was a contributing factor, we will count it.
That's exactly correct. So I apologize if there's some misinformation going out there, and we should work to correct that. So it might be the next thing that shows up on our social media page. We can take that back and put out a post on that. But certainly it's counted when the doctor puts on the death certificate that it was a contributing factor.
I just think that's important for the public. There's so many rumors swirling about that, people are falsifying numbers and all this kind of stuff. But I agree with you. The general public does have confidence in their medical doctors. And I think they would find it hard to believe that a medical doctor would falsify a death certificate. And so I think if that is what's happening, then I think we need to be really clear with the public on how these things are being attributed, because otherwise people don't have any faith in the statistics, they don't have faith in our dashboard, and they don't believe what's going on. So I think we need to maybe work a little harder on that.
Certainly. Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Park? Okay. Ms. Nino?
Madam Chair, board members, I want to share a conversation we had with Dr. Galley from the state of California on Sunday. So prior to the 10 o'clock hour, I was reached out by our executive director from CSAC, letting me know that Dr. Galley was trying to reach out to me. So prior to probably about 9:30, Dr. Galley and I spoke because he had a 10 o'clock meeting with the governor's office. And exactly as Dr. Park said, they are very focused. And since we have been on the monitoring list for a number of weeks now, about hospitalizations in our county. As a result of that morning discussion, we did he asked if he could sit down with a few of our board members along with Dr. Park. We had Mr. Dietrich on there along with Mr. Birch, our EMS director. And since Supervisor Elliott is our representation from our Board of Supervisors for CSAC, and then we had our chair. Our staffers here from San Joaquin County responded, I want to say immediately, it was very close to immediately, to address the call at 1 o'clock with Dr. Galley. It was anticipated in my initial conversation with him that it was only going to last 30 minutes. It ended up being over an hour. We also had Ms. Montesantos. She is key leadership within the governor's administration. She was very, as part of that call, also representing the state of California. And I cannot emphasize enough how proactive the state was, how deliberate they were in their discussion with us, and how concerned they are on behalf of San Joaquin County. They offered more than once, how can we help you? How can we help you to get a level of containment? These are my words, I'm not directly quoting them. What more can the state do to assist San Joaquin County so we could get containment? To what level of support do you need to make sure that people know the seriousness of not wearing a mask and that they must? The social distancing, the hand washing. I shared with them that this county administration building was one of the first government buildings to open up, and that this board not once ever pushed back in regards to administration to require masking since that order came out from the state of California. That it was extremely important that San Joaquin County abide by the state orders because we recognize the risk that it puts our realignment dollars in, along with our CARES dollars. And I shared with them what else we were doing. I shared with them the additional CARES dollars we were using for our advertising campaign. We also had discussions that Dr. Park and I were both a part of with CDFA and our ag commissioner to focus on our migrant labor, because ag industry is extremely important in our community, along with our homeless community, and that the board had already given direction individually to staff to see what we could do to increase the testing in that area. Another area he spoke a lot about was our counties to the left and the right of us, as far as what was our three-week plan going forward when it comes to our hospitals. And we could not thoroughly address that. And I know EMS has been working with the hospitals on a weekly basis to make sure that we're discharging our patients more effectively and more efficiently. And I know I'm going to be having a meeting with him very soon in regards to seeing what we can do to address any of those kinds of concerns. But I wanted to make sure that the public and this board was well aware that the state has reached out to us personally, and he concluded the call with anticipate that those conversations will be ongoing. And we shared with them how much we appreciated it. And everybody on the call from San Joaquin County was very proactive and very deliberate in the conversation that we had with our state representatives. And, unfortunately, this is not solved yet, but our goal is, we're doing all that we can. And the state, they could not have asked us more than what can we do to help you? So, good conversation Sunday afternoon.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Ms. Nino, is there any plans to do, like, at one point, New York City was overwhelmed and they put a tent structure in Central Park. And also the president had brought the naval ship in there, the hospital ship. Is there any talks or plans that, as we're going into the fall season and we're not seeing a collapse, which may happen, God willing, but is there any plans to maybe be proactive and put up a tent that's specific and maybe do it at the county hospital grounds that is specific for COVID treatment? Or hospital, anything else hospital where you maybe have a hospital wing that's more controlled for COVID and you've got other services outside. Is there any discussion to be one step ahead of what may happen and using some of our CARES funding for it?
So, Dr. Park, would you like me to pitch that to Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I believe Mr. Birch will probably be able to answer that better, but I just to start off, I'll say that it's interesting you asked that, Supervisor Patty, because that's exactly what the state did in Imperial County, is they set up a hospital in a tent outside of a hospital because they just had that many cases. And I did receive a call from the Deputy Director of CDPH, Heidi Steinecker, before our call with Dr. Galley, and she said that they were concerned about us because we're starting to look like Imperial. So when she said that, I was, very disheartened, happy to know that the state is really concerned about us and genuinely wanting to help us, but concerned that they see us as the next Imperial County, which is very alarming. I don't want to go to there where we're going to be pitching a tent, but as Mr. Birch will tell you, I don't even know if we would have the staff to sustain something like that. So that might be the primary problem.
But that could be an issue. That if the state's asking what to do, that might be we need staff because we're going to ramp up a hospital to be a step ahead of what we're anticipating.
And Supervisor Patty, we did have an opportunity to speak about staff on Sunday, and Mr. Birch can share.
Sure. I have a few slides, if it pleases the board, I'd like to be able to show as we have this discussion, if that's okay. Thank you. Yeah, just the next slide would be great. So these are yesterday's numbers. I just got today's numbers as we were sitting in the board chambers, but as of yesterday, what I wanted to show the board and kind of make a point of is our ICU capacity. And what you can see here is we've been running well beyond our current 99 licensed adult, and we track our adult beds, 99 adult beds. We're licensed for intensive care. And what you can see is each of the hospitals ahead of you, thank you, is that every hospital has expanded into their surge capacity for ICU. And this changes on a daily basis. We're currently at, with today's numbers, 130% capacity. So we're using 37 beds above our 99 licensed ICU beds. Every hospital except Dameron is running at or above capacity. Today's numbers change just a little bit. There's a few as it goes around. There might be, because you look at some of the hospitals like Kaiser, for example, they only have 6 licensed ICU beds, so it's easy for them to have a patient go in or out and it changes their percentage. But everybody's running at capacity for ICU. Our ICU COVID patients are sitting at about well above 50%. They bounce between 50 and into the high 60s. Our overall hospital patients, percentage of hospital patients with COVID in the hospital is 30%. Today we reached a new number of 780 hospitalized patients in the county, which since we started tracking in March is the largest number of admissions through all of our 7 hospitals. That's the next slide, please. So we had an opportunity. We had opened up a discussion with the state of California. I'm sorry for the small font. Back in March about how we could work with our hospitals to bring staffing in. And one of our concerns initially was Dameron. How could we assist Dameron to be able to maximize the number of beds at their hospital? Because they had for years running very, very well below their licensed bed capacity. And so we started meeting with their leadership and talking with the state about how we could do that. Our surge plan has always been designed about adding capacity at existing hospitals and not bringing in tents and other things which are hard to support or opening up alternate care sites, but really expanding at the hospital. So we had our original surge target of over 1,900 additional beds that we could add to the county. In anticipation of where we were headed in opening up discussions with the state, Dr. Duncan with the State EMS Authority and I had a conversation, and he shared with us that the availability of a federal team to come into San Joaquin County. At that time, when we looked at which hospitals would best be able to utilize, because the key was we wanted to bring the team in not to meet the current demand at a hospital, but to expand our capacity. And working with Adventist Health, which oversees both Dameron and Lodi, we were initially thinking Dameron for the first team, but because Lodi got such hard hit with an outbreak amongst their staff, that it was actually, it was quicker for us to expand intensive care unit beds by bringing that staff into Lodi. And so we connected Lodi administration with the state, and they were able to execute an agreement to bring that team in. And what you saw with the Air Force was able to provide through the state. This didn't come from the federal government. This came through the state government. These are resources made available to the state from the federal government, and so they were allocated statewide. There were 8 teams that the state was able to put together. The first team that went to Lodi Memorial comprised of 3 physicians, a physician assistant, 11 registered nurses, 2 ICU techs, and 2 respiratory therapists. And working with Lodi, since they arrived, Lodi has been able to double their number of ICU beds from 10 to 20 and expand to provide ICU service, which was a key resource that we were trying to build. In addition, they were able to utilize this staff to supplement and add an additional 30 med-surg beds that they were able to staff up. So they're still operating below their licensed capacity, but they're able to start making use of those beds that they had no staff for at that time. The next slide, please. The following day, it might have even been later that day, I think the following day, we were contacted by the state. Orange County had declined to accept a federal team, and they were making that team available to San Joaquin County based on where we saw our numbers going. So we were able to reach back out to Adventist Health and bring a second team into Dameron Hospital. There again, the goal was to try to maximize the number of empty beds and unstaffed beds that we had in a hospital to be able to do that. That team did not have any physicians attached to it, but did have emergency department and ICU registered nursing personnel, which were key and has been hard to find for all the hospitals. So with that, today Dameron current census is at 78 patients. Prior to COVID, they had been operating well below 30 on an average daily census. And they were concerned when we first started meeting with them that they would be able to go beyond 50. And now we've got them operating above 70. And they believe that with this team and the additional support that they're bringing in on their own, that we're going to be able to push that number even higher. And the next slide, Dr. Park already showed this to you, but just part of our tracking slide. We're working with the hospitals. We have weekly calls with the chief medical officers and the hospital administrators. And each week the topics seem to change as the pandemic and the conditions on the ground change. And what you can see is we had a slight leveling out on our hospitalizations, but now it's really, it's starting to pick up. In talking to the hospitals, that's all for the slides, thank you. In speaking with the hospital administrators and their chief medical officers, Lodi, because of its current staffing needs, has stopped all scheduled admissions. All the other hospitals are doing selective scheduled admissions, mostly based on people who can no longer wait to be treated at the hospital. So we're talking cancer patients, obviously trauma at the trauma center, but they're screening those on a daily basis, and they're trying to prioritize the patients that'll take that can be same-day surgery or that they just can't wait and try to schedule it. All the hospitals report having to hold admissions as they turn over beds and staffing. At one time, I know St. Joseph's Medical Center was holding 18 potential ICU admissions in their emergency department. So they're all working very, very hard to meet this. They've all faced their own staffing challenges as staff have become infected with COVID or other factors that are affecting their staff. All are working to bring additional staff in under registries I know today's numbers, I believe, our own county hospital was operating at 184 license or 184 patient census for inpatients as they reported to us. And so they've done a great job of being able to expand their own capacity. And I think the majority of those patients are actually trauma patients and people requiring the surgery services of the hospital. So we're working with all the hospitals on being able to expand into those surge beds, being able to expand into all the licensed beds that we have available. No one has reached out to us specifically asking for additional services beyond what was made available to us with the two federal teams, whether it was through Health Corps or other factors yet. They're still working their contacts through the registries to bring additional staff in. But as we move forward and what we anticipate will be the growing needs of the hospitals, we're open to working with those particular hospitals on increasing staffing. One of the key findings or discussions that we had on Sunday with Secretary Galley was, what exactly are the hospitals doing? Are they doing everything they can to manage their own caseload? Because not only does San Joaquin County have staffing needs and potential, but they see it with Imperial, they see it in Tulare County, they see it in Orange, Riverside, and others. So they're having to maximize where they utilize the resources. They want to make sure that San Joaquin's doing everything it can to lower its case rate and maximize the efficiencies of its hospital. And those are the open discussions we're having with each of the hospital administrators and chief medical officers on a weekly basis. So that's kind of my presentation. I'm not sure if that completely answered your question. Mr. Patty, I'd be happy to entertain.
Just a quick follow-up then. Just as we mentioned, perhaps having a tent structure. Has anybody looked into, if this continues to escalate and it is a fallback plan, have we looked into sourcing it so we could move and go quickly if needed?
Well, we have accepted one tent structure into the county that's been deployed to Dameron is outside their facility, and they're utilizing it as really to expand their emergency department. They have one of the smallest emergency departments in our county.
Sure.
And so they're utilizing that space as a throughput process, which has been very helpful. There are 2 additional tents available to us currently through Sacramento. Those were that were made available to Sacramento County, and they've been storing those on behalf of the state when they demobilized their mobile hospitals. And those are what we currently have in the region. Those are something that we could look at potentially for purchasing, but that's not really our surge plan. Our surge plan has always been bringing staff into the hospitals, and I think that's still our number one priority. As we move up, is being able to help the hospitals increase their staffing, whether it's through using non-traditional hospital workers. I mean, the state has authorized us to use paramedics and EMTs in static locations in hospitals. We can start looking at those strategies. One hospital, we have had one discussion with one hospital about doing that. So those are really the discussions that we need to have first before it's actual physical space. I think we have plenty of physical space. The key is the healthcare workers to staff that space.
Okay, it's good to know. Thank you.
Mr. Birch, we heard this morning a lot of nurses calling in, expressing concern with seeking waivers on their patient ratios. How does that factor into the various hospitals' plans? And, I know it's such a balancing act trying to balance not burning out your staff who have already been months now working under pretty horrible circumstances. How do we balance that, and how does that sort of patient ratio waiver, how does that factor into our plan?
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Miller. So each of the hospitals now in San Joaquin County have the opportunity to work through licensing certification, obtain waivers for both the beds that they're using, so they can expand and change licensing of bed status, so they can expand into non-traditional beds, surge beds as well. But then you bring up the other point of staffing. Staffing is a concern. We raised that on Sunday with Secretary Galley, just the wear and the concern on our healthcare workers. They've been working extremely hard in a very trying time, and they've worked through a lot of difficulties. I I have a lot of respect for the nurses and physicians and other staff. I mean, all the way down to housekeeping who have to turn over beds and keep things moving. And it's everything that makes a hospital work, and they're all working tremendously hard. So there is a balancing act for the hospitals. You can only ask so much of your staff. I know I was speaking with general manager for AMR yesterday. He had a 26-year paramedic, 56 years old, walked in and said, "I just ran my last call, I quit." The strain is real, and that's affecting a lot of people right now. This is a unique time. We've not been through this in my lifetime, and it's affecting everybody differently. So part of what we want to do is we want the hospitals to be efficient. We want them to be able to stay staffed and running, but we have to recognize that there is a human toll on the workers.
So have all the hospitals applied for waivers to expand their patient staffing ratios, or is it just up to individual hospitals? And, you know, what else can we do besides that? Or is this what it's come to?
It is up to each of the individual hospitals to seek those waivers on their own. We had that conversation with Health and Human Services. They don't want to give a blanket. In the beginning, in March, when we first saw the pandemic, they issued a statewide blanket waiver for all the hospitals. Now that where we are today, they want each hospital working and submitting their own plan, so they can ask those questions themselves of, what are you doing to bring in additional staff, whether it's registered nurses, whether it's respiratory therapists or X-ray or whatever their needs are that they're seeking waivers for. So they're working on that. So really, it's a give and take. And maybe Dave, if you want to jump in here, kind of what you're doing at the county hospital, he might be able to speak a little more authoritatively on the actions that they've taken at San Joaquin General.
Great, thank you. Mr. Culberson, welcome.
Yes, Chair Miller, answer your question specifically here. Just a bit of background, as Ann pointed out, earlier in the pandemic, the governor did allow essentially blanket waiver of the staffing ratios, but on July 3rd, he issued a letter that said the hospitals had 14 days from the date of the letter to request a waiver specific for COVID operations. And I believe nearly all hospitals in the county and probably in the state have applied for such a waiver. You basically have to prove a number of things that certainly that you have demand, that it's COVID specific, and that you've tried just about everything you can, including trying to call all of your part-time staff. They are encouraging, and we here at our hospital, and I know from calling both with county hospitals on Thursday afternoons, and then the public hospitals on Thursday evening. Every hospital I speak with, and that's got to be probably over 25 to 30, have all requested supplemental staff from the outside. So really what the waiver is enabling us in the COVID affected areas to go beyond the staffing ratios. I will say from my perspective, and I think I know from the other hospital CEOs that I speak with, we all want to provide as many nurses as we can to the floors. I will say I was up a couple times in the last week here, and ICU patients are 1-to-1 in many instances as opposed to what is allowed in some instances 1-to-2, one nurse to two patients. These folks are on ventilators. They're on multiple medications. They have paralytic agents to help them for a number of different reasons, and all of which require really, really intense and very, very close monitoring by nursing. So I think every hospital CEO, nursing executive wants to give as many nurses as we can to the situation. It's just, as Mr. Birch pointed out here, and we're continuing to see it growing, the number of COVID positive patients is continuing to grow.
Thank you.
And Mr. Culberson, doesn't it provide you another tool in the event that you need it? Because in the event you didn't have an approved waiver, the county would be at risk for financial penalties.
That's correct, Ms. Nino. There is, of course, effective January 1st of this year, a financial penalty that can be assessed by the state for those hospitals that are not meeting staffing ratio. And so this waiver allows us to avoid that. Again, it's not our intent to say we need fewer nurses. It's our intent we need more. We're at 182 patients, as Mr. Birch points out. 3 months ago, we were at 78 patients. And so for us to be able to offer a safe patient care requires we get as many nurses as we can. But we're working our best, but certainly the waiver does allow avoidance of that. And again, it's to be reassessed. I will say, once again, we did not receive a waiver in our OBGYN area or in our labor and delivery area, as you would expect. In most cases, now we do have a few moms and a few babies that are positive, community exposures, but for the most part, labor and delivery is not, as of right now, COVID affected, so that there was no waiver granted, at least at San Joaquin General Hospital.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both. Good information. Okay. We're going to move on. County Council has some information for us.
Thank you. As Ms. Nino mentioned, the state is looking at a tool of withholding realignment dollars from the county in order to, or for not just San Joaquin County, but across the board, as a tool to ensure compliance. And so what that looks like is that the state's initial plan was after the July 10th certification, which Ms. Nino submitted earlier this month. Initial payments were to flow to the counties. The governor is waiting on a budget trailer bill to be enacted that will allow him or authorize him to withhold those additional payments if counties are not compliant, and I'll get to that in a moment. For San Joaquin, this represents about $13.4 million broken out across 4 areas. So for human services, it's $6.2 million. For health, it's $1.3 million. For behavioral health, it's $3.1 million. And then for public safety, it's $2.6 million. And what the state expects is that, assuming this bill is adopted, which in speaking with our lobbyist yesterday, they believe that it will be, that counties will have a continuing obligation to make monthly attestations of their compliance. So compliance looks at the county's ability to meet the contact tracing staffing levels that we previously committed to the county's ability to meet the current requirements to actively participate in the state's data monitoring program, and then also not adopting any ordinances or resolutions or taking any actions that are inconsistent with the state's stay-at-home program. And part of that looks at what are you doing with regards to enforcement. So when the state brought this out, a number of counties around us, Yolo, Napa, Marin, Tuolumne, those are the ones off the top of my head, adopted urgency ordinances that allowed or created an administrative fine process so that we weren't burdening law enforcement, or so that they weren't burdening law enforcement necessarily with responding to businesses or to individuals who were violating the state orders, but instead they were able to spread that burden out or move that burden to another department within the county. And it also prevented it from being a criminal response and instead channeled it over into an administrative process. In speaking with the city attorneys here, I know that a majority of the cities are presently responding to complaints of businesses that are not following the rules primarily they're responding with education. Some of them, though, are escalating their responses if they're having to return on multiple occasions. And at least one city did receive a letter from the state that said, if you guys don't start playing ball and enforcing the rules, you are also subject to losing your realignment dollars as well. And so they have begun an enforcement program also. If the board is interested in pursuing an administrative program, we can certainly do that and put it together and bring it back to the board. What I would recommend if we do that is that it include a detailed plan for escalating response, starting with education, and then providing how that response would escalate. Provide a sliding scale for the fine, allowing for the enforcement agency the ability to consider the nature and severity of the violation. Include an appeal process, and then also give thought to which department or departments would be responsible for responding to the complaints.
So would these be citations just to businesses or also to individuals or to anybody?
So most of the counties are doing it. If you're going to set up the administrative process, it's better to set it up broadly so that you can address both the individual who says, I don't care what the rules are or how many times you tell me, I'm just going to do what I want, as well as to potentially the business that operates disobeying or ignoring the rules. Oftentimes the board speaks about creating or maintaining a level playing field amongst the businesses, where you have a lot of businesses out there who are following the rules, and then they look at other businesses that are not and wonder why.
And so what other departments are some counties utilizing for this kind of a program?
So some departments are using environmental health. They're the environmental health inspectors. Those folks would normally go out and be looking at the restaurants and those types of operations. Some counties are using their code enforcement officers. So I think that there's an education component that has to go along with this in order to be able to actually stand up the program.
And if there was a need, I guess I'm going to direct this one to our CAO, for additional staff to actually make this work. I don't really see we have another department that's already staffed up enough to take on something this big. Is there the possibility of bringing on temporary COVID people that the cost of that would be reimbursable through the CARES Act funding?
Possibly, Chair Miller.
Because it seems like it would have to be something that's ramped up quickly. There'd have to be a lot of education and training of this staff because they would be outreaching into the public. But the cost involved, it would need to be very clear that we weren't bringing on a whole cadre of new employees. I don't know how that works because most of our employees are represented. I'm not sure how this works in terms of bringing on a team of very specifically temporary workers, because the COVID or the CARES Act money has to be expended
by the end of December. Correct. Yeah. And we would confirm that prior to bringing anything to the board.
Okay. From my standpoint, I think it's something we need to at least look at. I think it's way too much funding at risk to not look at it. I think we need to look at it from that perspective. Brother Patty?
Yes, through the chair, County Council. So is it my understanding, or is it your position that you believe that unless we do this, we will be losing funding? Is this a do this or else?
I think that it's a tool that that the county can have in its toolbox. That so far, I wasn't on the call on Sunday, so I don't know if there was any mention of this or not. But I know that in some counties where the sheriff has blatantly said, "I am simply not enforcing," that's one of the reasons those counties have adopted this type of rule. Now, we don't have that here, where our sheriff has said, "I'm trying to do what's reasonable." You know, but you know as well as I do that sometimes that the positions that are taken by the administration coming out of Sacramento don't always look at fully what's occurring on the ground. So, you know, whether it's something that you adopt and you put in your tool chest and say, well, at least I have a tool there if I need it, or you say, well, we're going to hold off on that. But at least it's something that I think should be thought about. I know that it's something, and the reason that I presented it was because I know that it's something that is occurring around us, other counties are considering, and so I want the board to be aware of the things that are going on around.
Okay, understood. So we're not in a you must do this situation at this moment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so then my position on this is I believe it's draconian at this time, in this stage. We do have a sheriff's department that's engaged. We have other enforcement mechanisms. We have a medical director that's coming down with very careful and you know, very specific guidance, as well as from the state. I think our businesses are suffering enough. And if you look, you can find probably a violation anywhere you want to look. The last thing I want to do is turn people free to go and find violations and to go on an expedition. The last thing businesses need is more hardship. I just read a report. 56% of restaurants are closing permanently. You know how many jobs that is? 56% of restaurants. And it reverberates across many sectors. So I think the last thing we need to do, and we're not in a must-do situation, and that might be something we need to address, but we've got Dr. Park, we've got Mr. Dietrich, we've got all of these departments that are focused on what we need to do. I think the last thing this board needs to do is start becoming an enforcement and using some draconian measures to fine and penalize people that are suffering. They're doing things out of necessity to pay their rent, take care of child care, to pay mortgages, whatever they can do just to stay alive. So I am not in favor of this in any capacity at this stage. I don't care how many warnings. I don't care the stages, processes. I don't believe this is necessary. I think it's heavy-handed, and I think it's unfit for the county at this time. Thank you.
Comments? Supervisor Wynn, do you have any comments on this?
I do, but I think it's probably been covered. I think one of the things that I find in this situation is those who are quarantined for 2 weeks are disadvantaged from going to work or doing a variety of other things, and especially when there's no evidence or symptoms in regards to experiencing any symptoms from the virus itself. So I would tend to agree that I think there's an overreach. I understand the necessity. I get it, but I think, and I think the whole thing is really boils down to individual responsibility. And I understand there are those who are negligent or irresponsible, but I think that for those who would lose 2 weeks of pay or 2 weeks of basically whatever they would do, I think is a little bit too far to go, absent some type of evidence that other than a who knows what kind of contact, absent a fever or some symptoms that would justify having somebody, shut off their life for 2 weeks. So anyway, just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my comment, it's more along the lines of what Supervisor Patty said. I don't think we need to initiate a Gestapo squad to go out and seek out violations. If we have complaints, then I think it's appropriate for someone from code enforcement to go, or from the sheriff's department, whichever, to go and provide some education, reminders that these are the current state requirements, and that people need to do these things. But I don't think that we need to go out and set up a system where we go out and seek out people who may not be completely enforcing all of the items. It may not be that people are intentionally trying to flaunt the directives that are coming down. But regardless, I think our best course of action is just to focus on education, make it a response to a complaint. If someone thinks there's a situation that is patently dangerous, then they should be able to call that in, and someone can go out and respond. But I'm not in favor of setting up a system of penalties, fines, sanctions, all that kind of thing on local businesses.
Through the chair, if I may respond, most of the systems that are set up are complaint driven. Oftentimes they have a triage panel that once the complaints come in, they review them collectively with representatives from a variety of departments to determine the appropriate response. But I want to make clear that I was never representing or suggesting that a Gestapo-like team would go out through the city to close down businesses.
Yes, I didn't hear you say those words. Those were my words.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, and to that point, one of our cities in the county put together a $1,000 fine for anybody 3 or more people gathered. And the reflection from the population, people, this is part of my district, was exactly the Gestapo measures, that if there are 3 or more people gathered in a garage at a house, then people are supposed to call up, report them, and it's up to a $1,000 fine. And that's, I mean, the outcry against that was unbelievable. And in one of our public calls, I had spoken with the city manager about it, because it's just uncalled for. It's not warranted, and we shouldn't be doing that. I think it's heavy-handed. So thank you.
And I'd like to finish my comments, if I may.
Certainly, Supervisor.
But also one of my concerns when we start down this path is just a concern with selective enforcement. And I brought this up on the call with Dr. Galley Sunday as well, in that, already there's kind of a mixed message out there in that certain activities are allowed to happen because they're constitutionally protected, such as protests and rallies, etc., where many people who participate in those activities don't pay much attention, if any, to social distancing or wearing masks or things like that, and they're allowed to do those things with no sanctions. And then here we are going to selectively focus on complaints about a business who doesn't have every single person who enters the store wearing a mask or something. They should, and they should get that education, but maybe they don't. But what I worry about is the selective enforcement and the patent unfairness of that, where you get people going out and focusing on people who are generally law-abiding anyway, and so they get clamped down on hard. But then these other activities that are allowed to take place with little, if any, monitoring of any social distancing or mask wearing or sanitation or whatever else, they're just allowed to happen. So, we have to have something that makes sense to the populace and something that is fair. So a system that focuses on education and getting the word out as to what needs to be done and keeping a positive message out there, a message to the effect that if we take these common sense steps, we can all contribute to keeping this coronavirus situation under control. That type of messaging and the type of advertising that we talked about earlier will have, I think, a significant impact on our ability to keep the coronavirus under control. but I'm just not in favor of going down this path of additional enforcement measures because I think it will lead to, as I said, selective enforcement and just heighten the sense of unfairness about the whole thing. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Any better than Supervisor Elliott. I totally agree with him.
I never thought that we were going to proactively go out and do sweeps of businesses, but I do think that with such a large amount of our funding at risk, I think we should have our council and CAO explore what sort of an administrative policy would help protect us from the loss of these funds. But if it is the consensus of this board not to do any research on that, then I guess that's the direction that has been provided to staff. We're going to move on and hear from Mr. Diedrich.
Chair Miller, before we move on, but please, Mr. Dietrich, feel free because my comments are going to be. This topic did come up. I want to make sure it's clearly, I respond to Mr. Miles' question, whether or not this topic did come up. And exactly as Supervisor Elliott mentioned, we did have a robust conversation. The state, I felt, approached it from a very much of an educational, but we also shared that public health does receive a lot of concern from both from the public saying, you know, why isn't this business abiding by the order? And, you know, so I did share with the state that this board was very proactive. It was rolled out on Friday about rolling out the personal protective equipment that is currently being distributed by our Department of Office of Emergency Services, so we could try to essentially eliminate any excuse that it's costing the business, especially to protect both their employees and their customers. And so, you know, just providing that, you know, we're trying to remove some of those why you can't. Well, this is why you can. So, you know, make it more of you know, this is your path forward rather than why. Essentially come alongside them and say why it is okay that they're violating. Because exactly as Chair Miller said, there's millions of dollars at risk for San Joaquin County. And I know this board, as part of its top priority, you know, to be fiscally responsible. I will share with this board in the event I see that we receive any direct communication from the state that we are at risk in the event certain measures aren't taken.
Thank you. Mr. Diedrich, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Wanted to give an update on contact tracers. One of the items that the county administrator does need to attest to on a monthly basis is the number of contact tracers we have available. When we attested to the state around May 18th, the attestation requirement had that we had 115 contact tracers trained and available, and I'm pleased to say that as of today we have 129. That's brought up by about 10 core public health staff. We've also trained 39 additional public health staff. They're on order about 10 additional county staff. We do have about 29 community volunteers. 15 more individuals are basically get enrolled every week at the UCSF training. And we have reached out with HR and have done some recruitment and have onboarded at least 10 office assistants to support that effort. So one of the challenges, though, those are contact tracers, and those are not the initial point of contact. We have actually contact disease investigators, and that's really the initial point of contact. When somebody turns positive, they do that initial interview with those individuals, and it's a 45-minute interview, and that's generally a nurse or somebody higher level. That's where we're having a little bit of struggles, but we have worked with HR, and we've brought back some retired nurses from the hospital and other annuitants, and are using our epi staff there. But when you have the order of 200 to 300 positives a day, and this is 45 minutes, and you basically that first contact, you have to reach them by phone. You and I probably don't always pick up our cell phones. We don't recognize that number. There's reports out there of some people out there using contact tracing as a scam. But then beyond that, we also face delays. So I know Dr. Park mentioned getting the information into the state system, which is CalReady. We actually in public health have an interface, and we interface our results to them electronically, but they're not instantly in there. That's the same thing for other labs as well. There's actually it comes into CalReady, but then somebody at the state actually vets that to make sure it's not a duplicate. It might take a day or two before it gets into CalReady. And then these contact investigators, our EPI staff that are also doing our dashboard, have to then queue that from that system over to another state system called CalConnect, which is what the state stood up, and our county was an early adopter. It's the technology from Salesforce Accenture, and it's hosted in the Amazon cloud. It takes us several days to get on top of that, and as Supervisor Villaputa admitted, the delay in tracing, or pardon me, in test results. We want to get in public health after we get our expanded capacity, well over 1,000 a day, and get those turned around. And as Dr. Park mentioned, we want to focus on patients in the hospital, congregate living environments, as well as quick turnaround time for healthcare personnel, that if they were exposed, we can do a test. If they're negative, they can get right back in the workplace. But all this delays, the virus continues to spread. So I think around the last meeting in May, I gave an update in regards to the potential for some contact tracing using smartphone technology, and I think I provided an update on June 10th. It wasn't, so contact tracing using Bluetooth technology, I've actually downloaded the app. I worked with Mayor Tubbs' office, and the app developer is called Citizen. Citizen is one of the largest, or probably is the largest public safety app in America. It has almost 6 million users. Their core public safety app is really, it gives you alerts on, fire responses, the police incidents, auto accidents, and it gives you a visual map. This is an add-on to their product, and as the pandemic grows rapidly in our state, and it's something we have to live with, I need to be able to scale, and I don't think even if I had 500 people, I could actually do it. We also are looking to cohort our staffing all in one location. We had an outbreak of COVID in that location, so some of these staff are actually giving them work from home flexibility so I can maintain that. But I worked with Mayor Tubbs' office and Citizen. Both Apple and Google are historically competitors. They released an application programming interface in late April. That actually got pushed out, and you might have noticed if you have an Android device, I believe it was on June 18th, it pushed out to the more current generations of the smartphones. Apple did the same thing a week or two later. It's benign until there's an app to download to take advantage of it. So both Google and Apple wanted two things. They wanted this to be developed by the government, and we're not Singapore or South Korea. I do know that municipalities in Utah and South Dakota are also going down this path. So I had to work with the government affairs individuals at both Google and Apple to state that we are indeed, as a health jurisdiction, working with citizens such that they could publish the app. The other thing they wanted was they wanted a freestanding app. And that would be hard to get any user base installed. So we also work with them that, hey, it could be an add-on to Citizens app because they already have 6 million users. I've downloaded the app. It's still not out for general release, but there are 640,000 Americans currently using it. I played with it a bit, never got any contacts with anybody, so I had my wife download it as well. So now it knows when I get an incidental contact with her, if I'm in the car with her for 15 minutes, it shows that, but realistically, we need to get this to get as wide as possible. We have, San Joaquin County will have no relationship with Citizen. I will not share data with them. They will not share data with us. It is just an ability for them to launch this. They're still going through some user experience testing right now. They were thinking about launching on the 14th. They're thinking about launching tomorrow. I worked with Mayor Tubbs' office, and it looks like it is going to be delayed till the end of this month. But I just wanted to know that I'm working in the background to make this available in case it becomes a critical feature of us getting out ahead of the progression of the disease and getting on top of it as quickly as possible. Because, and I know Citizens still have some work to do on this part of the app, but theoretically, if I turn COVID positive, there would be a way for me to basically tell the app that, and they'd make sure that it's true rather than a false alarm, and then everybody in a look back period would instantly be texted on this, and it would provide them information about quarantine. And I'm not calling this contact tracing. I'm preferring to use it. This is really exposure notification and priority access to testing. And if they can get that there that quick, rather I'm 3-4 days delayed until I get the information and get somebody on the phone, it has spread to 2 or 3 people. And when Dr. Park talks about an R0 of 1.32, that means that person that's infected over the next couple days infected 1.32 more people, and it continues to spread. So this is in an effort to hopefully drive that down. I know it's somewhat controversial, but at the end of the day, all the information that a citizen has, the government is not holding it. It will be, and if you look at the end user, I don't know when you download an app or accept a software, if you actually look at all the legalese in there, they're not monetizing this at all. It's a benefit really to drive the value of their core app. I don't think they could really monetize it. I don't think it's really hackable, because all it is really basically Bluetooth hashes that change, is all anonymized. And at the end of the day, if anybody was going to hack something, it might be the state system, which is out there in the cloud, and all that information is in free text. It is a crowdsourcing app, but I read the end-user license agreement. It's only 3 pages. It's very clear they're going to get rid of the data after 30 days. Unlike a lot of other crowdsourcing apps, you don't know what they're doing with their data in the background. They made a promise they're not doing anything. I don't know, people might use the Waze app, and I don't know what Waze does in the background. Somehow they make money. Potentially they make money by, hey, I have Waze, and Waze probably knows maybe I exceed the speed limit sometimes, and maybe that is sold to insurance exchanges and it affects my rates. Nothing like that is happening. It's nothing nefarious with citizens. So I just wanted to provide that update, and that to a degree I enabled Citizen to at least have this in the App Store. It is available in the App Store if you wanted to download it. It's completely voluntary, and it's just something that hopefully, if things really get bad, it might play a role or not, but there's no direct association really with the county. A lot of this has been with Mayor Tubbs' office, and I know he'd like to do a press release at some point in time, but I think that is also in conjunction with Citizen and its core app also becoming available in San Joaquin County. Right now, my app basically shows me everything that's going on in the Bay Area, nothing locally here. So that's my update, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Diedrich? Okay, keep us posted. This is very interesting. We're going to wrap up our briefing with Ms. Hopkins, our HR director.
Good afternoon, Chair Miller, members of the board, CAO Nino. I changed the slide this morning, so I apologize. It has the wrong date on it. So today is July 21st. I caught it this morning and sent it down. Thank you for your time this afternoon. We're going to give you an update on what's going on with our workforce and COVID. So a couple things we're going to talk about today. We're going to give you some county employment statistics, focusing on our positive employees, and then some other information related to unemployment and workers' comp. We're going to give you the update on the employee testing on-site survey. We gave you a brief update 2 weeks ago. We're going to give you a little bit more information this afternoon. We're going to talk about our leave of absences and where we're at. And then just some information about keeping the public employees safe, and again, the additional outreach that Human Resources is doing under your direction and the CAO's direction to keep our employees and our customers safe. So the chart on the screen is going to show us our employee COVID positive results as of last Friday. So as we listen to all of the speakers talk this afternoon, this is an ever fluid situation, and yesterday the team was trying to update the numbers again, and then this morning we were getting new numbers, so we're just trying to be date specific so it's clear what point in time we're pointing to. We have 14 departments reporting employee positive cases. And right as of Friday, we had 88 positive. This goes back to March, so this is back to the beginning of the COVID outbreak. So if you think about, we have a workforce of a little over 7,000, 88 from March to now, makes us fairly representative of the general population, slightly below the general population numbers. As of yesterday, we wanted to share with you the actual number of employees on leave, because to just say to you we have 88 COVID positive employees, that doesn't mean we have 88 individuals at home today who have contracted COVID. So based upon our current payroll data, we believe there's about 28 of our employees who are out on leave as of today. Some of these individuals may be teleworking and some may be out based upon their medical note or an inability to telework, depending on the type of work that they perform for our organization. So the county's received 412 unemployment claims since early March, and we were hoping today that we could present to you the actual number of claims we've paid, because we've not paid on 412 claims. The state produces that information quarterly. Usually it comes in early July. We've not received it yet, so I'm hoping when I'm up before you next time we will have the number of claims we've actually paid. We do know that we had some employees file thinking they were going to be unemployed and then they were not unemployed, or we had individuals file who then also qualified for either the emergency paid sick leave or the emergency FMLA, which we then reported that to unemployment to make sure that we accurately pay on our claims. For workers' compensation, we have had 307 potential exposures reported to Human Resources Risk Management. These are not always translated into actual workers' compensation claims. It just may be an employee believes I was exposed either through a customer, through some other type of contact, a coworker, that type of information. We have received 95 workers' compensation claims. Out of that 95, 5 have been accepted out of 3 departments: the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, San Joaquin General Hospital, and the Sheriff's Office. If you think about the type of work that they do, that makes sense that we might have some accepted claims from those departments. We have denied 38 claims for non-COVID related reasons, and we have 52 that we are still researching and in progress. We heard Dr. Park speak a little bit ago about how COVID is all over and widely distributed, and this is an important factor for us to remember with our employees as well. While we have 88 COVID positive employees, other than the 5, we are unsure if those are related to community spread or have occurred in the workplace. So I know many of you have received emails, or I've received calls in the CEO's office, because HR is in the CEO's office in my old job, I apologize, in Human Resources, saying, well, you know, these 3 employees all work in the same unit and they've all tested positive for COVID. In some cases, it's been reported back to us, well, they went camping together, or other factors may have contributed. I don't know that for 100% certain. What I do know is our workforce is reflective of our community, and keeping that in mind as we move forward, I think is an important point. We provided a brief update about 2 weeks ago on our employee testing survey results. So our survey opened on June 24th and closed on July 2nd. There were 1,858 responses to the 2 questions, and the 2 questions essentially were, if the county provided COVID on testing on site, would you be interested in participating? And a little over 85% of the 1,800 responses said yes, they would. You can then see that we asked about current department locations, because we were interested in trying to narrow down where could we pilot this particular project if county employees were interested. Overwhelmingly, between the Human Services Agency at about 39% and other core downtown departments such as the County Administration Building, Child Support Services, et cetera, another 30%. Was a yes factor. So we will be piloting this testing probably in mid-August at the Human Services Agency. Director Woods has agreed to host this at his location. We are still preparing the dates and scheduling and the test instructions and a frequently asked question sheet. So this will be done via appointment. An employee will go online, schedule appointments, and we'll be able to then schedule out individuals to come in on those dates that the vendor will be on site. The vendor will report the results in accordance with CDC guidelines and orders, and we have confirmed with our public health the type of testing that they do is something that our public health office supports. This is a little bit smaller on your screen, but this is our COVID-19 leave of absence update. We have had a use of leave in 31 of our county agencies, and this is March 15th through June 26th. So what you can see, and we focused on full-time employees, we are working on the ability to report part-time employees to you as well. What you can see is that there are 337 employees that have used more than one type of leave. So when you look at the chart to the left, between the emergency FMLA, and this is the 2/3 pay that is strictly related to child care, and the emergency paid sick leave, meaning the 80 hours, that we've had 163 employees use both of those leaves. The emergency paid sick leave, which was the original 80 hours, we've had a little over 1,200 employees use that, about 22% of our workforce. It is important to note, and for the board and our employees to understand, that all of our employees that have used the EFMLA have also used the emergency paid sick leave. So we have a workforce that, as schools go to not reopen in virtual in the fall, we have individuals that have exhausted almost both of those, and we will need to address that as we move forward. I know it's a concern for our workforce. 10 employees have used combined medical leaves, and only one employee has used 3 types: the emergency paid sick leave, the EFMLA, the 2/3 pay, and personal leave. You'll see on the slide that there are 10 personal leaves. Most of these are individuals who have been either very high risk and haven't been able to return to work. About half of these, I believe, are still employees that are actually remain in other countries and have not been able to return. I know we had at least 4 employees who were doing some charity volunteer type work related to their profession in the Philippines, and they have not been able to return since the outbreak started. The chart on the left just depicts the percentages on the chart on the right depicts the percentages from the chart on the left in a pie chart form. Focusing a little bit more on our actual departments, the top 4 departments based on employee population, so it's not surprising to see our largest departments on this list, are the Human Services Agency. They've had 332 individuals out of about 1,300 use some form of leave related to COVID, 25%. San Joaquin General Hospital, 233 employees, roughly 11% of their total population. Public Works, 204 employees, about 46% of their population, and then Behavioral Health, 180 at approximately 32% of their total population. Then we have our top 4 departments based on percentage of employee use. So our treasurer tax collector was about 95%. They've had 40 of their 42 employees use some type of leave related to COVID. And these really are reflective of the emergency paid sick leave and the 2/3 leave with the emergency FMLA. E2D2, our WorkNet department, has had about 62 employees at about 84%. The assessor clerk recorder has about 70 employees, about 67% of their workforce, and then child support services at 87 employees, 64% of their workforce. So our ongoing efforts of keeping the public and employees safe, again, department heads have been provided flexibility in how they screen their customers and their employees. We are sending at least weekly employee reminders regarding stay safe measures, social distancing, washing hands, sanitizing high-touch surfaces. As we've had departments share with Human Resources causes of concern for them, such as potlucks, we've tried to send information out about please don't have a potluck. We all miss our potlucks. Potlucks are our favorite thing in the workplace. But we are, trying to remind employees frequently, often, and creatively to just keep those safety measures as we've come back to work. It's easy for me to walk up to our CAO and stand closer to her and not always remember. So we're trying to keep those reminders up, keep the reminders for face coverings, et cetera. Ms. Nino mentioned this earlier, not only in the community, but here in our workforce, we have PPE provided, whether that's face coverings, hand sanitizers, disinfectant wipes, the plexiglass that I've talked about before. We continue to provide those. We appreciate general services and purchasing helping HR in this endeavor, and we've actually sent out some joint communication from all of us to make sure that we are supporting the workforce with PPE. Department heads continue to use alternative work schedules, staggered shift, and telework options, and many department heads that I've spoke to try to keep roughly between 50 and 60% of their workforce in the building when they can, and have the others out, whether it's through an alternative work schedule, so somebody's on a day off, or teleworking where appropriate. And we have recently issued new guidance for COVID-positive employees and exposed employees on the website to our department heads. Just wrapping up with human resources outreach, we have continued to use the COVID-19 employee website, and it's updated weekly. There is new information on there every week for our employees. We are working on starting a new telephone line in human resources that's dedicated to responding to employee and department questions. What we've seen sometimes is that, like today, I'm here with you. Maybe by the time I get back to my desk, I have a couple of voicemails. So we're just going to have a dedicated staff telephone line so that it's answered all of the time for departments and employees who have questions, similar to our employee email that I've talked to you about in the past. The conference calls with department heads and assistant department heads continue twice weekly. That is our human resources update for this afternoon. Are there any questions from the board?
Have any? Supervisor Wynn, do you have any questions?
Negative. I appreciate the efforts in regards to the. So thank you.
Thank you for all you're doing. I just think more than anything, communication. You know, getting back to staff when they have questions and concerns. And I think we're all wanting the same thing. We all want to keep everybody safe. It's just, it comes down to being able to be responsive and really communicate well with our employees. So
we're hoping the telephone line continues to support that effort along with the email address, and just also for the board to know that when we have public comment that has tangible outcomes, HR is following up on those things as well. The same when Chair Miller forwards things to us, we make sure that we're following up and working with the department to be as communicative as we can with our workforce.
I know I get anything I forward, if it comes from employees, I always get feedback afterwards. Thank you for the quick response. We're so glad we're working on things. So I appreciate that very much. And I know our employees do as well. I think that's the number one thing. They want to know they're being heard, and they want to know that their input matters and that we're working to solve that stuff together. So
thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all we have for COVID today. Supervisor Patty?
I have a request. I appreciate Dr. Park is still here. I have something else that just came on my mind. I had on my list to ask her if she can come back down through the chair. I have a quick question for her.
Okay. Dr. Park, can you rejoin us for just a minute?
Thank you for staying here. I know it's ever evolving and a lot of questions and answers. Where are we? Some counties throughout the state are distance learning entirely, and some private schools are able to operate and stay open even though the public schools might be closed. Where are we in San Joaquin County, please?
So the governor has said that any school that is in a county that is on the state's monitoring list must close for on-campus instruction and go to distance learning and stay in a distance learning mode until you are off the county monitoring list for 2 weeks straight or 14 days straight. The intent for that announcement was that would apply to both public and private schools, all K through 12. But I know that there are some private schools who feel that they need that clarification, and I believe that the governor is going to be clarifying that issue. I know the intent was for it to be for all schools, but they're demanding clarification, so I think the state needs to do something about that.
Understood. And then are we close to meeting that parameter, or we're way off the spectrum that forget it, it's not even going to happen?
We have been on that county monitoring list since the beginning of its inception, and we have not been able to get off of it. And as I showed you the numbers today, where they want us to be at least 100 per 100,000 cases, we're at 277. So our case counts are just way too high, but I'm hoping that we make a turn for the better and that we can turn this around. And my message to the public is that we can do it if we revert back to all of our non-pharmaceutical interventions.
Understood. Lastly, any talk with the state that maybe they should amend these measures, since that was 6 weeks ago when this was a certain standard, and all of a sudden we've got all of these counties are on an escalator, and that number is probably unattainable in the foreseeable future. So that's maybe those measurements should change.
So the state, as far as I understand, has no intention of changing the metrics right now. There are some counties that are literally only on one bar and still have to go to distance learning, and they're close. But as long as you have not been off that monitoring list for 14 days straight, you are to go to distance learning. So that includes about 80% of the population of California because it's over 30 counties now on that list.
Okay. Well, I would suggest maybe they want to change that metrics of measurement, but that's what the governor's doing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, are there any final board comments? And then we have a closed session that we're Nope. For me, I think so too. Okay, County Council, would you announce closed session, please?
Board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There are no announcements expected coming out of closed session.
Okay, then we are adjourned until Tuesday, August 4th at 9 a.m. Thank you, everybody.